Intellivision.
Introducing Mattel Electronics Intellivision, the computer-based system that transforms the home television set into an interactive center for games, entertainment, self-education, personal improvement, individual and family information. Modularized hardware components and software that offer the consumer a choice of purchase options and benefits for now and in the years to come.
Intellivision.
Intellivision is the master component. Inside is a powerful 16-bit microprocessor, a full range of realistic sound effects including 3-part harmony music, a broad color palette, and an extraordinarily high level of resolution. Each cartridge provides for strategic and tactical intensity, physical skill challenge, as well as true-to-life sights, sounds, and variability.
This is Intellivision.
Seen a demonstration of Mattel Electronics Intellivision. In the next several years, you will see its hardware components and software library grow in number and dimension to provide even higher levels of service to the consumer.
Intellivision. You're listening to the Intellivisionaries.
Hello and welcome to episode 10 of the Intellivisionaries podcast. This episode we are going to, well, I don't know, something feels a little bit weird here, guys. And your Skype icons are sort of glaring at me. What's going on?
Yeah, it took a bit to get into this episode.
What are you trying to say?
There's something weird there.
I don't know. It seemed normal to me. Just a couple, maybe 3.5 minutes longer than usual, perhaps.
I feel like I'm late. Should I have got started earlier?
I don't know. I'm discombobulated and combobulated and all of those things. I can't imagine why. Maybe it had something to do with me getting off my ass.
Yes, did thou get off thy ass?
Apparently I did. Yes, that's right. You are tuned in to episode 10, and you did just hear the extended version of the Intellivisionaries theme. Finally got around to doing that. So we will make that available elsewhere, but I thought I'd throw that in here that now that we've hit the double-digit episode and stir things up a little bit. So
That's a pretty big milestone for us, too.
Yeah, 10 episodes, almost a year. And that being
we'll
said,
celebrate it a year, I'm sure.
No, that's it. Just 10.
This is the big send off right here.
Celebrate on 10 and 20, and that's it.
We decimal only. Okay.
Yeah, that's how we roll.
Maybe for one of my programming segments on episode 16, I'll do something interesting as a hexadecimal
There you go.
flips over.
Salute to hexadecimal.
There you go.
Right. Anyway, getting back to episode 10, yes, we are going to be reviewing Treasure of Tarmin, or Minotaur, as it was originally called. And yes, we have another interview with Tom Loughry, the programmer and designer of Treasure of Tarmin. We're also going to have on a guy named Scott Nudds. He's currently programming Boulder Dash for Elektronite. And Scott was instrumental in getting a lot of the cartridges, originally the cart dumper on the PC in the mid-90s, and getting the exec and GROM and ECS exec and all those things with Carl Mueller Jr. and William Moeller. So he's got a lot to talk about. And we'll have our usual stuff that you all tune in for every month.
There's actually a lot of I don't know, maybe in the future if we can get the right people to talk to us on and doing interviews and stuff. There's some interesting stories about getting that initial work done to dump the carts, dump the chips off the Intellivision so that it could be properly emulated. That rubs shoulders a little bit with the ever-present copyright and intellectual property concerns that keep coming up in this show. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. This person had gotten that far, but that person had this breakthrough that showed them how to do this. And so, yeah, it was an interesting time that I kind of missed out on. I heard about it much later. Yeah,
and a lot of that early stuff went on to the development of the first emulator, which, then working with Intellivision Productions to get the first Intellivision Lives out. So, yeah, it's a good story there. We've got a few other guys that were involved in that we're going to get on the show eventually. But we thought I'd throw this one in here, throw Scott on, so you can hear a little bit about that, and also Boulder Dash that'll be coming out soon.
Cool.
So what have you guys been up to? Moonlighting a little bit, I hear?
I've been doing a lot of work trying to get things all sorted out with things around the apartment and getting together with other people to record podcasts.
Yeah. Cheating on me.
Yep. We were on, Rick and I were both on Retro Obscura, their last episode.
Yeah, that would have been their episode 24, depending on,
I couldn't remember the number.
Yeah, when you hear this, depending on when that is, we run episode 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did an episode all about Intellivision, and we've mentioned their podcast before. They do obscure gaming, obscure titles, and kind of flagging the Intellivision as maybe a slightly more obscure platform. So they had a whole episode for it. It was definitely fun to be on. And I apologize to those guys. I'll apologize on this show. The clickety clackety clack clack you hear at the beginning of that is me. I had the wrong microphone turned on, and I did not realize that my keyboard was making all that noise as I was looking something up in another window. And during the talking, they got on my case pretty good about that. And I thought, why do they care if I look at something else, to be ready to say something about it? I did not know that my typing was that loud until I heard it much later.
That's when you decided to do show research for the Intellivisionaries, right?
I usually do that right in line as we're talking. I don't.
You did sound a bit distracted.
Well, I usually do all our research while I listen to Retro Obscura, so that seemed to make sense. Just kind of, there you go.
Kind of a live, sort of a world within a world kind of thing. Interesting. No, I did listen to the episode. It was very good. And I do listen to Retro Obscura. I like the show. Sometimes I get into some stuff that maybe certain platforms that I'm not as into, but it's well done, well put together, good chemistry on the show.
And if you were there, you could have showed us up on the game challenge.
Oh, I would have kicked everyone's ass on Shark, no doubt.
Yeah, we kept to a strict time limit. So, considering how long you can go on in that game, I was like, yeah, probably 10 minutes is just about right.
No, I think you and I probably would have been pretty close on that, Will. Well, I mean, we can have a competition at CGE and see who wins between the two of us.
Yeah, when I was practicing, by the time I finished, when I got a game over, I had like 90,000 points.
Yeah, I started playing it while I was listening to you guys playing it, a couple days later. I didn't start it at exactly the same time, but yeah, that game, you can go for a while. The shark does start to get pretty fast to where you got to do that sort of circle pattern around him to bite his tail. And, if you don't, later on when the shark gets faster, you have to really dart to do that.
Yeah, and he just starts getting smarter too.
Yeah. But that's a good game. We're going to review that in episode 36. Right? Remember that. Write that down. 36.
Yeah, somebody write that down.
I said it now.
Well, Paul, you were guesting on another show as well. You talk about cheating on people.
I don't know what you're talking about. 10 Pence Arcade. Yes, episode 15. Victor Marlin and Alex Crowley. Bert Vick and Chucky Egg, they go by. They had me on, interviewed me about my home arcade and arcade games and the difference between how it is over in the UK versus here, where the lawns and the streets are littered with pristine arcade cabinets in California, and you really have to hunt for them over there.
Yeah, not here in New England.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot for sale here in the Pittsburgh area, so.
You have Craigslist there, right? I mean, they probably have a few. I know there's a lot of collectors on KLOV that are in your neck of the woods.
I say that, but I don't really know too well. I haven't really dug into trying to collect real cabs.
I know there's been a couple cab auctions, I think in the Boston area, but I've never really gone to any of them because I'm not in the market at the moment to get any machines. Yeah,
I'm not looking for any more right now, but they're definitely plentiful in California. Well, I think more so than most places. I think they held up better, didn't have all those harsh winters.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was on there and had a lot of fun. And we're going to actually have Vic on as an Intellivision because he started getting into it. He picked up one of the handheld units, the 25-in-1 deals that everybody laments.
Oh, yes, I know those.
But a friend of his who's a sponsor, one of their sponsors on their show, he's going to loan him an Intellivision and some carts. So we'll figure out a few games that he's playing and get him on the show. He's a pretty good gamer, though. He's got some extremely high scores in a lot of the games that they play on the show. And I think the no quarter guys are afraid to take on a competition with him. But yeah, it was cool. So yes, we're all moonlighting here. We're not leaving the show, though. We're not. We're going to keep doing this show until you guys can't take it anymore. And then we'll do more.
Yeah, that's what we do.
That's right. So do you guys have anything else you wanted to add before we move on to feedback?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring a real quick thank you to William Culver, Focus RS. He was up at Digital Press at the same time I was out checking out a store that was closing down. And as a trade between me getting him Tutankhamun on the ColecoVision, he picked me up a copy of Qbert and the Dreadnought Factor, both boxed and complete. So yes, thank you to him.
Very nice. And speaking of William Culver and ColecoVisions, I'm going to be a guest on their show. We're going to record Saturday. Looping and Space Fury. My request for those are two games I enjoy on the system. So I will be sweeping the floor, with my score over Mike and Mr. Culver. Are you going to say something, Rick?
No, I don't think so.
You're leaving the Intellivisionaries and joining the ColecoVisions podcast?
Not quite.
That would be fun. Listen to Rick comment on a system he doesn't know. But, well, actually, you do know because you have one now. Yeah, we should talk about that. Rick's going on a crazy system collecting thing here.
My pickups. Sure, I could do that.
We're going to have to call in. We're going to have an intervention, I think. So what do you got now? What are you up to on what systems newly acquired?
So the newest one I got was I just got an Atari. And that sounds crazy, I know. Like, I've never owned an Atari.
You're aware they've been available since '77, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I was. This kind of dovetails with one of the things we were going to talk about. That William Willie, and I did another chess video where this time we had the Intellivision play against the ColecoVision chess. And we'd mentioned before how I've played again with Ferg on the Atari across the internet. We did it with the ColecoVision, and Willie he bought a copy of Chess Challenger for the ColecoVision, which is a homebrew chess game, and apparently he got like the last one. And he told me that he contacted the publisher. Oh, it's that is it CollectorVision? I think is the he contacted the publisher and said, "Hey, can I get one?" And they're like, "Oh, we're sold out." And he's like, "Oh, but we want to do this video thing." And they like had one more loose copy that they got it, and they made that happen so he could do the video. But while we were playing, I mentioned about things I'm trying to do in my retro gaming setup, and I mentioned that it's been all this time and I've never owned an Atari VCS. And he went, "What?" Yeah, he's like, how could that be? I said, "I just never bothered to pick one up." And so he said, "Well, shoot, I can't remember exactly what he said, but something the equivalent of, hey, I got like 4 over here on a shelf. Let me send you one." And I said, "Well, that's cool." I said, "I actually have sort of had one. I have the system changer for the Intellivision, but I've never tested it because I don't have any cartridges." He goes, "Oh, I'll send you some cards too." And I'm like, "Look, I'm not begging for stuff. It's not like I'm trying."
You're like, I'm going to need some controllers.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot about these
lying around.
Yeah. But so anyway, that came this week, and we got that hooked up, and it was nice to pop in a couple of cards. Although I think, and this is not in any way to slate Willie, but he did something very nice for sending this to me. But I was like, okay, we're going to do a little Kaboom, because he sent me a Kaboom card, and I don't think it works. I can't get it to come up. And I'm like, that was one I was really going to give a real try on, but that's okay. I'm looking forward to getting a multi-cart for it, which I don't have yet. But in terms of like you were asking about my setup down there now. So now I have an Odyssey 2 with the voice module and a multi-cart. I've got, of course, the Intellivision and a multi-cart and a voice module. And we know all that. And I have
detail your entire Intellivision collection. That would be good.
A few things. And then I have I got a ColecoVision and a couple of the aftermarket controllers for it. And now the Atari. So I've got what in my mind I consider like the big 4 pre-crash systems. In my head, the ones that I knew about as a kid that I lusted after, that everybody, all our friends had the different ones. It was the Odyssey 2, the Atari, the Intellivision, and the ColecoVision. And so finally got them all. All I'm waiting for now is a multi-cart for the Atari. And they're about to bring out a new one. The Atari...
the Harmony cart.
The Harmony Encore, I think, is the newest one.
Yeah, I don't have that. I have the original one.
Yeah, I think the Encore isn't done yet. And there's a thread over there about, hey... And it's like every other thread on Atari Age. Every so often someone pokes it. Any updates on this thing? And so I'm kind of on the fence about whether to wait for the Encore or just get the current one, because you can send the current one back to him and have it upgraded to the Encore when that comes out later. I imagine you'll pay more overall if you do that game, but I don't know how far along they are. If I'm not going to get if the Encore's not going to be ready till say CGE or something later than that, I could definitely get some playtime in over the summer with the regular one. So I'm kind of on the fence about whether I ought to just take the plunge and get the regular Harmony.
I'll have to check that thread. I'm not really aware of what the differences are, what the improvements they've made.
It's apparently very minor. Like there's some very small minutia, 1-2% of the games that can't be played. Particularly some of the newer homebrews that are putting a lot more ROM in the game, in the carts. They can't play in the current Harmony. So they're upgrading the Harmony. They claim this Harmony Encore, it'll play everything that's out there right now up to some crazy size that maybe they're thinking about might be an upper limit for some homebrews in the next couple of years or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great cartridge, though. I mean, it's super easy to set up. My only complaint that I had about it is the font that they use on screen to show the game names on the menu. It's really hard to read. But maybe I'm just old.
Yeah, it could be. But yeah, we're getting kind of a retro gaming setup down there in the basement, and I feel like there's only 2 more maybe systems I might ever want to collect for, and that would be the Vectrex and maybe one of the other Ataris, 52 or 7800. But I'm kind of like, I don't care. Part of me doesn't care about either of those. The Vectrex is a really cool system, but the emulator on the iPad is great, and it works well with the iCade, and it's almost the same. I mean,
yeah.
I know it's not really the same, but it's almost the same. So it's kind of like, do I really want to, pour, I don't know, it'd probably end up being a few $100s by the time I was done messing around with it to get a multi-cart and a working Vectrex and whatever else. Maybe I could just live with the emulation.
Yeah, I have a Vectrex. I had to fix it to get it working. It's actually given to me by Mr. Tallarico, who's been mentioned on the show before.
Yeah.
But I only have a couple of carts. I don't have a multi-cart for it yet. And the thing that gets kind of expensive if you want to do with a Vectrex is because all the games had the screen overlay, the thick
Right.
plastic thing, which really helps make the game. I don't have any of those. And I know that there have been people at CGE that sell repro collections of those, but they are not cheap. So if you want to go all the way, all in on that, it's going to cost you.
And then you could start your Vectrex podcast.
That's right. Along with the Odyssey 2 podcast that we're still discussing.
Still discussing.
Yes, a lot of discussing to do. Disgusting amount of discussing. Yeah, and I also had a chance to play Lost Caves of Kraz. William Moeller of Elektronite sent me a copy, and very, very impressive. I can't wait to get the full release of it. It's a puzzle-solving game, and it's one of those things. It's almost like kind of Indiana Jones, right? You go into the room, and there's various things and levers and boxes and like a laser security gate kind of thing, and you got to figure out how to move things in order to turn things off, or what you need to do to make something move out of the way or a gate open. So each level takes a little thinking. Of course, once you learn that level, then you go to the next one and pick up pieces of the crown, bring them back to where you start, assemble the crown to win the game. So I haven't gotten very far, and there's kind of an ongoing mailing list of things that people are discovering and that they're sorting out now, but definitely looks incredibly impressive, and I recommend everybody get that when it comes out.
Yeah, I can't wait. I talked on one of the other episodes about playing an earlier beta of it. Like I say, more than a year old now at this point. A great concept for a game. I really like the one I played with a little bit. I'm sure the released one will be even better.
Oh yeah. Did you see anything with that, Will? You seen the video at least?
Haven't really looked into it that much, but I plan to.
Yeah, definitely worth it. And before we get started, I also want to say congratulations to the Los Angeles Kings NHL hockey team. Yes, I am a hockey fan. I'm not a big sports guy. Hockey is my game. I don't really care about many other sports, but yes, they won the Stanley Cup this year. They won it in 2012. Also,
Starting back up with it now is Martinez in a 3-on-2. Clifford gave it across. It's held in a shot. Safe. Rebound. Score! Stanley Cup! Martinez!
and that means a lot because they started the year I was born. Yes, I'm old. But yeah, watching them as a kid growing up and just seeing that nothing was ever going to happen, you could never imagine they would win 2 Stanley Cups within 3 years. But yes, not show related, but I had to mention it anyway. Anyone want to mention the World Cup?
I'm not even following it.
Twitter has let me know what's happening, but I don't know anything else about it.
Yeah, I'm not really I don't watch baseball, I don't watch basketball, I don't watch football.
And by the way, Twitter's the only reason I knew that the cup was happening too, so you know.
Yes. Rick gets all of his information from Twitter. What am I going to wear today? I don't know. Let me check Twitter.
See what's trending.
Alrighty. So, yeah, sit back, relax, and we'll get into the show, and we'll start off with some feedback.
Feedback.
So over on Facebook, James Belanca, I'm going to guess that's a pronunciation there, posted a link to a bit of the book that's it's a book titled Halcyon Days. That book is, I assume it's got published as a real book. I don't know. I've never, I had heard of this book before, but this is my first kind of real looking at it. But the text of the book is available online. So there's a site that has all of it there. But in the book, there's an interview with Steve DeFrisco. Steve DeFrisco was the programmer of Tropical Trouble. We mentioned him in the last episode of Beauty and the Beast. And so one of the questions in the little interview there is whether or not Tropical Trouble is supposed to be a sequel to Beauty and the Beast. You know, everybody's made comments about the sprites being similar. And DeFrisco in that interview says that it did indeed at least start out that way. I don't know if they as they were developing it, if they didn't want to slavishly keep to the same character names and all that kind of stuff, because they do kind of change things up in the documentation. But he said it did start as a sequel to that game.
Wendell Brown begs to differ on that.
Yeah. Well, I gathered I listened to the interview and I gathered from his perspective, he was trying to say, hey, it's not like I worked with Steve to make this an official sequel to my game using my code and so on and so on. But of course, Steve could. It's not really hard to duplicate one of these sprites. Could look at Beauty and the Beast and come up with the idea of making a quote unquote sequel to it without Wendell knowing about it.
Yeah, maybe Steve snuck in there late at night and took a few things off Wendell's hard drive. What you working on, Steve? Nothing, Wendell. I'm just look over there. It's a monkey.
Just a thing. Just something I'm working on.
Or as I suggested to Wendell, that perhaps it looked the same because that was sort of the Imagic's version of the Running Man.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to have to get Steve on and talk about that. Maybe Wendell doesn't know. It's a conspiracy.
Get them both on together.
Yeah.
Have them argue. No, I told you not to use that sprite.
That would be good for ratings. Yeah, thanks for that, James. Yeah, James is the guy who did his homework on his ECS.
Ah, okay, there you go.
Yeah. He also has a story about swords and serpents, but we're going to get to that when we talk about swords and serpents, which isn't going to be next episode, by the way. And it's not going to be episode 36, because that's Shark.
Who's keeping track of this? I don't...
I have to do everything.
The fans will.
That's right. I've set it in stone. No matter what, that's episode 36. So we also got a nice email from Brent Santon, and Brent sent us that Intellivision infomercial from Canada that he recorded off of his TV as a youth. And he was writing in about Sea Battle, just saying how much he really enjoyed that game, one of his favorites as a child. And he was looking for a good way to play that or other two-player games over the internet, so he can, have a nice battle with one of his friends on the other side of the world. And I know you got to pretty much do that through emulation, because I don't know of any hardware solution that uses the actual Intellivision that would allow network play. Although developers, if you're listening, put that on the list.
That would be something pretty cool.
Yeah, unless maybe Greg Goodwin, the guy who did the ECS logging onto Atari Age and posting. Maybe he could come up with some network play. Come on, Greg, get right on that. Brent needs your help. But yeah, what do you know about that, Rick? Emulation and doing network play.
Yeah, as far as doing that, I know that the Nostalgia emulator boasts that as a feature. It uses something called the Calera library. It's not one I'm particularly familiar with, but apparently that's some kind of an open standard for doing this kind of thing. You're going to send events between two systems to keep them in keep them in sync, I think. Mm-hmm. But basically, Nostalgia comes with I think it comes with that library, and you can set up network play across a normal network. Now, it's pretty simplistic, as I remember. I haven't played this in a while, but so I remember it's pretty simplistic. So, like, if you're actually going to go across the internet, you'd have to deal with poking holes in router firewalls and all that kind of stuff to set up a direct connection. I'm pretty sure it doesn't know how to hop routers and firewalls on the way. Mm-hmm. That was something that Nostalgia claimed to do. Now, the problem with Nostalgia, of course, is that I don't think it's been updated in how many years? 6-7 years, maybe? I don't know. Since that code base has been worked on. When we talk about playing the game this month, I've got some things to say about my struggles with Nostalgia, so we'll wait for that. But so I don't know how reliable that code base would be at this point, but it runs on my arcade cab, so I'm sure it's doable.
Yeah, and I know that some versions of MAME, Brett mentioned this too, that they have support for NetPlay, but I don't know if that would translate over to anything in television emulation. Probably not.
I want to say I tried it once, but I don't remember how well it worked.
Yeah, well, if anybody knows about that, maybe Joe Zabicek would know something about that. Get in touch with us or post on our Facebook page or whatever, and maybe we can get something definitive together to help people that want to do that kind of thing. So yeah, thanks for the email, Brent, and for listening.
So we've brought up the TV POW quite a few times on the show where people would call in and say POW and win prizes. Well, we had Mike Whalen send us a link to the untold story of TV POW. And if you guys want to take a look at that and get some history on it, we'll have the information in the show notes.
Yeah, and I put several clips in the last episode from POW. I found some clips on YouTube and stuff, but I definitely remember watching that as a kid. And I know that originally they used a Channel F to do the games, and you'll see some of that stuff in this article, the original stuff. And then that was before Mattel got involved and started doing it, which was basically just Sharp Shot being, played on I guess some sort of a system in the studio there. Not really clear on the details on that, but yeah, it's a really good article. Really a lot went into making that happen, more than you would think.
Yeah, it's like I pretty much, as I said before, I never got to see the show in my area, so yeah, I'm gonna read through that article and maybe even look up some video to see how things went.
Yeah, and I was going to say, speaking of the Pong thing, we got an email from Craig Abruzis. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, Craig. Sorry if I'm not. He wrote in to say he likes the show, and he sent me a link to what they called it WPIX from WPIX in New York. The same idea, and I'm guessing it was probably by the same guy who created the TV POW thing. But the same sort of thing, space battle, football from Sharp Shot kind of stuff. So we'll have a link to that video in the show notes, and I may even include a clip of it in this episode.
On last month's show, before we started recording, I tried to see how high of a score I could get in Beauty and the Beast. That score ended up being 9,900, and I encouraged people to see how high of a score they could get in the game. And Paul, you went and beat my score shortly after that.
I had to. No choice.
Pretty much, yeah.
12,400. I thought I was, hey, look at me, I'm great. Shortly thereafter, we had several people comment about this. Mark Clements asked about there being different skill levels, and no, there's just pretty much one level. Doug Parsons clarified that as well. Mark Holtzclaw posted a score of 9,050. And then, of course, Chris Bidwell from Now You're Playing with Podcast, guest host on one of our shows a while back, but he beat my score, of course. Made me look bad. 19,350. And on the bottom, it even says great. I didn't get great. I didn't even know you got that. That was pretty cool, Chris. So thanks for making me look bad, and thanks for making Will look even worse.
Yeah, he was getting a score close. He was getting close enough to get to the Numb Thumb Club.
Yeah.
I guess by implication, I looked really bad then. Is that what?
You said it.
There you go. There it is.
Yeah, so thanks for sharing that stuff, guys. I like to see more of that. I really want to see what other people can do in these games, because we're not that good. Well, a couple of us aren't that good.
We try.
All right. And finally, we got another email from our friend of the show, Downchick30.
Yes. She's back.
She is back, and she still is calling us stranger, which I think is odd because we have a relationship now. What's up with that, Michelle?
It's been several emails.
Yeah, well, she's still smoking. 31-year-old. See, I don't know if she means that she smokes or she's trying to say she is a smoking, but she left the A out, so I assume she's smoking cigarettes and she's 31 years old. And brunette, hot body, all that good stuff. She exercises all day, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that before. So pretty much jobless, I would imagine. She's been single for 3 weeks, getting really ready and excited to meet cool guys that she can presumably play Intellivision with. She said she was sending a picture, but didn't come through. There was a sort of a warning to not click the link that she sent from my security software. So I didn't check that out, but thanks for sending it anyway. Downcheck. Maybe one of our listeners can. We can post this in the show notes, and everyone can click that link. And then we'll be accused of giving everyone viruses.
Oh, I'm sure.
Anyway, so she says if we like her type, well, perhaps we can start talking and flirting and playing armor battle. Of course, I added that last bit. And she wants us to meet her friends again, who probably enjoy Hoverforce 3D, right? So thanks, Downchick. we'll be in touch.
She seems like a Treasure of Tarmin kind of lady.
Yeah, odd that she didn't mention that.
We should. I mean, that's the topic of the show. She calls up, get an interview going, something.
It's almost as if her emails have nothing to do with the show at all and just came to us by some random chance.
And that's weird. That's what hurts deep down.
That never happens.
I know. That's why I'm so confused and perplexed.
Long start.
Finally, just wanted to say thanks to, we've gotten some more donations to the show, and we really appreciate that. Helps out with our expenses and especially some of the stuff we're planning for upcoming Classic Gaming Expo. So thank you for all who have donated. And if you'd like to do that, you can find the link on our website, the PayPal donate button. You can do a one-time deal, or you can do a recurring thing, up to you, or you can do nothing at all and continue to listen to our show. That's just fine. We're just glad you're enjoying the show.
Hi, it's George here. The guys are going to be attending the CGE 2014 Gaming Expo in Las Vegas. They'd like me to tell you that they're going to have a table. You can go along and have things signed, meet the guys, generally have a chat, and if they have an Intellivision around, they'll even play you with their favorite games. That's right. Finally, Rick would like me to announce that he's written it down here on a little note that, I see. Rick would like me to say that if any women gamers that like the Intellivision are going along, they can sign his breast. That's right. So, have yourself a nice afternoon, and don't forget to pick your tickets up for CGE 2014.
A 6-hour podcast not long enough for you. No. Join the Retro Gaming Roundup forums and keep the retro going all month long.
All right, so you want to talk some Intellivision news? What news there might be?
Yes, let's discuss the news of Intellivision.
The news for the 1979 platform.
Yes, breaking news.
Exactly.
Groovy B over at Atari Age, he posted up some videos of some homebrew works in progress. And along with those videos, he also had a demo for the new cart board design. So we'll have the link up on the show notes. Some of the games he showed were Rocketeer, Mars Minis, Apple Snaffle, Mystery Castle, Rescue on Terra 5, and Next Street.
Yeah, he's just kind of showing the one video is almost like a collage video or whatever, where it's a clip and then a title card and a clip and a title card, just showing a bunch of his games and the current status of them. And so there's he's working on a lot of different things, including a cart design, a cardboard. Yeah. So it's kind of cool.
He's been really busy.
So over on Atari Age, Dr. Clue, aka Greg Goodwin, who we just mentioned a little while ago, he said he was listening to our show, and this was posted a couple of months ago, so we kind of dropped the ball on this a little bit, Greg, but he put together a controller using 2 circuit matrices and 2 connections, player 1 and 2, going into one controller, sort of pancake, layered, sandwiched, if you will, the controller together, and it did some experimenting to allow pressing the disc and the keypad at the same time for games like Tron, Deadly Discs, and Night Stalker, things like that. It's a pretty long thread, but you should definitely check it out. We'll have the links in the show notes. So kind of a clever idea there. I know a lot of people have talked about wanting to do that, and there's always the 2 controller method, but this would combine that into one. So good work there, Greg.
Yeah, he's kind of got the idea of two Mylar, those 2 Mylars would normally be in separate controllers, and he's got them layered over top of each other so that he can send signals from 2 controllers from one controller, which accomplishes what you want. That's kind of cool. It's a cool idea to implement that. Yeah,
especially if you had a removable controller that you could just plug in for the particular game you want to play.
Right, but of course that would have to. That would have to have 2 plugs on it. It's a dual controller, if you will. Right?
Yeah, it utilizes both ports.
Yeah, so but still a really cool idea to use the double Mylar within it there, to be able to grab the signals from 2 controllers from one. It's cool. Nanochess over on Atari Age, he posted It posted an intent to port Princess Quest to Intellivision. He basically posted a title screenshot and more or less started a conversation about some of the technical details about how you would get a game like that running on Intellivision. But I didn't see much more than that, other than an intent to start something. So another homebrew potentially in the works.
Yeah, and he's the one that did Space Raid and the Inty Basic, so it's going to be quality stuff coming from Oscar. And we still need to get some questions sent over to Oscar, don't we?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, it was we're going to have him on as an interview, but he said that English wasn't his first language, so he'd preferred email questions, and we kind of forgot about that. Sorry about that, Oscar. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. I don't know the ColecoVision game. I've not played that, but I did watch a video. Someone else posted a link to gameplay on the ColecoVision version. And yeah, it looks promising. Looks cool. So
Rev, one of the users over on Atari Age, he also runs IntellivisionRevolution.com. He posted there that Intelligent Vision will be releasing Ms. Night Stalker, sometimes known as Super Pro Night Stalker, depending on, I guess, when it was talked about where, at some point. And he basically linked back to information over on, there are some Intellivision forums at Intellivision.us. That's David Harley's website. He has a set of forums there too. So he was posting some details about a Ms. Night Stalker game, I think, that he's working on or got a hold of. I'm not entirely sure what the status of a Ms. Night Stalker is, if it's a from scratch kind of homebrew or if it's a work in progress that somebody found. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a new development by Harley, from what my understanding is.
Yeah, cool. It's a great game. Night Stalker, obviously a great game. It'd be cool to see a variant of it.
Mm-hmm.
So Intellivision Dude on Atari Age brought to our attention over on GameFAQs. They did the top 10 innovations that Intellivision brought to console gaming. And on that list, we had number 10 was 16 bits. Number 9, dual-wielded controllers. Number 8 was professional sports licenses. Number 7, voice. 6 was software updates. And they were going with running changes on the games as they were released. Number 5 was thumb control, mentioning the disc controller. Number 4 was the console wars. The agent of change they bring up there was our own George Plimpton. Number 3 was the save and load on the ECS. Number 2, digital distribution and subscription gaming through the Play Cable in 1981. And their number 1 was the all-in-one console, being the Intellivision keyboard component. Never mind. There's the ECS again.
You know what they left off that list, which I think was, I don't remember anybody else doing it prior, was the pause functionality. Pressing 1 and 9 or 3 and 7, blanking the screen, walking away.
Right.
That's true. That's also, I noticed in our game for this month, if you have the game sitting there long enough, the screen just goes blank.
Yeah, it has, Intellivision exec has a screensaver thing kick in on its own. Of course, the 2600 did that too. It cycled colors.
I just never noticed it until today.
Yeah.
Because I never had the system sitting there.
Yeah, and then of course there's a 16 direction disc, 16-bit system. So, yeah, very innovative system. That's why we're doing a podcast about it.
Yeah. I was going to say, someone ought to do a podcast about such an innovative platform. Rev announced a new homebrew coming from ColecoVision, 4XV. Or is that supposed to be 415? Is that Roman numeral? I don't know what 4XV is supposed to mean. But it's another new homebrew. You've got a... that was the one that had kind of the asteroids ship sprite kind of flying through some caverns and shooting things along the way. Looked like an interesting combination of some gameplay elements. And I say asteroids, I mean, it looks like the sprite from the Atari Asteroids is what it looked like to me, to my eye. So,
yeah, I've not heard of that one, actually. And it seems like ColecoVision is now taking an interest in the Intellivision platform.
Yeah, there's definitely... Well, I don't have a number, but there's a handful of things that they've talked about bringing to the Intellivision.
Yeah, interesting. Cool. I'll have to check that one out myself. So, also in speaking of that game, Asteroids. This has nothing to do with asteroids.
Smooth. Nice segue there.
Thanks. You can now get the Gen 2 versions of Intellivision Productions' Astrosmash and Shark on iOS. I know someone's posted on Atari Age about that, but I was at Keith Robinson's office not long ago testing out the flashback preview prototype. Ooh. And yes, we'll get into that a little bit. But yeah, he informed me that you can get those Gen 2 games because those were previously only available, on the PlayStation Vita and through the, what is it called again, Will? On the
PlayStation Home.
Yeah, those were the only ways you could get that. So I understand they're doing some updates to them, but you can get either of those two games for 99 cents. And they play pretty well. I as you know, if you've listened to the show, I'm not a big fan of touchscreen gaming. So, you can use your left thumb and move back and forth, and it works. It works okay. I want a controller, so that's just me.
I don't even count iOS or even cell phone games in general to be a viable gaming platform. Yeah,
there's a handful of things. The one that I actually have been enjoying lately, but I'm not a big fan of the way that it moves, is Pixa.
Yes,
and
I know that
Ferg
one.
mentioned that on his podcast. It's kind of like an updated version of Adventure. I've been playing that recently. Pretty cool little game.
Yeah, I've played that a bit. I haven't gotten very far in it yet, but yeah, it's a neat. It definitely, almost like a, what do you want to say, tribute to Adventure. It's very very nicely done, I think. But I agree with you in terms of the touch screen motion. It's doable, but it'd be more fun with a controller, I think, honestly. So.
Yeah, if it's a game that really needs a controller, that's where I prefer to do that. But if it's just a game where you just need to touch something, like a card or something, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, my son Luke really enjoys his garbage truck games and his driving simulator, so on my phone.
Well, there were some pictures posted by Rev over on Atari Age of Keith Robinson showing off the Intellivision flashback at E3. So he was at E3 showing the new unit. So hopefully, well, I mean, we know they're coming. I'm just going to say hopefully they come out. Of course they're coming. They're coming this fall. I'm looking forward to getting one. So it's cool to see him out there showing it off and getting some press and interest. And then there's some guy, I think he goes by the handle Nurmix. He got to play with one of those I saw, and Keith posted a picture of this Nurmix guy on his Facebook
flattering
page.
Picture either.
But so you got to mess around. What you got any initial thoughts for us?
I was very impressed. It's immediately you see that it's so tiny. I mean, it's very light. It feels like there's nothing inside the thing, but the controllers feel the same. And something that I didn't really think about prior to seeing the controllers, like I have my original Intellivision and I have several, and the plastic on the controllers is smooth. And some of the later Intellivisions, where they made that little area where the side buttons could fit in slightly better, like on the console cover itself. You've seen what I'm talking about? Like there's a little recess kind of where you put the controller in on either side to accommodate the buttons.
Yeah,
I don't have any master components that look like that, but on those consoles, the controller on the back has sort of a textured feel to it. So that's the one they emulated on the flashback. So the plastic has a slight texture to it. At first I was thinking, wow, that doesn't feel right. And then I looked at Keith's Intellivision that he had sitting right there, and it was one of those ones that I just mentioned, and it's sort of textured. So it's identical to that. The disc looks a little bit different with the silver, and kind of it's not the radial sort of pattern. But other than that, they look and feel almost identical. Straight cords, not coiled. I played the unit I tried out is a prototype, so there's things that have been changed. Some of the things have been worked on since that unit, different things with sounds and such. But the games that I tried, I didn't see any issues with the emulation at all. I mean, it played smoothly. It looked the same. It felt the same. So, yeah, I mean, I was really impressed.
So you've talked with Keith about the unit, and if he's asked you not to say some of these details, that's certainly fine. Just cut me off. But I was kind of wondering, it is emulation in there, right? It's not some kind of reproduction of the General Instruments 1610 chip, right?
Yeah, it's he didn't have all the details of that even, and he's not opened this one up because it's not, I guess he's not supposed to open it up. But my understanding is it's sort of proprietary chips that At Games uses, and it's their own sort of emulation layer on top of that, but it is playing the actual ROMs. So
okay, yeah, that's what I wondered, was if it was kind of a custom emulator running the real code.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, well, that's cool.
Yeah. So hopefully when he gets some preview units off the production run in, I'm going to get a hold of one of those and take it apart, see what I can see. Cool. And ideally, there will be units at Classic Gaming Expo. I don't know if there's going to be units for sale, but there certainly should be some preview units if there aren't any for sale.
And hopefully he'll let us have one of the units at our booth so we can have one as a demo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll happen because we're going to be right next door to him.
If it's not our booth, it's like, well, if you look 5 feet that direction, it's might, yeah, you might see it there.
And yes, just to update on CGE, yes, all three of us are going to be there. Rick has finally decided to join us.
I finally booked my flights, booked my room. I'm all set.
Yep. So all of you who have already said you're coming out, get your friends to come out too. It's going to be a great show. Lots of Intellivision stuff there. But yeah, finishing up with the flashback. Keith was going to send me the final list of games. There's going to be like 60 games. The unit that I played actually had 61 games. I can't really go into too many details about why that is and whether the release ones will or not. But most of the sports games are on there. A lot of the favorites of people, not the licensed stuff. Burger Time's not on there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be.
But I did play Tarmin. I played Treasure of Tarmin on there when I was over because, we were talking about it and trying it out and didn't notice anything different. Identical.
Given the, I think it was last episode we ran the questions for Keith, right?
Yeah.
And, I was listening to that again recently, and, given the things he talked about, the games he actually owns the rights to publish again and again anytime he wants to, I would imagine this group of 60 includes, the Mattel games, a good number of the independent or original INTV games, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
So, cool.
We'll have more details on that as they're made available and as I'm allowed to talk about them. But yeah, cool thing. So over on eBay, someone's selling an original keyboard component for the Intellivision. I believe it was the buy it now bid was $4,000. Not boxed, but it showed as working. The guy says he didn't have any cassette games to try with it, but the command to open the cassette door apparently worked, and he was able to play cartridges on it. So that's a good sign. But yeah, it's, as of recording this, it's still available. So if any of you have $4,000 you want to blow on that and send it to me, that'd be cool.
I was just expecting the community to rally around and hit that PayPal donation button to the tune of about $4,000 and let the show own one of these. That'd be pretty sweet.
I think that's what should happen. Support the show. Everybody, all of our listeners donate a little bit of money toward that, and we'll talk all about it.
If every one of our listeners could cough up $2,000, we could make this happen.
Yeah, if both of you guys get together,
that's right.
And both of them would be Rick and Will. So come on, guys.
Oh, crap, I was afraid that somebody
I wasn't supposed to say that. Sorry.
That 4,000 is a little too rich for my blood.
I'd love to have one of those things, but yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, that'd be a good one to tell the wife over dinner.
We've talked about it on the show, like just here and there. It's kind of spotty coverage of that unit, but I have been wondering about like in terms of like if you wanted to get into retro computing, right? You usually get a hold of an Atari or an Apple II or a Commodore 64 or something like that, and you get a hold of some original documentation, some software, and you start playing around with it. And but I wondered about both this and the ECS and how they would stack up as a retro computer in that hobby space, and whether it would be interesting or just like, okay, after goofing around with it for about 2 hours, you're like, okay, I'm going to go play with my Apple II instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Keith Robinson has told me. He's like, they're not fun. I mean, you'll see it once, and I mean, who wants to learn French on that computer or work out with Jack LaLanne? I mean, it'd be cool to see a demo of it, but
yeah,
unless you're going to start developing new things for it, I don't know. But, that doesn't mean I don't want one. I still want one.
I got to say, when I listened to, and we didn't do one of the segments about other podcasts we're listening to kind of this month, but there's what's a Floppy Days.
These floppy days are yours and mine. These floppy days are yours and mine. Floppy days.
Floppy Days, he's going through retro computers one by one, and I've often thought, would the ECS on the Intellivision like make his list of retro computers that need to be covered in his show? and if so, is there anyone hobbying around with this thing? Like, there's obviously a huge crowd of people hobbying around with the Apple II and the Commodore 64, and some of them using them for like real work, as opposed to just keeping it running to play games. Anyway, it's something that's been bouncing around my head, wondering about how it stacks up.
Greg Goodwin's posting on Atari Age with his.
Has he hit the TI 99 4A in terms of the computers yet?
I don't think he's covered that one yet. He's kind of going, I think, chronological order, and I know he just did 3 episodes on the Apple II, which I think predates the TI 99, right?
Yeah, I'll have to check it out and see when he does that.
And the TRS-80, they did a whole bunch of stuff on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of TRS-80 coverage.
Okay, now I have to play the theme song. Here we go.
It's time for some non-Intellivision mentions of significance that are primarily retro-themed.
You did it!
Do not call it a shout-out. Paul hates that term.
I'll be looking for that.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to wedge that in.
Rick just likes to make me do extra editing work. But it is a good show, Floppy Days. I do like it. I listen to it. Of course, he's also one of the hosts on Antic, the Atari 8-Bit podcast. And I'm a couple episodes behind, but yeah, I enjoy that show quite a bit.
So we had mentioned in prior episodes, maybe, that Walter Prett over in Atari Age had started up a series of threads asking people to vote on their favorite games for the system, trying to bubble up to the best game ever for Intellivision, as voted, by Atari Age forum members. And he basically has posted his results with various awards, various categories, if you will. So here we go. The best sport game, Major League Baseball by Mattel. The runner-up being World Championship Baseball by INTV Corp. So I thought it was interesting. Both baseballs.
I don't know anything about those games.
Yeah, well, I wish someone would do an in-depth dive on those games.
Who would be dumb enough to do that?
Some idiots, probably. Best arcade conversion, Burger Time by Mattel, and runner-up for that category was Bump and Jump. Then best shoot 'em up is the Dreadnought Factor.
Mm-hmm.
And had I guess a tie for runners up, both Astrosmash and Atlantis.
Yeah.
And the best developer, meaning like which group, which company, whatever another put out the best games, was Mattel Electronics. They certainly had bulk of the catalog.
Was APH a candidate?
I don't think they were.
I think they grouped them
separate.
into Mattel.
Yeah.
You'd have to put that parenthetically, I think.
And then the runner-up in that category was Imagic. And the best homebrew went to Christmas Carol from Left Turn Only. And the runner-up in that category was D2K Arcade from Elektronite. Mm-hmm. And then it bubbled up to the best game of all time, AD&D Treasure of Tarmin. Can you believe it?
How timely.
How timely indeed. With a runner-up for the other AD&D title, Cloudy Mountain. So that's kind of interesting.
Both Tom Loughry games.
Yeah. So there you have it. Both the My boy, I'm stammering on this. There it is. The top games for the system is voted by authority.
Shock because of Sharp Shot not making the list.
I wish they had put my beloved Sharp Shot.
Have you mastered that one yet?
Well, I with only one button, it seems like there's you could develop some skill, but I just can't seem to get it.
Keep trying. Don't give up. That's what Yo Gabba Gabba says.
Is that right?
That's right. Just ask my son, Luke.
Hi, this is my daddy's podcast. We're going to see you next time.
Ooh, that one's a tough one.
I think we should, given this result, it might be a good idea to review Treasure of Tarmin. What do you think?
That should make it into the plan. Is that on the list anywhere?
I think we should do it right about now, after the sound effect.
Right.
All right, so I guess that ends news and mentions all in one.
All in one. It's pretty sweet.
We are efficient.
This is the Intellivisionaries podcast, and now we need to be serious.
No, we don't.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to go to a corporate party and to play a game they called the Burger Time, I was game. They said the safety word was Intellivisionary. I woke up 2 days later with a nickel in my pocket and a sign saying, "Intelligent people listen to Intellivisionaries."
It's time for the Rick Talks current Intellivision programming segment thing that we might do every now and again or monthly, which we will introduce with the previous robotic run-on sentence and the musical track you hear now.
Hey everybody, this is Rick again, going over another segment on programming the Intellivision. First off, I wanted to make an apology for the audio quality in the first segment that I did. This is I did a rebuild of my Mac from ground up to support for the latest operating system, and I don't know, something didn't quite get in the right place, and when I plug in my microphone, it no longer automatically switches to the microphone as the input device. And I forgot to check it, and sure enough, I was talking into my microphone, but it wasn't being passed on to the recording program, and everything was being recorded through the Mac's just internal microphone, which sounded pretty crappy. I'm sure that Paul did as much as he could about it, but there you go. So hopefully this is sounding better this time. Also, I wanted to mention off the top that the high-level ideas I was talking about in the first programming segment, where I was talking about the background and the graphics, where the background of the Intellivision is composed of little 8x8 cards that are arranged in 12 rows of 20 cards each. That's true, but that's only one of the 3 graphics modes that the graphics chip in the Intellivision supports. And it's the one that most games are written in. It's kind of like the main one, and so when you start digging into it, that's the one you typically go to. But there have been games done with one of the other modes, Snafu and Takeover. We've mentioned those in the podcast before, and those tend to be a little blockier looking because of the way those modes are set up. But anyway, I wanted to make sure that was clear that I'm talking about a particular mode of the graphics chip, the most common one. So last time we were trying to do kind of a high-level overview into what goes into programming the Intellivision, what some of the concerns were, and just kind of hitting the high points. And I was asked for if maybe I could do a segment on a little more detail about the actual tools that you use. So I thought we'd try that for this segment and see where that takes us. First, a little background about what's going on when you're doing assembly. In this case for Intellivision, or programming in general, really what you're doing is setting out a set of instructions that you want the computer, or in this case for the Intellivision, we're talking directly to a CPU, that you want that to carry out for you. For the purpose of the Intellivision, those instructions are expressed in CP1610 assembly language. And specifically, the variant of that language that we're talking about is the assembler that Joseph Bicek created, his assembler program. So the variant of that his assembler program knows how to read, that's what we're going to write in, because that's the one that's freely available, and that's the one I'm going to cover. You could potentially make your own assembler if you knew a whole lot about the chip, but Joe's done that for you. So since we're into this and we're talking about tools, what is an assembler in the first place? An assembler is a program. It takes symbolic instructions and converts them into the actual numeric codes that the processor and the computer system understands. So it's converting something that you and I would write and converting it directly into the numbers that the chip knows what to do with. It's a little bit different from a compiler. A compiler does something very similar, but at a higher level of abstraction. Compilers typically have a bit more knowledge going on. They understand what an integer is, a character, a double precision number. They know what a character string is typically. Whereas assemblers typically are only dealing with bit patterns within a register or a memory location. And those bit patterns can be added, or they can be ANDed, or they can be ORed or subtracted. But they don't really, the assemblers typically don't care a lot about the actual values of those numbers, right? The bits just kind of get manipulated and moved around. And we as humans, of course, ascribe values to that. But as far as the assembler is concerned, it's just manipulating these bit values within registers and memory for the most part. I'm kind of oversimplifying, but and another wrinkle to this whole thing is also that what we're doing here for Intellivision is technically called cross-assembling. And what that means is that the target platform, the platform for which we're writing our software, in this case the Intellivision, is not the platform that I'm writing it on. I'm not sitting down in front of an Intellivision and typing in assembler code, say with the controllers. I'm typing it into an Intel chip-based Macintosh, and I'm letting the assembler cross-compile or cross-assemble that. And what the assembler puts out is not Intel chip codes. It puts out codes that the CP1610 wants to read, that the CP1610 understands. So that's technically called cross-assembling, where you're writing the program on one architecture and expecting it to output for another architecture. So that's kind of what we're doing when we talk about Intellivision. I suppose somebody could be crazy enough to try to write some kind of an assembler on the Intellivision, but I don't know if it has enough horsepower to actually do it. But anyway. And of course, no one actually did that. Everything was cross-assembled even back in the heyday. So how do you express assembly language and stuff? Like, what do I actually do? Well, you're going to use something called a text editor. And if you're most familiar with, say, Office apps, Microsoft Word, trying to think, WordPerfect, if you still have that hanging around. Trying to think of the other things like Excel, these kind of things. They save document type files, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a text editor. If the tool you're pulling up to try to do your programming on has a paragraph controls and font controls and margins, you're not in the right kind of tool. A text editor is it deals in plain text. All it knows about is the letters and the numbers and the actual characters that are going in. So these tools tend to be things like BBEdit, Emacs, Vim, Notepad on the PC. I've used Notepad++ on the PC, which is a notepad with some nice additions to it. And then there are full-scale development environments if you're into that world at all, things like Eclipse, Visual C++, or Xcode. But if you have those, you probably already know what a text editor is. But basically, you need a text editor. And I would argue, while WordPad for the PC can output plain ASCII text, I think it also, though, can put out things that aren't ASCII text. So you want to be careful what you're putting out. What tool you're using and the kind of files it's saving. So what you end up doing is you would open a text editor window. You would start typing in the instructions. Some of those instructions are directly for the chip. They're about the program you're writing, but some of those instructions might be cues to the assembler, saying to the assembler things like, I expect that all the memory I'm referring to is 16 bits wide. or you're giving the assembler a directive. I'm blocking off a chunk of memory here, and I want to refer to it by this name, things like that. And you type those things in, and you then would save that file as a file ending with .asm. That's kind of standard. And then when you run the assembler later, it's going to read that file and do the translation it does to take that textual file, that textual description of the program you're trying to write, and it's going to output a .rom file. It can output other types of files. It can output a .bin with a .cfg, if you know what those are. And then it can also put out some interesting files that are helpful for programming, like a .list file or a .map file. And that's not something I want to get into today, but just know that the assembler actually can put out a lot of information, both that is the program itself, the ROM, but it can also put out other things that are helpful for a developer to understand where is this memory in the code, that kind of thing. And everything I've talked about up to now, aside for the assembler itself, is just information you would look up. What is the assembly language? And a text editor that everybody has on their computer. It comes with it. You don't even need to download anything to get this far. Of course, if you're going to actually run the assembler, you do have to download that. So you typically go out, and when we're talking about the tools that you need to use, the first thing we talk about typically is the SDK. SDK stands for Software Development Kit, and the one for the Intellivision is put out by Joseph Pichek. And you can find it if you do a search for Intellivision SDK. The first or second hit you're going to see, probably most of the hits you're going to see are Joe's site and various pages, but the one you want is the one that has bundled his emulator JZINTV along with the SDK, because that's how he's bundling it lately. There was a while there where he had it separately, but for whatever reason he's decided to bundle it all together now. Now you get this big file that when you unzip it, it creates a bunch of directories and puts a lot of stuff out there. And honestly, the SDK can be a bit daunting when you first look at it. I know the first time I waded into the directories and looked around, I thought, wow, there is a lot of stuff here to read. It's using language I'm not very familiar with. And so, if that's your experience, don't feel weird about that. The basic tool that you need from the toolkit is the assembler itself, and it's named AS1600, or Windows would be AS1600.exe. This is the assembler itself, and to run the assembler, you'll open a prompt. So for my Mac, I open a terminal. For Windows, you'd open a CMD window, and you would type something like AS1600 space -o mygame.rom space mygame.asm. This is, of course, assuming I wrote something into a file called mygame.asm, and it'll take the mygame.asm file you wrote and put out a mygame.rom, assuming there weren't, problems with your file. And of course, if there are problems, the assembler will tell you about that and say, I didn't understand this, or this line doesn't look right, or something to that effect. So that's a straight up example of running the assembler. You just run at the command line. Now, there are issues on a system, like even on a Windows or a Mac, or on Linux, frankly, you need to have that AS1600 program in your path so that the system can find it. If you have issues along that line, you don't know how to kind of tweak that stuff, then that's kind of a separate research project you should probably look into. But you basically need to be able to find the program and pass it the command line arguments to get it going. Now, once you have a ROM and something that you wrote, that you obviously want to run it, see what it does. Does it do the right thing? Does it do what you expect? And you could take that ROM, copy it to a micro SD card, stick it into a CC3 multi-card for your Intellivision, fire up the Intellivision itself, see what it does, find out that you made some mistakes, because you always do. Take out the card, pull the file off, update the file, put it back in the CC3, so on and so on. But as you can tell, that would be crazy. It's much easier and simpler to run in an emulator. And by the way, I should mention, there are certainly times in the development cycle of a game that you want to run on hardware, but not when you're first going. You're trying to figure out what you're doing, what works and what doesn't. You're going to want to run in an emulator. So we need to talk a little bit about setting up the emulator, and it's not something we've talked about on the podcast much. So I thought I'd just mention quickly here the couple of concerns you need. And I'm going to talk primarily about JZINTV, the emulator that comes with the SDK. But frankly, any emulator any Intellivision emulator out there that you want to run is going to have the same kind of concepts. It just might have you might type something slightly different. To run Intellivision ROMs in the JZI-TV's emulator, you'll need to provide the emulator the GROM and the exec code. If you have been listening to the podcast, you'll know that we've referred to these before. These were information that was encoded in chips within the Intellivision itself, and it's colloquially referred to as the Intellivision's operating system. It was proprietary code in the Intellivision. Well, if you're going to run an Intellivision emulator, it needs that code, just like the original Intellivision itself needs that code. So you have to have files that have this code in it. So why is this necessary? Why do I need to get these files? Why aren't they just built into the emulator? I mean, why can't I just write an emulator that has this stuff built in? It's supposed to emulate the Intellivision. Well, it turns out that's illegal. The code that's in those those chips is copyrighted and is owned at this point by Intellivision Productions, and it would actually be illegal for Joe to bind that into his emulator. But for his emulator to be any good, of course, he just says, "Hey, look. If you have a legal copy of the GROM and the exec, please point my emulator to it and I'll use it." That's more or less how that works. The GROM and exec code itself are available in files on the Intellivision Lives and Intellivision Rocks CD-ROM collections because they have to be there for those emulators to run. So it's just you can't get away from that. So if you have either of those, then you have a legal right to use those files, as I understand it. And those are the two things you need. You need those two things, and of course the ROM you're trying to run. So when you're ready to run your ROM file, the one you've created using the assembler, you'll again at a command prompt, either in terminal on a Mac or a CMD window on PC or a terminal kind of window on a Linux platform, you'll type something like JZINTV space -e space exec.bin space -g space grom.bin space mygame.rom, and that tells the JZI-TV emulator, here's my exec, here's my grom, here's the ROM I want you to run, and away you go. And it should come up and run. Again, you'll have the same kind of command line problems that you might have at the when you run the assembler. JZI-TV needs to be on your path. JZI-TV also has a dependency on the SDL library, it's the Simple Direct Library. Where is it? Maybe I got that right. Maybe I not get that acronym correct, but SDL. It's a library that allows. It's a cross-platform library that allows the JZI-TV to talk to devices like screens, keyboards, joysticks, all that kind of stuff, and that's something that typically you'll need to get JZI-TV running. But aside from that, that's a system install kind of thing. But aside from that, you'll type this command and run your ROM and see what it looks like. And that's really all you need to do to assemble something, and check it out for the Intellivision. So if all you really need is AS1600, the assembler, and a text editor to write the game in, write your code, what's with the SDK? Where does that come into this play? Well, the SDK comes with, first of all, the SDK is how you get the assembler, but it also comes with other tools besides the assembler that might be handy if you were writing a program. It has a disassembler, which is handy for examining ROM files and seeing if there are things like people that are doing like ROM hacks. They're almost certainly piping that through a disassembler and checking things out. It has tools like ROM to bin and bin to ROM, which allow you to convert ROMs to bin formats and bin formats to ROMs. And maybe that's something we could talk about at some point in more detail. But basically, Intellivision codes out there, these dumped cartridges kind of live in two formats. There's a ROM and there's something called a bin, and they're different. They're stored differently, and there's reasons why they're different that I really don't want to dig into right now. But we could do that in another episode if we want. There's tools like ROM merge, which allow you to take a hack that you're making for a ROM and kind of mix just that hack in with another ROM of the same game to produce a ROM that has both. That has that built into it now. And there's other stuff. I just found out about ROM merge this week. There's tools in there that I don't know how to use, honestly. And they're just, I assume they're handy one-off little tools to do something. There's also chunks in the SDK. There's also chunks of ready-made assembler code that you can use in your programs. I mentioned before about a queuing library that allows you to just say, hey, I'd like to have tasks come through in a loop and call my routine when the next task is ready, and that kind of stuff, which really frees you up in terms of the programming model. It's very handy. There are routines to read the hand controllers. Like for the stuff I'm doing right now, I don't want to mess with reading the hand controllers. If I need to get into that and optimize that in some way, because maybe it's too general for my purposes, I can do that later. But for now, I can have the hand controllers read for me by a library code. There's routines to print characters on the screen. I don't want to have to figure that out, how to draw a letter E on the screen, pixel, 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 pixel. I don't want to have to do that. And so there's routines to do that. It also comes with chunks of code that will provide nice names for things that you'll end up using in your program. Things like constants that are named things like x_red, red, x_blu, blue, x_yel, yellow, and stuff like that. That those constants within the assembler are names for various bit patterns that are necessary to, in this case, color a sprite those various colors. So you don't have to bother memorizing the exact bit pattern itself or its numeric equivalent or whatever to specify to the ROM, rather to your program, that you want sprite number 1 to be yellow. You can just use this constant instead. It makes it much more readable, a lot easier to mess with. And there's also a bunch of example code. They're just little programs that show you how to do various tricks of the trade in the Intellivision. There's something about GRAM scrolling, which we'll probably have to have a section on what the GRAM is and why you would want to scroll it, why you would want to do things in the GRAM itself. But that is a programming technique, and there's a code there that shows you how to do it. There's code for showing how to do bank switching, which basically says the Intellivision can only see a certain amount of memory. How do I make a program larger than that? You do something called bank switching. You swap in another chunk of memory address space so that you can see more code. Has little simple front to back example games like Tag Along Todd, which we've mentioned before. It has demonstration programs, like there's one called The Spinning World, which just brings up a globe and spins. And so you have the code to that. You can see how that globe was drawn, how it was spun, all that kind of stuff. So that's why you want an SDK, and that's why it's handy. And that's basically the tools that I'm aware of. There are other tools out there that I'm not privy to that provide help in drawing background screens and various things like that. I have not gotten a hold of those, so I can't really speak to them. If I do, I'll certainly try to cover those and talk about why they're cool. I could certainly see a graphics editor being handy because the Intellivision doesn't just put up a graphics screen like a JPEG or a GIF file. It actually codes the background graphics. So if you want to put a picture up there, you have to code that, and it'd be neat to have a tool to help me do that. What I'm doing right now is pretty manual. But regardless, that's the kind of stuff that comes with the SDK, and those are the more or less the tools to program the Intellivision. I just want to repeat here at the end that if you want more information about this, I'll probably repeat this in most of these segments. There's a Yahoo group called INTV Prog, INTV-PROG, the Intellivision Programmers Group. There is the wiki.intellivision.us site that is full of lots of great information. And then, of course, there's the files that you find under doc when you download the SDK. Plenty of stuff in there to read. Frankly, I haven't read it all yet, even now. So that's going to be it for this one. I would love to find out what you would like me to cover next. Should I go in a direction talking about assembler syntax a little bit? Would you like to hear about that? That seems kind of weird in an audio format, but we could do it. Should we try to walk through maybe the tutorials I wrote up on how to program Tag Along Todd? Again, kind of an audio trip through something that's code, a little more visual. It's maybe a little awkward for a podcast, but I'm interested in what you want to do. If you'd like to hear that kind of stuff, I'd certainly be glad to go over it. So thanks for listening, and I'll get another one of these in whenever I can, I guess.
I know what you say, and I know what you mean.
Intellivision Game Programmer Interview.
Today we're talking to Scott Nudds. I guess you could call him a reluctant Intellivision programmer. Certainly he's done a lot of other things, but right now he is the one who is working on Boulder Dash for Elektronite. So thanks for joining us and welcome to the show, Scott.
Well, thanks for having me.
Sure. So going back to the beginning with William Moeller, how is it that he kind of got you to do some Intellivision related things?
Well, I've been friends with Bill for a long time, and he's always been a television enthusiast, very much a big fan. And I don't know, like he challenged me at one point to dump the ROMs for the Intellivision. So it was an interesting electronic project, and I told him that I could do it, and then we went to a library, picked up the specifications for it. I spent, I don't know, about a month building some circuitry to actually do to suck the data out of the ROMs and the software to run it. So we then attached it to PC, dumped the ROMs, and that would pretty much be the end of my involvement, at least at first. Mm-hmm. And then he challenged me to write a small application for it. We had enough documentation at that point, we could do that. And I wrote a couple little demo applications lost in the ethos. And a few other things which have been lost in the ethos. And as a result, people have written these emulators. Well, that's what it was. It was an emulator that we had come out. We needed ROMs for it.
Yeah, that was back when he was doing some stuff with Carl Mueller Jr. and with exactly. Keith Robinson of Intellivision Productions.
Exactly. So for that, I wrote some and built some hardware that would allow you to run the old Intellivision controllers on a little box you could hang off your PC, and that was included in the software. And that was pretty much the end of my involvement. And since then, the emulators have done well, and people have begun to produce new hardware for it, and Bill was interested in that, so he got interested in that, so he's roped me into writing some code for him. In this instance, I'm writing a version of Boulder Dash. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those early days, that was, I guess people weren't really thinking they could do that or didn't quite know how to do it, so clearly you're not only a software guy, but you're a hardware guy to be able to put these things together.
Well, I can do hardware. Digital hardware is not particularly difficult, so I can do a little bit of hardware. I'm not a very good at it, but I can do it.
Yeah, and that kind of started the whole, I guess, new interest in Intellivision. I know that other consoles and other computers and things are pretty much anything's been emulated at this point from back from the 80s, but that certainly got the ball rolling. And then of course Intellivision Productions releasing their discs for PCs, and but now what do you think of this interest in the Intellivision, and what do you think of making games for this old console?
Well, it's interesting. If there's a market for it, that's great. If people would like to have some games with Intellivision, that's great. In terms of why people want to run these games on their old hardware, I don't understand that because it's just a lot easier just to run it on an emulator. But if people want it, that's fine. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said. Like, for example, I mentioned to you before we started that I have like half my garage is an arcade, and I have a MAME cabinet, and I can play most of the games, and the control panel is suited to a good portion of those. But there's something to be said for having an original Sinistar, original Satan's Hollow cabinet, authentic with the artwork and the actual controls and the boards in there. And yeah, granted, they're not reliable, and I've swapped out power supplies and things like that. But there is something cool about firing up a new game on a 30-plus-year-old console.
Well, it's true. It is interesting. I live next, near a airport, which they have it's a War Heritage Museum. They have a flying number of aircraft they fly around. They have a Bolingbrook and things like this. Mm-hmm. And it's an active, operational airplane that they've restored. They do restore airplanes there. And I understand people get off on that, but personally, no, I don't understand it. Put it in a museum, put a little box around it, put some, tape around it so nobody can pass and touch it.
Right.
And leave it on display.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I have I have a couple, not the one that you made, the INTV to PC, but there's a later version that's been put out. They just call it the Ultimate PC Interface. It works with like ColecoVision stuff too, but yeah, that's the same idea. You plug in the controller and you can play it on emulation with a real controller, and it's technically there's really no difference doing that than playing it on a real console.
So does this device attach via USB?
Yeah, it's a USB version, and I don't know if any of that was based on your original design or what have you. But
no, mine had to attach to the parallel port, and the reason for that is because USB didn't really exist at the time. It barely existed, and there weren't any real ways of sending data to your USB port, which was economical. There were no little microcontrollers that would do it.
Right.
It was USB existed, but it was only barely existed at that time.
Right.
And so we had to use whatever ports were available. Ports were available with a parallel port, and that's the only way you get that into the machine.
Sure. And of course, like there have been attempts, like Intellivision Productions did those handheld connect directly to the TV games, but it was just running like NES on a chip emulation, and the fans really didn't care for it. They sold like 4 million of them, but to casual gamers who said, yeah, I remember that Intellivision thing, and didn't realize that the emulation wasn't exactly the same. You were running, new versions of the games. But they've got something in development now from AtGames, the same guys that did the Atari Flashback, and they're doing an Intellivision version of that. So supposedly the controllers will be up to snuff, and emulation is supposed to be the same emulation they used on their PC-based emulator stuff, so which you had a hand in the early days.
Yeah, these days you can just do it all with ASICs, right?
Yeah.
You don't need to really emulate it. You just sort of emulate the hardware with other hardware.
Right.
Yeah.
So growing up, I'm assuming we're probably of the same generation and age, more or less. But growing up with the games in the 80s, you gravitated more towards the computers?
I did. I was interested in the games from a technical standpoint. Atari player missile graphics was intensely interested. Was intensely interested in Atari player missile graphics because it was innovative, and it allowed you to do a huge amount of animation on the screen using very little CPU power. So I was always interested in that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, the machines that I chose to program, or I could program because of economic constraints, didn't have those kind of things, and I missed out on that kind of environment. And this is one of the reasons I'm interested in programming the Intellivision at least a little bit, because it has some of the same features, very few of them, but some of the same features, like in terms of sprites, in terms of background cards, animation like that, which I had not had the ability to program with before.
So it wasn't maybe as much of a challenge as someone who's never programmed at all. Obviously, you had programming background, but just that adapting your programming skills to the Intellivision wasn't too difficult. Well,
I started with machine code. Machine code is always what I've liked. Even when I programmed on the 64, machine code. Programmed on the PC was mostly machine code. Mm-hmm. And then of course, I could program in BASIC, and I can program in C. But machine code is what I like, and the CPUs are not really that much dissimilar. So you can take whatever you've learned from one and you can apply it to the others. The CPUs that I'm familiar with are the 8086, 6502, 6809, 6203, Z80, now the CP1610, and all those obsolete CPUs.
Yeah, right.
But they're similar enough that you can fairly easily pick up one from the other. To become proficient, it may take you about a month, and then you know from your experience what opcodes are fast, what techniques are best, what will consume less space, what will consume less time, and you can pretty much sit there and write several hundred lines of code without actually, doing too much checking. At the beginning, it's really a pain in the ass, though, because you end up putting it to run along the mnemonics using 6502 code or something similar to it instead of Z80 code or something like that. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much the same. CP1610 is a nice CPU, by the way. That's the CPU used on the Intellivision. It's a nice CPU.
16-bit with a 10-bit ROM, huh?
Yeah, it has a 10-bit ROM. That's what they sold, but the cards they have out now will allow you to have a full 16-bit ROM. So it's basically just a 16-bit CPU, and what decides whether it's 8 or 16-bit is just the size of the RAM you're using, or the ROM, or 10-bit, right? It's just the size of the ROM. So really, it's really a 16-bit CPU thread. It has one instruction that allows you to break up, or two instructions that allow you to break up reads and writes into 8-bit chunks. Other than that, it's a prefix. Other than that, it's just a regular 16-bit CPU. It has like 8 registers, which is nice.
And that was probably just done for cost reasons back then, the cost of ROM and RAM. And
yeah, I would presume so.
Yeah,
there was a substantial cost per bit, so you want to minimize the number of bits. But it's orthogonal, which means that all the instructions are pretty much the same for all the registers, although there are a few exceptions. 8 registers is significantly more than the 6502 or the 69, which is what I'm familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
You have 2-pointer registers, a stack, program counter, and then there's 4 other registers to play with, and that's quite a bit under general purpose, quite a bit compared to other CPUs. So I'm surprised actually it didn't take off, this particular CPU. It's a nice little unit.
Yeah, I know there was some other hardware, kind of obscure hardware that it was used in. Maybe not stuff that was in the U.S. or Canada. I know there was some stuff in Australia, all-in-one system that used that same processor for games. Never heard of it though.
Gimini or something like this. Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been it.
I've seen some ads for it. I think the company was trying to sell it as a games console, device, but it didn't catch on. Now the reason for that, I think, is because the graphic chip is pretty limited. It doesn't have hardly any of the features that the C64 or the Atari 100 has in detail. It has some of the gross features. For example, it has sprites, only monocolored though. It doesn't have missiles, so you have to build those. It doesn't have its graphics are tiles, and there's a limited number of them. So you can't tessellate the entire screen. You only have access to the tile memory at certain times, so you can't redraw to it. Limited in that regard.
I recently interviewed a guy named Tom Loughry who did games for Activision for the Intellivision. He did Worm Womper and Dreadnought Factor, and he talked about a technique that he was using to get more moving, not technically objects, but more moving things on the screen by animating the background tiles along with having the 8 sprites. He did that in a couple of his games and accomplished some things that a lot of other people weren't able to do at the time. So,
yeah, you can do that. You're really time limited though, because there's only a small window of time when you can access the card memory. And but you can do it. I have routines. I'm running a little game engine that allow people to write other games for the Intellivision, and it has features for scrolling background tiles, redefining background tiles on the fly, and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So did you talk to anybody else, a lot of other programmers that have worked on the Intellivision when you first got started checking it out? Or, I mean, you kind of go way back with the history of this thing now, so maybe you didn't need to.
No, I've talked to nobody. Really.
Just figured it out.
I've had a couple of, I've had some assistance from Joe Zipchik.
Yeah.
He's written some code for the card that he has, card that he's developing for. It's the ROM card that plugs into the machine, and it's a little bit confusing to me exactly how it works. And he's just gave me some assistance and providing me some setup routines for it. But I really haven't talked to anybody about the internal workings of the machine at all.
Yeah.
I actually have a little bit of correspondence with him, because there's some details about the way the graphic chip works that may be able to be exploited to do some video effects. He says, no, I think they can be done, but we'll see. I still haven't tried it out on any hardware yet. The program the code I'm writing.
What are you using for the development kit for Boulder Dash, or for the stuff you're working on?
I'm using a JZ INTV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a nice little emulator. It runs in a window, so you can compile your code, and submit it to the emulator, and get the results back immediately. So you can do it all on PC with one keyboard, although using the controllers is a bit of a pain in the derriere. And then from there you'll transfer over to hardware and make sure everything works on the hardware. Yeah,
and you have probably a Cuttle card or some sort of multi-card to do the testing on the hardware?
Yeah, I haven't done any testing on the hardware yet, though. But provided the emulator works, it should.
Yeah.
Everything should work fine.
When you started working on Boulder Dash, was this something that had already begun, or did you start from scratch on this one?
Well, I had written some code years ago for the Intellivision, and I have lost it since. And I had a good chunk of an engine written. It would do things like print to windows and screen manipulations, some raw aspects of redefining cards and things like that. Spent several weeks looking for it. I could not find it, so I had to start from scratch again. So everything's written from scratch.
At this point in the interview, William Moeller, president of Elektronite, joined in on the discussion.
Well, Bill can fill in the details. He has much better memory for the details than I do.
Because Scott doesn't care.
That's right. Well, it's just one problem after another, and they get solved one at a time, and once they're solved, it's no longer important.
It's basically a technical exercise for Scott, and there's no nostalgia involved, right?
Right.
Right.
Well, it's like, I don't know if you talked about when I first roped Scott into doing the first Intellivision project. Yeah, essentially, Carl was writing the emulator, and I wanted to help him, but I didn't know how to get the cartridges into the into the PC. And he says, "Oh, it's trivial." And I go, "Oh, yeah, right, prove it." So we went off to Mohawk College in Hamilton, and we found an old Osborne book, and pulled apart one of my machines, and Scott basically built the card dumper, and then we started dumping ROMs and send them on to Carl. So that's pretty much how he started, and then I asked him for a hand controller interface so we could use the 486 with a real Intellivision hand controller.
Mm-hmm.
And so he built that, and and then eventually we needed the ECS exec, and we plugged it into the card dumper, and it just wouldn't read one of the 4K blocks. It was missing one, and I got this idea that what we do is we plug in the ECS keyboard, and suddenly, presto, the extra 4K block of the ECS exec showed up. Because with the Intellivision master component, we took out the actual chips and plugged them into the board, but you couldn't do that with the ECS exec because it's basically just a chip protected with a blob of epoxy.
Oh, right.
So you had to access it through the cartridge connector of the entertainment computer system. There was no other way. So it was kind of like a real coup to get the ECS exec. So.
And what about the IntelliVoice?
We plugged the IntelliVoice in, and we got some stuff out of there, but that was pretty much hacked by. I ended up getting a hold of Ron Carlson, who was the original guy who did all the tech detail on the IntelliVoice, and then I ended up passing all that information on to Frank Palazzolo, who him with Joe basically got all the information on the IntelliVoice.
And Scott, and both of you guys actually, are you going to incorporate some IntelliVoice stuff into Boulder Dash then, right?
Yeah, well, that was one of my ideas, and I've asked Peter Liepa, who did the original game. I asked him to do the voice for Rockford, and he's not so sure. He's convinced that this is going to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some test voices, and if he thinks it's good enough, he's told me he would do the voices. But I'd like to have some undocumented support for the IntelliVoice. So basically, it's not really mentioned, but if you plug the IntelliVoice in, I want to have it say in a radio voice, Elektronite and First Star Software present Boulder Dash, and then when Rockford is impatient, he taps his foot. I don't know if you've ever seen the game.
Yeah, sure.
So then he's going to say something like, "Hello, what you doing?" Things like that, which would be kind of fun.
Yeah. So, is there any particular challenges you see doing stuff with the IntelliVoice, Scott?
Well, I haven't actually looked at it, but the documentation for running the IntelliVision is there. I presume it's simply just either a pull system where you just dump data to the port, or a DMA system where it sucks the data out of the port. You just tell it where the data is located. I don't know which, but it's all documented, so I don't think there'd be a problem. As long as you can have an example of any kind of sound, I should be able to do it. So it's not a problem. And then for storage, these cartridges have huge amounts of storage, so triggering the voice should not be a problem. So no, I don't anticipate any problems.
Very cool.
Joe's the one who encodes all the wave data. So we take a wave file, and then he has written some software that that it encodes it into IntelliVoice data.
One thing that's really weird about this is that I haven't met any of these people. so this is a collaborative effort spanning not so much as game, but in general, spanning it's global, right? And I've never met any of these people, and yet we're all collaborating on a project that produces new games or software. It's weird. I haven't had any personal conversations with any of these people, and yet the project continues. And obviously the Intellivision is growing more documented and more fulfilled, in terms of games, as time goes on. And yet, no money changes hands with regard to the developers, at least not much. And it's just a collaborative effort of interest and love for the old systems, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, do you have any plans And if you can't say, that's fine. But do you have any plans to do any kind of an original game, Scott, on the Intellivision?
No plans. I'm thinking about it, but I'm thinking along those lines. But I haven't tried to map out any particular game. Maybe Flappy Bird.
I've never actually played that. So William hasn't roped you into another project after this one?
Well, he's talked about a large number of games, some which he may be having problems with, some not. Some he may need to have completed, some not. We'll see. So no, there's nothing specific.
All right.
Has Scott talked about the game engine that he wrote?
You touched on that a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, I've written a game engine. It's really a series of small utility routines, and they're interrelated. That will allow developers, if they're so interested, to get up and running on game design, game coding very quickly. The Intellivision is not a simple machine to program in regard to setting tiles and getting access to the video area. The reason for that is because some of the video area is only available on an interrupt basis. So this takes care of that problem. It supplies you with the routines for playing music, some of the routines for printing and drawing lines and things like that. But basically, it takes probably about 70% of the application difficulty, programming an application, away from a developer. So if anybody's out there who's interested in writing for the Intellivision, they should, once it's made available, they should grab it and start making use of it. Modify it if they want.
Actually, John Doherty, he's our CROS programmer, and he was commenting that Scott's code is very, very clean. And he was embarrassed about his code. But basically, if you use this engine, you're going to get a very organized system to start writing games right away.
Nice. Have you guys seen the guy who's doing Space Raid putting together that Inty Basic, which is essentially a compiler that'll assist people with getting programs written as well? I don't know what the limitations are, being that it's a form of BASIC, but it does compile to machine language. So, you seen anything about that?
Yeah, I've seen it, and I believe that it's similar to Batari Basic, which is the idea that similar idea for the Atari 2600. I think that it could be a boon to programmers who want to get into it, but the learning curve is a little difficult to get into machine language. So
right.
But hopefully our in Elektronite programming framework that Scott's come up with, he's co-developed this as he's written Boulder Dash. Hopefully that will be a basis for people to let Intellivision programming be more accessible. So I don't know what the limitations of a good game are on this Inty Basic that's coming out. I do know that Dave Akers, who wrote Match 5 and Paddle Party, has been experimenting with it, and he's come up with a couple of interesting things. We'll see what happens. I'm not against it. I'm willing to publish anything that's quality. That's my goal.
Yeah, I mean, I see this kind of stuff as it's all a positive for the Intellivision community. The more tools, the more development, the more potential games, the more, that drives the market for more games, and, it helps everybody involved in the in creating games for the system.
One thing that hasn't been mentioned is that it's not part of the engine, but it's part of the development environment. I've written a utility that allows you to develop tiles and screens. It's a tile editor, basically. But it's specifically oriented for the Intellivision. So if anybody's interested in defining their own sprites or making their own game graphics, very useful tool to have.
One of the cool things about that is it can take a very simple GIF and basically digitize it. Scott brought in a little picture of Cartman from South Park, and he digitized it and created an interesting screen. So it would be an excellent tool for creating pictures for an adventure game or a text adventure, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of different applications you could use for it.
we did the old school titles a few days ago. So Bill sent me a graphic. We dragged it into the tile editor, and then digitized it, cleaned it up. It has to be cleaned up, and then made it into a series of tiles, and converted them to byte data so we can incorporate them into our into the title screen, and poof, it's done. What would have taken hours by hand is a matter of, what was it, 20 minutes or something like that.
20 minutes, yeah.
Wow.
It's like our Clay, our artist, he came up with the font, and Scott digitized it and basically created that title screen in like 20 minutes. It took a little longer for him to code it, but he got the tile editor basically putting it together and knocked it together in 20 minutes. It was great.
Yeah, no, the thing I still haven't checked out, you sent me that tracker a while back, and being musically inclined, I only ever played around with trackers on the Atari STE when I had it, but I'm more of a MIDI sequencer kind of guy, but I always wanted a way to incorporate the ECS and the quote-unquote synthesizer keyboard to MIDify it, if you will, and allow me to not only use it as a MIDI instrument, but also a way to manipulate the sounds, kind of a sort of a synth sequencer combination program, or something that would allow me to manipulate the sounds of the ECS. I know there's not a whole lot you can do with the sounds, but something like that's intriguing to me. But I don't think anybody's ever going to write anything that sort of niche, or the hardware to give you a MIDI interface on an ECS synthesizer keyboard.
There isn't a huge amount of assistance from the hardware to do sound manipulation, unfortunately. If you want to dedicate the entire software to doing that, you can do that. But if you want to do any video manipulation, then you have to sort of live within the constraints of the system. And the constraints of the system are 1 interrupt every video frame. That's your only timer. However, if you want to dedicate yourself, you could write code that would run multiple effects per video frame, so you could actually do some interesting effects with it. But it would be specific, had to be specific for that particular application.
You just needed a simple text output, say, and just create an Intellivision ECS synthesizer that you could manipulate the sounds, whether you could use all 6 voices or you would have to layer voices to make a particular sound or whatever. That would be something that would be really cool to me, but I know there's only a handful of people in the world that would probably be interested in something like that.
Yeah, it could be done. The engine has a audio track, a sound tracker, and a playback tracker, if you want to call it a tracker. But it's a way of synchronizing several audio streams playback, for note streams for playback. So it can be done. It's a bit cumbersome the way it's done in the engine, but the engine is optimized for speed. You want to get everything done really, really quick, and then move on to something else before don't want to waste any cycles. So it's not as easy to use as it could be.
Mm-hmm.
So it's far from your application, but you could actually use it to do polyphonic sounds if you wanted. In fact, the music for Boulder Dash is 2 voice. Third voice is currently reserved for sound effects.
Is there any thought of using the ECS to get additional 3 voices for optional support in Boulder Dash?
There's support for it actually in the engine, but only in this instance as a way of layering to thicken the sound effects.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically just a detune one sound and played on the secondary synthesizer.
Yeah, I guess there aren't really a whole lot of things you can do with the ECS other than additional voices compared to the just the hardware by itself, is there?
As far as I know, it's the exact same chip as it's already in the machine. So
it gives you a keyboard there, so it can make a better game, I guess, and you could have 4 players. So
yeah, but in terms of sound playback, it's basically a duplication of the chip you already have, which is nice because you can use it for other things. So like you can have more voices for your sound, and you can have more voices for audio effects. You're always running out of these things because you have to share them with various effects. So you can make things nicer for sure. Some of that support is built into the engine at the moment. Is
there any talk or any thoughts about a game that'll incorporate the ECS keyboard, or do you think that that it would have to be optional because you really limit your market when you, okay, here's an Intellivision game and you need an ECS and an IntelliVoice to play it. Okay,
Yeah,
we sold 10. Awesome.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you have 4-player support, it has to be an option, of course. But I could see this being used in, for example, a Utopia sequel. Like, of course, Intellivision Productions, won't let us do an official sequel of it, but a similar type game, in the spirit of it.
Well, they won't let you do it yet. I'm working on that.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, I got a name for a game like that. I'm going to call it Banana Republic, and so I got some ideas. So that would be cool. But one of our main problems is that we don't have enough competent programmers. So anyone who can program the 2600 skillfully could, in my opinion, write a great Intellivision game, especially with the engine that Scott's come up with.
Yeah, it's not that difficult to switch over your skills.
Now, when that engine is done or ready to be released to the public, how are you going to do that? Are you just going to make it available to anyone who wants it?
Well, generally, yes. I mean, I want to consider it our Elektronite's in-house development tool, but at the moment, we haven't given it to anyone. But I don't know. I'm as far as a tile editor goes, it's pretty much. I don't want to just put it on a website and let people download it.
Yeah.
Willy nilly. I just, I want them to basically request it, and then I ask them not to give it, out themselves. If people want it, they can talk to us about it. But yeah, we haven't decided whether or not it's going to be totally in-house for our games or if we're going to share it with other people. I know there's a couple of other engines out there. There's P Machinery, I believe, which James Pujals did.
Yeah, I've heard about that as well. I don't have any specifics about it. What about Left Turn Only and then Joe? He's probably got his own stuff that he uses, or is he using some of this stuff too, maybe in the future, you think?
Well, there's a lot of routines that Joe's released, so we'll probably just add to it and put it out there. But at the moment, Scott's been developing Boulder Dash and this at the same time. It's up to him when he decides it's going to be ready to set free.
Well, really, it hasn't changed much in the last a couple months at least. So a couple minor additions, but it can go anytime. And it's not as if people are restricted to sticking with that particular code in order to run include it with their applications. They can modify it, so it can go anytime, in my opinion.
So, getting back to Boulder Dash a little bit, have you run into anything in particular, Scott, that you found was a lot more difficult or in fact a lot easier to do with the game on the Intellivision?
Well, and I haven't looked at the source code for it, the game, so I've run into a couple of hard spots. The music was particularly difficult. I had to write a tracker, and it was difficult going, mostly because I was not terribly experienced with the CPU at that point. And I'm actually having difficulty with the move code to move the boulders around, just to get them to move accurately. I'm not using the same techniques that the original authors of the game use. I'm using a tabular method. The CPU the CPU 1610 is a little bit pokey, so I don't have the time to parse the entire playfield at once. So I'm storing everything in tables and only parsing what I need to parse, and it gets a little bit complicated. Most recently, I've been parsing the table from the bottom to the top, and I've realized that the only way I can get their code to work properly, their movements to work properly, is if I parse from the top to bottom, which is what they're doing. And that means that put me sort of over the edge with regard to modifying the existing code I had. So I've dumped it and I'm restarting. So yeah, I've had some difficulty with the move code. Not conceptually difficult. I know how to do it now. But yeah, it's been difficult.
Yeah.
Those are rough spots.
You have to remember that the people from the Atari 2600 version took 10 years to program. Scott's doing this in 6 months.
Yeah, it was funny. I was just thinking about that as well. But there's a few games that have been done on the 2600 that I think could be done well on the Intellivision. Like the fact that they actually were able to create Star Castle on the 2600. What do you think about something like that being done on the Intellivision?
I don't know. Personally, Scott would probably have to answer that.
Too many circles?
What is Star Castle?
Oh, it's an arcade game. It's kind of like this these circular rings going around, and you're shooting to get the guy that's in the middle, and they send out these little like missiles to kind of attack you. It was a pretty popular arcade game, but it was just something that was pretty surprising to see that they were actually able to accomplish that. I forget who the programmer was on that. I think there's actually two totally different, independently done versions of that game on the 2600.
I have a picture of it by mine, but I don't have the details. So if it is just simply a static background with objects moving over the background, that probably could be done.
Yeah.
But you have eight sprites on the Intellivision, although they're monocolored. So you can use several for moving objects from the foreground and background, and then you could use 4 perhaps for the shells. Or you could animate the background tiles, which would be not terribly easy, but could be done.
Yeah, there was a thread on Atari Age about people, what games do you think should have been developed for the Intellivision, and I think that was in there as one of them. But yeah, if you guys need any help coming up with game ideas or games to redo, give me a call.
Games like Tempest or games like some things like Quicks, not possible on the Intellivision because of the way the background tiles are done. There's no way of drawing lines other than vertical and horizontal lines, and then in a limited respect, diagonal lines only for specific tiles. So only if the tiles are done specifically, placed specifically. So not very easy to do. So as long as you're stuck with tile-based games with a few animated sprites, the Intellivision should be able to manage. In the case of Boulder Dash, we're moving, tiles to get the boulders to move, tiles to get the animated butterflies and fireflies.
Amoebas.
And amoebas, yeah. And Rockford is a sprite, and that's basically it. So we can do that fairly easily.
Yeah, so that's what I touched on before you joined us, William. That some of the stuff that Tom Loughry talked about, like animating the tiles to get more objects on the screen. So you're doing stuff like that as well, or to a degree.
Well, no, actually, we're not using a large number of sprites. We're just using a couple sprites here and there. So no, we're not doing that. We're don't have a need for any more sprites. The only way you can get more sprites on the screen on the television, anyways, is to reposition them on a frame-by-frame basis. So you have some sprites repositioned on frame 1, and then you redefine them for frame 2. And if you do that, it's going to flicker, so it's going to look not great.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if you had mode lines. If you had mode lines like you had on the Ataris, then you could redefine some of these sprites in the mode lines. So you'd have, the same sprite used on the upper section of the screen, the same sprite used on the bottom section. So you can sort of reuse them that way without losing or video data without actually causing them to flicker. But unfortunately, there are no such thing as on the television.
What's the ETA on Boulder Dash now? Any ideas?
Well, I would have thought I would have had it done by the end of February, but now we're looking more like around mid-April.
But we're not going to be printing the box until probably May anyway, and then we're probably going to send it to First Star for approval. And so I could see it. I could see it with my move to Thailand selling in July, which is contractually it's supposed to be sold before. I believe contractually it's supposed to be sold before a year's up. So, but we can sell the game. We can sell the game until August of 2015. So it's not limited per se, but it does have a limited time.
Right.
But we hope that this, game is the first of, others that that come along. So perhaps we can, make more deals with companies like First Star.
Well, yeah, I would imagine if this goes well, then that gives you more leverage for other projects like that.
Well, the Atari version seemed to, have limited numbers, and This one is not limited in numbers. It's just limited in time that you can sell it. So First Star hasn't told me that they would distribute it or even advertise it on their site, but that's a possibility.
GameGavel.com is a unique, all-inclusive video gaming destination. Video game auctions, blogs, forums, chat rooms, and more. Join today.
Round and round it goes. Will these fools ever stop? No one knows.
The Intellivisionaries would like to make it quite clear that they had nothing to do with Ferg from the 2600 Game by Game podcast losing his tires to his car. They also don't know anything about the cat urine that he found on his passenger side seat, and they'd like to make it quite clear that they don't steal furry dice from anybody. That's right, you're listening to the Intellivisionaries with clean consciences.
Okay, this is Advanced Dungeons & Dragons video game cartridge.
You have to buy it separately to play on the Intellivision video game system.
Mom and Dad have to hook it up to the TV. What next? We're trying to find a crown, but it's real easy to get lost. So don't be surprised if the dragon finds you first. Holy cats, you just killed the dragon.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Advanced Dungeons & Dragons video game cartridge and Intellivision master component from Mattel Electronics, each sold separately.
My father was a sculptor, and I look at programming very much like sculpting. You write some code, it does pretty much what you want, but it doesn't do exactly what you want. So you take a little code away, you add a little bit more, you tweak it here, you tweak it there, and finally you end up with something that looks like, somebody's nose. Yeah. It looks like a proper piece of art for this particular application you're writing. And I do look at it like it's intellectual sculpting, it's logical sculpting, mathematical sculpting, if you want. It's interesting.
When did you first discover an interest in wanting to program a computer?
My first program was written in BASIC for a machine at a local college and a university, and we went there from our high school. So I was about 16, and we had an hour or two to write an application, put it into the program, into the computer system there. And the first application I wrote actually computed the pressure and temperature inside the sun.
Huh, nice. Start small, huh?
It did a numerical integration, basically.
I met Scott through a mutual friend, and he had a Coco as well. And he always razzes Scott about the fact that he got published. His program got published in the day, and that Scott didn't. And then now I say, Scott, this is you're gonna get published. I'm publishing you. Yeah, of course he did his educational software.
Right.
But, I meant as a game.
Yeah, right.
It was a version of Conway's Life, and I actually gave him a little bit of help, and he submitted his a couple of days before I did, I think. Mine, of course, was a little bit speedier and better, of course. But he got published. I didn't. That was cool. Good for him.
Yeah, the first time I met Scott, I came into his house and he was programming his Commodore 64 for that educational program, and there was this alien, and he was moving his hands around, and and my friend Albert, he suggested that the alien flipped the bird. But it was really cool, and I remember one thing Scott was doing was he was writing a bulletin board system, or was it a bulletin board or a terminal program?
No, it was a bulletin board system. Yeah.
Yeah, he was writing a bulletin board system using bit banging, without a UART. I believe it was a very, very difficult challenge on the Coco, but
Coco
very
had
interesting.
Serial ports. Coco had serial ports, but no, they were just bit bangers, right? So all you had was just input-output lines. And I worked for months and months and months on that thing, and eventually I gave up because of a hardware issue. Interesting story. It was a bit banger, and I worked on the bit banger code. It was working great, and I was using a cheap modem that I had bought off of a company I'd been working for. And I had to attach the carrier detect line through the cassette port. There's a port available on the machine, which I could use to monitor for carrier detect. And people were being hung up on by the system. It would hang up on them sporadically. And they were complaining about it, and I didn't know why that was the case. And I spent weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks looking over the code to see why it would hang up. And eventually I couldn't come up with any answer. So I just sat there one evening and I watched people call in. It wasn't very popular, so I probably got about 5 calls during that evening. But finally, during one of the calls, the thing hung up on the person who had called in. And I was amazed that it actually hung up because the code had to be right. And I also amazed at the fact that my furnace had turned on just at the same time as the person was hung up on. And it turned out that there was radio interference from the little device that starts the furnace blower motor, and it was sending a signal to sending a RF signal to the cabling, which was then triggering the carrier detect, and then the software was picking it up and then hanging up on it.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it's a little button on top of the blower motor, and the button was bouncing a little bit and causing some RF interference.
Wow. Jeez, yeah, that's a tough one to track down.
Yeah, that was cool. Interesting story.
Anything else that you want to add about the game, or?
Yeah, I think we should send you an early ROM of it and get some music from Boulder Dash, so you can play it on the show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, I've got the means, so if you send them, I'll keep them personal. I won't give them away to anybody.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Yeah, so I'm very pleased, and I think the game's going to be awesome.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to that one, and yeah, thanks for taking the time to talk to me today, Scott, for the show, and we'll definitely be looking forward to Boulder Dash and any other potential future projects that you may feel like doing.
I know what you say, and I know what you mean.
All right, so Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Treasure of Tarmin. Let's before we get into the game proper, I did want to cover just a little bit of history about this title, just because there's some interesting stuff there. So back in 1980, whatever the early era of this of Mattel was, they got a license. Maybe it was late as 82, I'm not sure, but they got a license to do home console versions of the Advanced of Dungeons and Dragons from TSR Hobbies Inc., who owns the brand of that. And Tom Loughry, I don't know, I'm not sure about the exact timing here. Maybe that's covered in some of the interview, but he was working on a game that had a working title of Adventure. And but they thought, well, this is a perfect thing for the license. They get the license, they put it on there, and it gets released as Advanced Dungeons and Dragons in 1982. That license, of course, that deal has expired long ago. So when you find that in Intellivision Lives collections, it usually is called just Adventure, and so that's why that game has 2 names. And so Adventure was, or the original AD&D game was kind of more action based. You're doing a lot more running around, shooting enemies in a maze, and very arcade kind of feeling, as opposed to what this game's like. So then a second game is starting to be worked on, and it has a working title of Minotaur. And so it also gets the treatment from the license that they had put together and gets called Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, The Treasure of Tarmin. So that is this game. So again, this license has expired long ago. And so you see this game usually in these collections of Intellivision Lives as Minotaur. And so that's why I remember this being very confusing for me when I was first starting to collect, like, what's with this Minotaur game? And they made Adventure for Intellivision, because I was thinking of the Atari game of the same name. But that's these 2 games had these kind of working titles internally, and so they became, and then they got the licenses slapped onto them. So Tarmin is it's really an old school, or kind of an RPG simulation almost of a D&D game. You could think about rolling many-sided dice, that kind of a Dungeons and Dragons experience. So this thing came out, and with the name Treasure of Tarmin on it. Now the problem, of course, after that comes out, now what do we call the first one? And so it kind of gets the nickname AD&D Cloudy Mountain, and you'll hear us talk about that as we're discussing these games. Although I don't think there was ever any box art or manuals or anything that used that term Cloudy Mountain, but there was apparently INTV Corp catalogs listed that with a Cloudy Mountain name to distinguish it from the Treasure of Tarmin, just because they had them both active at the same time. And then there's a third game that is kind of in the same vein that is Tower of Doom, and it was going to be called. It was being worked on with the anticipation of using the license, and so its working title was AD&D Revenge of the Master. So that eventually got published as Tower of Doom later, of course, when that license ran out. So you have these 3 AD&D games. We're talking in this podcast about this episode about the middle one, the Treasure of Tarmin, which is the much more RPG element, rolling dice simulation of Dungeons and Dragons kind of a thing.
Yeah, before you go on, I was just going to say that Tower of Doom was also called Tower of Mystery at one point.
Right. Yes, I've seen that too. And that was an 87 release, so you're talking, the INTV Corp kind of late in the whole thing. And
also that's not to be confused with as we heard back in episode 6 with Tom Loughry, that's not to be confused with the third AD&D game he was working on back in 82, which was never finished.
You're right. Some non-specified game, but had interesting ideas.
Yeah, you'll hear a little bit more about that in the interview with Tom in this episode.
Cool. All right, so this was released in 1983, so it's the year after the first AD&D game was released in 82. And the thing I find, just before we get into the gameplay, one thing that's just kind of interesting, if you read about it on Intellivision Lives, I just find this baffling, I guess, that the TSR insisted in the legal language of the deal they made with Mattel that the words Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Treasure of Tarmin had to be all capitalized. And then, and by the way, what had to be on the screen was Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Treasure of Tarmin cartridge. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Treasure of Tarmin had to be all capitalized, and the last word cartridge had to have a capital C and the rest lowercase, and that was specified in the contract for the way the title screen must look, or how the game is referred to, and so there's so much of this wording, it didn't fit on the Mattel screen. And so when you pull up Treasure of Tarmin, it just says Advanced Dungeons and Dragons because that's all they could fit. And so it looks the same as the Cloudy Mountain cartridge when you boot it up, which is crazy. I don't know why they would, they were so concerned about their brand that, no, this isn't Dungeons and Dragons. That's the thing you do with the dice. No, this is the cartridge. You've got to put the word specified.
People would have been very disappointed when they bought that and they came home and there was no, 9-sided dice in there.
Yeah, I mean, so you'll see these two games in television. If you're picking these up off garage sales or whatever, I think these are the only ones that say it's the blah 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 cartridge. Right? I mean, right. Look! It's baseball cartridge. It's so it's just so crazy. So to get into the gameplay a little bit, I could give this, as I was playing this and I was trying to think about what to say about this game, I wanted to give it just a quick 2-word review. Holy crap. This game is just so, it's intense. There's so much in this game. Will, I think when we were doing the Retro Obscura, episode with them, I think you mentioned it maybe is even trying to cram too much, into this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the game, a lot of content, a lot of meat you can sink your teeth into and really get into this game. I'm surprised they were able to fit in as much as they could. Yeah.
It's really it when you play it and you dig into it, it kind of has a bit of that. Like I said, holy crap! It's kind of got that same kind of reaction. Like, wow, how do they pull this off? In terms of depth, I'm not talking about graphical extravagance or anything like that, but in terms of depth and gameplay, how did they pull this off? It reminded me of how I felt when we did the baseball episode with World Series Major League Baseball. But anyway, so let's talk about the way the game's arranged. So if this is a new game to you, it is an immersive. You're in a 3D maze inside. Think very much like the 3D Castle Wolfenstein. Those real early 3D things. Except this doesn't have the the Intellivision can't do the tiles on the wall, so all the walls are just plain green tiles as you're moving through. But you do get that 3D effect that you're moving down a hallway, so you're in the maze as opposed to looking at the looking top down on a maze like a Pac-Man. You're actually down in the maze,
or like a 3D monster maze.
Okay, yeah, like
that.
And
it's funny that you mentioned tiles. You mean like the texture mapping, but that's of course what Tom did that with, were the television tile backgrounds to make the
yes, of course,
3D forced perspective.
The 8x8 tiles that are the background images. Yes,
right.
So you have this perspective that you're in this 3D maze, and the walls and things get smaller as they go into the distance, and that kind of thing. And you're crawling through this maze, and the goal is to find the Minotaur who is hiding in this maze, kill him, and take his treasure. Although that turns out to be just one of the things that's interesting about the game in terms of a goal. I was reading some things where the person who wrote the article about the game said that frankly, finding all the interesting trinkets throughout the maze and making that your goal is a lot more interesting and a lot more challenging than just finding the Minotaur and killing him.
Yeah, and if you just make that your goal and you kill the Minotaur, then you're missing out on a lot of the game for sure.
Yeah. So in terms of so like I said, you're inside this maze, but there are many levels of this maze. So you'll wander around these corridors and you'll find a ladder, and you can go down the ladder to the next deeper level, and then you're in another maze that you walk, or go through these corridors. And of course, in these corridors, you'll find various monsters to kill, various things that are trying to kill you. You'll find treasure that you can collect for points. You'll find weapons. You'll find magic items. You'll find all these kinds of things to help you in your quest, or to or sometimes to hinder you. There's a bomb you can find that will harm you instead of help you.
Oh yeah.
So you go through and down a level, go through the maze, down a level, and again, the goal of the game is to search out and find the Minotaur that's hiding somewhere in here, and take his treasure. But in terms of the mazes you're in, it's worth talking about how they're arranged, because if you just drop yourself into this game, and this is what had happened to me the first couple of times I tried this years ago, you drop down in the middle of this maze, and I get completely lost in this kind of a game. This game really cries out for some kind of a transparency, kind of a top view of the maze, kind of like you got with
Well, Tower of Doom maps it out as you go along the side of the screen.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking like more modern gaming where they'll kind of have like a transparent looking map that shows you your orientation as you're moving through the 3D perspective. The first game I remember doing that was Doom. You could hit a key and kind of show where you were in the from a top down perspective, and then get back to the immersive perspective. But of course, the Intellivision is this game. I shouldn't say Intellivision can't, because it obviously can in Tower of Doom in some way. But in this game, you don't have that kind of ability. So what's very helpful to understand is that the maze you're in is actually laid out in a 10 by 10 or 12 by 12, depending on how you count it. We'll talk about that in a minute here. Set of cells. So you're not walking through the maze in a continuous fashion like you would, say, if you're thinking about Castle Wolfenstein 3D or Doom or something like that. You're moving from location to location as you walk. So you'll walk forward a chunk of space. You'll walk forward another chunk. You'll turn right. You'll walk forward another chunk of space. And so if you count each one of those as one unit, then the entire floor of the maze is 10 units by 10 units. But that 10 by 10 grid is actually made up of 4 subgrids that are put together. So if you can picture, as I'm describing this audibly, we'll actually have a thing that I drew up in the show notes to make this a little more clear. But if you picture in your mind's eye, say, a 5 by 5 grid of boxes, and at the middle of each, around the perimeter, at the middle of each side on that box is an opening, so that you have 4 openings on the outer edges that are in the centers of those sides. Those are the openings to this 5 by 5 grid. Now, those openings in the actual game will either be open, just a hallway, or those openings could be a door. But then if you picture, then you've got this 5 by 5 grid with the 4 doors around the outside, and you stack 4 of them together like Legos or something, so that you end up with a 10 by 10. That's the layout of the floor and the floor is actually broken up into these 4 5x5 chunks. That's very helpful to understand when you're in the game as you're walking around, because you can anticipate where certain doors have to be because of the way these 5x5 grids touch each other. Now, in addition to that 10x10 grid that's describing that is the layout of the floor, there is a hallway that goes all the way around the outside, making the entire level actually 12x12. But that hallway never has much of interest in it, right? There's no monsters out there. You're not going to find weapons or treasure or anything out there. You will find these warp gates, which we'll get to later, I'm sure. But that's all that's interesting about the outside wall, the outside hallway area. But they do help you. But in that outside hallway, there are these little murals of eyeballs. Just a strange touch. On the floor, those are positioned at those openings that I described to enter the 10x10. So you'll have 2 openings on the top hallway, 2 on the right, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the left, to enter the various openings of this 10x10 grid. And that's kind of how that's laid out. If you don't understand that when you're first playing it, it's so easy to just wander around and get lost. Now I've said that. Guys, help me out here. Was that understandable?
Yeah, it is. And there's some more detail in the interview with Tom coming up too about that. But yeah, it's randomly generated in a sense, but there's only a certain number of inner rooms or sections that can be drawn upon to create that room, and they all sort of interconnect. So if you see one particular thing, you'll know that if you see that again, it's kind of the same way, but it's joined to maybe a different room.
Right. So each of those 5x5 grids are being pulled from a set of pre-generated 5x5 grids, like that have the walls and doors inside them to generate the maze. And one resource that Paul, you pointed me to, claims there are 16 such pre-canned 5x5 grids that they then slap together. They grab 4 of them, put them together to make the layout of the floor for the given level.
Yeah, and we're going to have a link in the show notes that somebody put together kind of the Google SketchUp thing with showing a lot of the detail of these 3D maps. Yeah. And what was the guy's name? Went by like Baby Doc or something like that. I don't know the guy's actual name, but yeah, we'll have the link in the show notes of that. That's kind of helpful to explain this a little bit. It's not as confusing as it sounds, but it is easy to get lost.
It is.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's hard to explain audibly what this is. Like I say, so to help me with this game, and I should also mention for straight up here that I have not put any time into this game before this month for playing. So Paul and Will, you guys both had this much earlier and have a lot more history with it than I do. Mm-hmm. But I dug into it this month. And but I quickly decided, well, I have to map these floors that I'm walking around in, and it got really confusing until I understood this deal about these 5x5 grids and how they're stuck together to make a 10x10. And so once I understood that was what was going on, then I drew up a little template on some graph paper that I printed up to aid me in making the maps, and I showed it to Paul and Will through some email, and so we thought we'd put that in the show notes to show you here's what Rick did to help him map this thing out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it does bring some clarity to it. And as far as like mapping it out, each game it'll generate the 256 levels. That particular game will be one way, another game will be completely different. But if you're within that game and you manage to make it back out and start over again and you go back down to that same level, it's still going to be laid out the same for that particular game, but it can be different every single game. So it's not really realistic to try to make a map of the whole game because it's always going to be changing every time you play it.
Right. Yeah, you're not going to get to map the game in the same way that you could say map Legend of Zelda or something like that.
Right, and like when I played like Ultima 3, for example, on my Atari 800, I made graph paper maps of all the dungeons because they were static. Once you got down there, you could map it out and it would always be the same.
Yeah, when I'm mapping these things out, I understand these are throwaway maps that are just helping you for this one game. But Paul, you mentioned the 256, so as you go down these ladders, you go to you start at level 1, you go down a ladder, you go to level 2, down a ladder, you're at level 3. You depending on the skill level you've picked, there are so many levels you'll have to go down before you'll start seeing the Minotaur. But then you can ignore the Minotaur and go down further. And it turns out that in any game, you can go all the way down 255 levels, which is a lot, and then take another ladder down, and you'll end up back at level 1 where you started. And, continue on. Of course, at that point, you're at level 1 with level 1 style monsters and whatever, but hopefully by then you have really powered up your skill set, which, again, we're going to get into that in a bit here about what that means. But yeah, so it's interesting that there's a cyclical maze, set of mazes, I guess I should say. And so you can go all the way down. And then I saw a YouTube video where someone had posted, he'd posted a gameplay where he'd gone all the way down all 256 and wrapped back around again. I have not done that, by the way. Yeah, I was not able to accomplish that.
I didn't even have time to try and do that.
Yeah, time is what got away from me on that too.
Oh, this game can take hours.
Yeah,
days.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is on a platform where you can't save your game. So why don't we talk about that real quickly? So the manual actually talks about at the different skill levels what it expects you'll play time to be. See if I can find it here. So
I get it right here. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are 4 skill levels for the game: easiest, easy, medium, and hard. And the easiest game they claim you'll probably be able to finish within 5 to 30 minutes. The very hardest game they claim 1.5 to 5 hours of gameplay, and I think it could be much longer, honestly.
Yeah, and that's only if you're trying to kill the Minotaur. I mean, if you're trying to just explore all the levels, you're gonna take a lot longer than that.
Yeah. So one of the things about this game and by the way, I was combing through some old messages from the INTV Prog list where someone raised this very concern that, boy, it would be neat to play Treasure of Tarmin on an emulator that allows me to save my state so that I can, save the game and pick it up tomorrow. Because, I've got kids, I've got a job, I've got things to do. Right. And currently, JZINTV, kind of the more dominant emulator that most people use, doesn't have that ability. It doesn't save state. And so he was actually asking Joe if what would it take to add that? And Joe's reply, unfortunately, was, yeah, it's on my to-do list. It's been on my to-do list for years. It's a non-trivial thing to do the way my code is arranged, but I have published the code, and anybody who's out there that would like to write the save function can do so. But it's just not his, it's just not something he's willing to grab and take on as a high priority item just for whatever reason. He's got other things he's doing. Yeah. Now, there is an emulator called Nostalgia, which we mentioned actually in the news or feedback section. I can't remember which, but that is also out there. It's a Windows-only emulator, so you run it in Windows. And it does have a save state function. And so I thought, oh, that's perfect. I'll use that. And matter of fact, I have Nostalgia on my arcade cabinet, but this is not a game for the arcade cabinet. It will map well to a control panel. We'll talk about the controls here as well in a minute. But so I thought, well, I will create a virtual machine. I run on a Mac, so I couldn't run Nostalgia. So I thought I'll create a quick virtual machine, just throw Windows XP in it, and we'll install Nostalgia, and I'll be able to play this game this month, saving my state, and I'll be able to uncover all these really cool things. Because if anything looks risky, I'll just save it, play. If I get killed, restore, back in business. I could not get Nostalgia to install in a way that would play in a virtual machine run by VirtualBox. Every time I tried to draw to the screen, it gave me some error about can't function not supported in some DirectX library, something. And I tried all kinds of things to try to make this work. So what I eventually ended up doing was running JZINTV in a Windows emulation and doing snapshotting of the whole VM to save my game, which was crazy.
It worked, but
it worked. But even then, it turns out that I launched on this like epic. I thought I'm going to put it at the hardest level, and I'm going to get into this game. And it turns out I did that too early. Like I didn't know enough about the game yet, and so I ended up with this saved state that was like 3-4 levels deep, and I got no more food, and I got no more arrows. I'm just kind of screwed. And I'm like, all right, I've given up on this one. So, those are my woes with emulation on this game, because frankly, this game,
cheaters never prosper. Right?
There you go. This game works really well in an emulator because of the type of game it is. It's not an action twitchy kind of game at all. You can map all the functions, all the controls to keys on your keyboard O for open, whatever you want to do, A for attack, and treat this almost like a computer game running in an emulator. And it's a really good experience, as opposed to, say, you may not like playing, Astrosmash in the emulator because you'd much rather use the controller than the cursor keys or something like that. Mm-hmm. So this game actually works well that way. I wish that I had a better experience with the game I ended up playing on it, but still.
And I've only played it on real hardware. I've not actually tried it on any form of emulation for this game.
Yeah.
And the only way to get around that is to pause the Intellivision or let it go to the screensaver if you want to continue the game later.
Yeah, I was playing this at work on real hardware, and I would take a break from something, or while I'm waiting for something to download, or I'm waiting for something an installer to finish or something like that, I'd run over and get about 10 minutes of play, and then I'd walk away and just leave it because no one's going to mess with it. It's in my office there. So, and it would go to the screensaver, and I'd continue the game later. So the Intellivision will be patient and wait for you to come back.
Yeah, and actually, that said, you don't really need to do the 1 and 9 pause because this game is sort of like turn-based, right? And so you're not going to exhaust any food supply or anything or be attacked if you just walk away, unless you're in front of a monster.
Yeah, so let's mention that. So this is a turn-based game. So the game pretty much does nothing until you do something to initiate. So you walk forward, you walk forward, you walk forward, and if you run into a monster, or I should say, there's a treasure at your feet or something like that, nothing's going to happen. The monsters don't move around the maze. They're not going to come after you in that sense. So as you move around the maze, when you actually come face to face with a monster, it enters kind of a turn-based combat phase. And it's turn-based, but it's also got, like, I think, a timer in it. If you just stand there forever, he will start beating up on you, the monster, whatever you're fighting. But it basically goes, you strike, the monster strikes. You strike, the monster strikes. And you kind of get this back-and-forth turn-based combat scheme in the various monsters that are in the mazes for you to battle. So
52 types, actually.
Yeah.
If you factor in the various strengths and colors and everything.
Yeah, gosh, yeah. So there's a lot in this game. There are many different types of monsters. There are many different types of weapons. There are different types of armor. There are magical items that allow you to, I guess they call them spiritual weapons, right? That allow you to, I don't know, you launch a lightning bolt kind of a thing, which is a spiritual type of weapon as opposed to throwing an axe at something. Right. It has rings that you can wear that give you protection from spiritual kinds of attacks. There are containers of things you'll find. You can open the containers with keys, and inside those containers may be treasure, or it may be something you need. It's just so much. And then there's various treasures, lamps and necklaces and coins and all that kind of stuff that you can pick up. So if you're in addition to just all this exploration, and it's a huge game for exploration and just kind of moving around through a virtual environment. But in addition to that, if you really want to, you can chase a score by finding treasures, and there's actually a score that moves along as you find more and more treasures. There are magical books that enable you to teleport. There are books that allow you to see through walls. There are
there's weapon books too, war and spiritual.
Yeah. There are potions you can take that refresh your strength or bump up your strength maximum. It's just. I don't think it'd be a very interesting podcast to just read through all of the things that are in the thing, but there's a lot in this game, and I just wanted to give kind of a flavor for that. There's various types of weapons. There's crossbows and knives and axes and spears, and it's just
you need to read the manual for this one too. Just to get, because each one of those things that you mentioned, for the most part, maybe not the treasures, but like the weapons and the various things, they come in different colors, and each color is goes from the weaker to the stronger, and certain items like in the chests or the packs or the things you find need a key to open them, and depending on the color you need a certain color of key. And like if you have the tan, I guess it's the tan key, you can open tan boxes. If you have the orange, you can open orange and tan. And if you have the blue, you can open anything.
Yeah. There's kind of a hierarchy of keys, which is nice, because otherwise you'd be trying to save all your keys for who knows what kind of box I'm going to find.
I like it when you open up an orange box or whatever, or you open up a tan box and you see another key inside of it, right? But that's useful.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah.
I guess it would be useful if it was a completely different color key that you needed.
Yeah, I haven't
Right.
seen it though. It's
No, I haven't
usually-
either.
You open the tan box with your blue key, and there's an orange key inside. So great.
But it also helps having the instructions so you can tell what the colors are for everything, so you know just how powerful the items are.
Yeah, and
Right.
you know, some of those colors aren't, depending on your TV, they're not that distinguishable. And Will, did you have any trouble with that with your vision issues?
Yes, I did actually. But once I knew like the orange and the yellow, I could tell which one the yellow one was, especially as I'm getting farther down into the levels.
Right.
But yeah, the white one, yeah, easy. The blue ones, I can't really tell if it's supposed to be a blue.
Yeah, it's tough even for me. I noticed on a couple different TVs I played it on, and also I think it's tough to discern like some of the differences between the books because there's like 1 or 2 pixels that differentiate the type of books.
Yeah,
Well, the war weapons, the strongest weapon is white, but you go to the spiritual and purple is the most powerful one. White is actually the third down in terms of weakest to strongest.
Yeah.
And there's 6 different colors.
Yeah, the armor and the war weapons are the same color kind of strength, but yeah, you're right. Then it changes up for the spiritual, and then of course there's colors for the monsters too.
Yes, they'll indicate some kind of their strength by their color. So why don't we? Man, so much to talk about here. So why don't we talk about? Let's talk about the controls a little bit. We've kind of thrown
I
a lot
want to
of
mention something real quick before you move on to that.
Sure, that's fine.
Because we were talking about the map so much. On the main screen, when you start the game, there's like an overview map where you see the castle and you see various representations of levels below the castle. And they only go to the bottom of the screen. So personally, I mean, the very bottom of the screen is like the first level that you could possibly find the Minotaur.
Right.
But doesn't mean he's there. And once you go below that, there's no use for that map anymore. You can't see anything beyond that. And if you're playing one of the simpler levels where it only shows a couple of levels on that screen, once you go down like 4 levels, you can't see where you are on the map anymore. You just kind of drop off into the invisible area.
Yeah, and the map is not particularly helpful anyway.
No.
It only because if you can look on the web if you haven't seen this before, but it's a nice the castle looks very good actually. Nice castle at the top, and it's kind of sitting on an island, and then it's kind of giving you this X-ray view, if you will, of the levels below that are below this castle. But each level is just like a rectangle. And it's supposed to, what that rectangle is supposed to be is kind of like a side-on view of that 10 by 10 level that you're going to be walking around within. And actually, if you go back to the map screen, as you move across that level from like east to west, your little dot that represents you on the map screen does move within that little rectangle. But it's not giving you a lot of information, frankly.
No, and if you go through one of those gates, you can see that you've jumped to another one, but it doesn't really help you that much. It does show you the color, whether it's going to be basically war type monsters or spiritual type monsters or mixed type monsters in that level. But other than that, yeah, it's not that helpful.
So the map gives you those colors?
Yeah, it shows you.
They must not be particularly bold, because I never noticed that.
Yeah, it does show you the different colors, but it's not that easy to see.
Yeah, I could see that helping out if you're trying to get a certain spirit, like the spiritual level or the war level. You want to increase those. So if you look on the map and say, oh, this next one over has what I need. So if there's a gate anywhere on the level that you're on, you can try and move over and try and raise your skills over there.
But going through those gates, it can jumble your war spiritual strength score, and you can't go back through it once you go through the gate. There's 3 different color gates. Green makes you more warlike, blue makes you more spiritual, and tan won't change you at all. So I don't see those gates that often when I play it. I don't find that they really do a lot to injure you or change the game that much for you. But I guess later on perhaps they could.
Yeah, I was under the impression that I certainly saw them some. I wouldn't say they were all the time showing up, but definitely saw them some. And it struck me as kind of like a strategy point that like Will's saying, if you know that the next labyrinth over is and so I guess we should mention the there are stats that you have that are they give you 2 numbers for your strength, for your armor, and for your weapons. And the 2 numbers are what they call a war score and a spiritual score, which I took to mean kind of like a spiritual, mental strength and physical strength kind of a thing.
More commonly hit points is what people would call them.
Right. Because they act like hit points. So if you are, but the levels you're on can be characterized by, like Will was mentioning, can be characterized by, this is a war style or a war oriented maze, meaning that the enemies within it are going to be more warlike in the sense that they attack with war. They attack your war number as opposed to your spirit number. So that doesn't mean that that's all you'll find, but that's what you'll be predominantly will be the war style enemies. And I assume also predominantly war weapons is what you'll find.
I think so too. Yeah.
In the maze. Yeah. So as if you're in a war maze, you're more or less going to be bumping up your war score as you achieve things. But if you saw that next door on the map, the next labyrinth piece was a spiritual maze, and you felt like you wanted to bump up your spiritual powers, you could take the lateral move by hitting these gates. And so, just real quickly, in the outer corridor around these levels, sometimes you'll find a gate. And what that gate will do is it's like a teleporter. It moves you completely into another labyrinth that is on the same level that you're currently on. So if you're on level 3 and you hit a gate, you're still going to be on level 3, but you're in a different labyrinth in level 3. And you can look at the map and you can actually see you've moved over to another one of these rectangles that's shown up on the map. And again, if you didn't read the manual, I didn't know what those things were. I'm trying to map this thing. I hit the gate and I'm still thinking I'm in the same map, but now I'm not anywhere near it. I'm in a whole different new arrangement. So yeah, there's a lot of.
Should have played it when you were 12, Rick.
If only known
that.
I think I would have liked this as a kid, but
no. Why didn't you play it? Why didn't you just didn't get it?
I didn't have it. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't have it, and I didn't know about it. I thought there was one AD&D game for the longest time.
Yeah.
So why don't we talk about the controls? Get back to that. So you're moving through this maze with the disc. So you press up on the disc, you move forward. Left, right turns you left and right, that kind of thing. And they use the keypad for management of the things that you get in the game. So you see an item on the ground. There's a pick up drop button. You can then also, as you pick things up, you have the game simulates 2 hands. You have your left hand and your right hand. So you and by the way, for you lefties out there, too bad. In this game, you're right-handed.
It doesn't bother me at all.
All right.
Guess my wife won't be playing this one.
Yeah, mine neither. My wife's left-handed too. So if you have a weapon, it must be in your right hand for you to use it. But your left hand can hold a shield. So if you find a shield and a weapon, then you put them in your right and your left hand, and you're ready to go. And your score will change. Your weapon score and your armor score will change based on the type of how strong the shield is you're holding, the type of weapon you're holding, and that you've got them in the correct hands. If you actually swap hands, there's a button for swap hands. Take the thing that's in my left hand and swap it with my right. If you do that, both the scores will go to 0 because you've got your weapon in your left and your shield in your right. So again, the game's very much enforcing that the right hand is the weapon hand and the left hand is the shield hand. So there's a button for swapping hands. Then you also carry with you a pack of some kind, backpack, satchel pack, some kind of pack. And the pack can hold exactly 6 items. So you can then pick things up and stash them into the pack, and then allowing you to carry more things. So there's a button for swapping what's in your right hand into the pack and in and out of the pack. There's a button to rotate the pack because just the way the control is, you kind of shuffle the items around a circular loop to put the item that's kind of current. That would be the thing that you're going to grab when you hit the swap pack button. So you're putting things in and out of the pack. You're rotating things around in the pack. And then you've got things in your hands that you're picking up and dropping, that kind of thing. And then there's the other buttons that basically open. This allows you to open doors, open containers that you find on the ground, that kind of thing. There's a use button, and the use button is use a key on a locked box to open it. Use a magical weapon type to cause it to activate. or a magical, not so much a weapon type, I guess, but I mean the teleportation ones, the see-through walls ones, those magical books that you find later. You hit the use button to activate them.
And in that case, those kind of things stay activated for a certain amount of time until you hear a certain sound, like a whoosh sound, and then you can reactivate them as many times as you need. And by the way, when you mention the key, you actually have to put the key into your right hand before you can do use and open a chest or a box.
Right. It's odd because like some containers, like just the like a little satchel or a pouch or something, when it's on the ground, you can hit open. Mm-hmm. But there was something else that I had to. So the locked box though, it has to be on the ground, and the key has to be in your right hand, and you click use to use the key on the box. So I don't know. So something about that was inconsistent in my brain that I felt like some things had to be in my hand to use, whereas other things had to be on the ground. Yeah,
it's not always immediately obvious especially when you first start playing. Yeah, those little things, and you're doing a lot of swapping, rotating pack, and swapping things in different hands. Yeah.
It does become pretty second nature after a bit. You just kind of like grab it, push it back, pick it up off the ground, that kind of thing. Right. And then the other functions that are left for the controls are the attack button. So when you find a monster, you hit the attack button to take your turn in the turn-based combat. There's a rest button. And what the rest button does is it allows your body to heal after you've been injured, and it uses up an element of food. So one of the things you'll find in the maze, which is odd to me, looks like a flour sack.
That's what it is.
It is a sack of flour.
And so it's like
you're making cookies in your spare time.
Exactly. I'm hunting through this maze and I'm baking bread or something. It seemed
you
like
didn't find the Easy Bake Oven on level 3?
No, I didn't find that one. I expected like a turkey leg or something that would represent that, but it's a sack of flour that represents food. And so you have to get food.
Guess the monsters don't taste very good.
Yeah, I guess not.
Could eat them.
You have to get food when you hit the rest button, it consumes food, and that heals your body. But is it true that you also are just consuming food by walking around? Does your food score drop just over time, or?
I don't think that it does. I don't recall that being mentioned in the manual.
And this, very much like the original or the first Dungeons and Dragons game, there's no counter on the screen anywhere to tell you how much food you have, or in this case also how many arrows you have. So there's a button you press, and when you press that button, it counts the arrows with little clicks, or it counts the food with little click sounds. And so there's a click for every unit of whatever. So it really comes down to, oh my, I don't have much, or oh, I've got plenty. That's really no one's sitting there going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counting up all the ones they have. Yeah. So we mentioned arrows. The first weapon you have is a bow and some arrows, and you can find quivers of arrows as you go to replenish that stock. And you can also upgrade that bow to stronger bows that are different colors, and also to a crossbow. And various strengths of crossbow as well, if you find those in the labyrinth.
And we should also mention that when you pick up things like arrows or flour or treasures, they do not go in your pack. They are carried on your body or in your pockets or whatever. That's how the manual explains that away. But it doesn't take up space in your pack.
Yeah, like supply stuff, like treasure, food,
and armor.
Right, armor just goes on your body. Right,
unless you don't use the armor and you put it in your pack. Which you could do that to carry it. I'm going to say, well, you could save it until you got the book that turns everything platinum, and then, but really you don't have the space after a while to keep things like that.
Yeah, it's only 6 slots, so I found my problem was typically having to make hard choices about should I leave this item here because I don't have room in my pack to pick it up. A second axe or something.
Yeah, and you can swap back and forth and see which one is stronger. If you need to make that determination.
Exactly, yeah.
And if I didn't have a shield yet, I just used the left hand as a 7th inventory slot.
Right. Yep. And then there's also, there's a button that says, okay, I'm at the ladder, I want to go down, the ladder button. And then there are these 2 buttons that are glance left and glance right. So as you're walking through the maze, it's not particularly fast in terms of the draw time and stuff. So you could be turning to your right or to your left and not know there's a monster right next to you. And so they have these glance functions that just quickly show you what's on your right or show you what's on your left without you having to take the time to do the turn. That's sort of helpful. I didn't end up using it a ton, but it's there. And then there's a retreat button that is intended. We were talking earlier. It's intended to allow you to, if you're in the middle of a fight against a monster, to retreat from the battle, as opposed to having to stand toe to toe until one of you dies. Because when you do fight a monster, that monster will attack you until one of you's dead. But you have the choice of punching the retreat button and escaping.
There's another option. You can throw a container to the monster, and that will end the battle. He'll lose interest in fighting you and just take the container.
Yeah, I read about that. So that's an odd strategy to me, because you don't know what's in the container, right, until you've opened it. And once you open it, it's gone. So you may have just thrown away a magic book or something, right? You don't really know.
Yeah, and you don't actually see the monster open that.
Okay.
That one, I guess, disappears, but that's something I was going to mention, but I can talk about it later if you want. Just if you drop an item somewhere in the maze, you can go back and that item will still be there.
Right, yeah. Or if you find an item on the floor and you can't pick it up now for whatever reason, you could go back and get it.
Yeah.
Right? Those items have permanence in the game as you move around.
Right.
So I guess those are the controls. So you can see there's a lot, just going through the controls, you can see there's a lot going on in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. So let's talk a little bit about the kind of the strategy, I guess, of how you play this, because I'm actually interested in what you guys might be able to educate me on this, because I never felt like I really got a strong handle on winning strategies for this game. I know basically as you move through and you attack and fight these monsters, when you get injured by a monster and then allow yourself to heal by eating food and hitting the rest button, your stats typically go up. So if my strength hit points or whatever, or I should say my strength hit points are, say, 15, and I attack a monster and he knocks me down to 10, and then when I rest, my score will typically go up to 16 or 17 or 18 or something like that. And so the way to increase your strength score is to fight. You fight monsters, and in general, the mechanic is you have to get hit so that you can rest to move those up. And actually, more than one resource I found talked about, quote unquote, gaming the system a little bit by letting them battle you a little bit to knock your score down, so that you would then be able to have more room, I guess, to grow it back up.
Right. The more you're hit, the more potential your hit points can be, the higher they can go. And yeah, one of the things that we found online, somebody put a trick in there to gain more hit points, is that you run out of arrows in your quiver, and then you attack a monster with your arrow, or with your bow, sorry, and you'll just get the Raz sound when you try to do that, because you don't have any arrows, but he'll still hit you. And you can let him hit you for a while, and then either take him out with another weapon or retreat, and then rest, and then you'll gain more, you have more potential war hit points.
Do you think that to me sounds crazy?
It works. No, it does work.
No. I mean, I believe it works, but
I did mention that to Tom, and that's more of a bug actually than a feature.
Well, I have no problem believing it works, but I never got to the point in the game where I felt like I wanted to be out of arrows. Like that to me seemed like a bad idea.
Well, I guess the idea is you do this on level 1, 2, or 3 or something, early on, because you're going to find a lot of arrows on those levels.
Yeah,
and you just walk around and let get yourself beat up a little bit. And I think it's probably because there's a lot of as they say grinding, in these types of games for this to build up your traits before you go down lower.
And I think that may have been my struggle with this game, was I didn't know, one, that I should grind a bit, and two, how to grind well, like to actually do what you're describing. Because I would fight these monsters, but I'd be in the battle and I'd want to kill the monster. And so maybe I destroy him in 2 hits and he only hit me once, maybe, And so I'm not really getting I'm not really maximizing my opportunities to jack up my scores.
It takes patience, I guess you could say, with this game, if you really want to get those levels up, and you got to find the right potions to increase your potential hit points.
So I guess it's this is one of these what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. It's
kind of, unless it's a
Pretty
bomb
much.
in the chest.
Yeah,
those bombs. I just wanted to mention real quickly.
Go ahead and talk about that.
You can open up any of these containers, and usually it's just some sort of treasure or something, or one of the potions. But every now and again, it's a bomb, and those can end your game in a second. There's some recommendations, some tips we found that some people say you shouldn't even think about opening some of the larger chests until you have at least 70 on your war hit points.
I never got to 70.
So, yeah, I've gotten there. I mean, if you find the right items that allow that to go higher, the maximum go higher, then you can do that. But yeah, if you open a bomb, I mean, sometimes it'll take 50 points off you. You know, if you don't have 50 to spare, that's it. Yeah. And the reincarnation thing of the game, you can be reincarnated if that happens to you, if you're worthy.
Right.
And
worthy means.
Essentially, yeah, I couldn't get a definitive answer from Tom on that one either, as you'll hear in the interview. But I guess if you've been running around for a few levels and you've accumulated a lot of stuff, then you're considered worthy. So, but the thing is, if you get reincarnated, it's sort of like you die, but you don't. You're still on the same level, but you lost everything that you had in your pack. You only retain what you had in your hands.
Right.
And your maximums have gone down.
Which is a huge thing. I mean,
yeah, because you're way down. I mean, you could be really deep, right? And then how are you going to build back up again with nothing? But here's something that I saw. Somebody had a video on YouTube, and they said that they used to, prior to fighting a big monster or one of the evil doors, they would drop all their stuff out in the hallway. Then they'd go do this, and if it killed them and they were reincarnated, they just go back to that section of the hallway and pick up all their stuff again.
Right. Of course, that kind of implies that you've got some kind of a reusable weapon that you can do that with. You know, like a really one of the high scoring magic books or something. Like you're not going to throw the axe because it's gone.
Right. You got to keep something to actually fight the guy, sure, but
yeah.
But if that's in your hand, you're not going to lose it.
Correct. But like I say, if you're fighting so there's a couple things we talked about we got to get to here. But if you're fighting an enemy that's a strong enemy that's going to take more than one hit, you can't attack that with a melee style weapon that goes away, like an axe. Right. Because you're only going to get one hit with that. So let's mention that real quick. So some of the weapons you have are reusable in the sense that, so like your bow, you continue to shoot arrows as long as you have arrows, or some of the magic books allow you to, or there's like scrolls I think that allow you to shoot a spiritual weapon, like I assume like you're blasting energy from your hand or something. I don't know. And so those are they just it's like a gun. It keeps firing. But then a lot of the weapons that you pick up are one-time use. You have an axe. You throw the axe at the enemy and the axe is gone. There are these lightning bolts. You throw the lightning bolt and it's gone. So to do the strategy you were talking about, you would have had to have I would guess a pretty powerful reusable weapon in your inventory.
Platinum crossbow.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. So, and let's also talk about what'd you call it? A bad door? Evil door?
Yeah, and I'm not referring to the invisible doors. I'm referring to the ones that hide the really fantastic books.
So as you walk through here, you'll find doors, and they're colored dark blue, and you just hit open and they open. But then there are hidden doors that look just like the rest of the wall, and that's the main reason you need to draw a map, is to find out what squares in this 10 by 10 grid have you not visited yet, and that might be hidden behind a hidden door. And so you just kind of realize, there's this block or this area that I haven't gotten into yet. That means somewhere along this wall there must be a hidden door, and so you go to each one of those locations and hit open, and eventually you'll find one that opens, because you can get to every square on the grid. And then there's these, what did we say? Evil doors, power doors,
demon doors.
I don't know what they're called, but they actually have a different color to them, and it's usually a bright looking color. It really reminded me visually that there's some kind of energy pulsing in the door or something like that. And so that door means there's some monster behind it, and usually good items that you want behind it. And so you're actually fighting a door. Like, you have to attack this door. And I whenever I did this, I never actually saw the creature I was fighting.
No, but you don't.
But you do see the score. Like, another thing we should mention, when you're fighting these monsters, their kind of hit point score is shown at the kind of the bottom middle of the screen, so that you can get an idea of how they're being wounded as you're being wounded back and forth. So you see this score, but you have no idea what kind of enemy you're fighting. But then his energy bolts or whatever he's attacking you with come flying out of this door. as you're kind of fighting this door. And if you can beat that enemy, then behind it is usually a powerful book or container that holds a powerful book or something useful that's got some magic to it or some real high hit point value to it or something like that. So that's another element of the game. You'll find these. And I did not. I read the manual, but there was so much to read on my first time through that I'd kind of forgotten about that little bit. And I'm going along and I'm like, wow, that door looks funny. And it wouldn't open. I hit open. It wouldn't open. And I'm like, did I read something about having to attack a door? I hit attack, and whatever's behind the door just kicked my butt. I was just I guess I shouldn't have done that.
The manual says like a door that behaves strangely because of an ominous spell.
There you go. That's what it looked like. Like it was an ominous spell.
Yeah, I recall running into that, or early on playing this as a kid, just thinking, why can't I open this door? And why is it a different color? There must be something wrong with this game. And you don't think to attack it like necessarily unless you'd read the manual. Even reading the manual doesn't specifically say that.
The two times that I actually ran into the door during my playthrough the past couple weeks, the item I got behind it was the book that allowed me to look through walls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's usually it's random what's in there. It's going to be one of the powerful items, like one of the books. But that's the one I always seem to get.
Yeah, so there are books that let you see through walls, and all that really does, it kind of draws the sprite of where it would be given your current perspective, so you know that there's something cool behind there or in that part of the maze.
It's useful, very useful though.
Yeah. There's something that lets you walk through walls.
Even more useful.
Yeah, very useful. I actually did find one of those as I was playing.
I don't think I ever got one of those.
Oh, you can just zip through an entire level like in no time. You can't teleport into a monster, but if you have both those things active, where you're seeing behind the walls and you're moving through the walls, you can go around them. But it allows you to get through the whole level very quickly to find what you need.
And I never saw the book that turns things to gold or platinum or whatever.
That one I did get.
I guess
one
that
of my
just
playthroughs.
I guess that just boosts your treasure score by turning things into.
Yeah, but also let's say you're
treasures.
carrying an iron crossbow. You take it out of your pack, you put it on the ground, you use that book on it. Now it's platinum. You pick it back up, and you're good to go.
Oh, so it has the effect of boosting weapons as well.
Yep, and armor.
Okay, so it's not about turning common objects into treasure. It's about boosting them.
Yeah, I mean it turns the treasure to the highest level as well. But yeah, it's primarily you can upgrade everything you've already got if you don't have them already platinum, or you can whatever you find at your feet you can do.
Okay, I think I did not get that from the read through. That makes sense.
I mean, you have to take it off and put it on the ground to use that on it. But yeah,
neat.
Yeah, it's a cool thing.
All right, so let's see. Trying to think if there's other major pieces of the game. There's so much in this, major pieces of the gameplay that we haven't discussed yet. I'm sorry. I was just going to say. So the goal is to potentially to beat the Minotaur. And so Paul, you and I were talking about this. I was asking Paul some questions because this is my first time into this game. There's so much here. So if you are, let's say you play the easiest level where there's only two levels drawn on the map. So that means that the Minotaur might show up as early as level 2.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can go past that, of course, you can go down to level 3, down to level 4, down to level 5. And my question to Paul was, well, wait a minute. If the Minotaur's on level 2 and I pass him, do I have to go all the way to 256 and wrap all the way around back to level 2 again to end the game and to win? And Paul, you pointed out that no, he will show up again.
Yeah, and I've not seen it, but there can be more than one on a given level.
I hadn't seen that.
I haven't either, but that's what I've heard.
But if that happens, I assume it's still the game ender, right? If you beat...
As long as you pick up the treasure. If you don't pick up the treasure...
Oh, okay, so you can just leave it there.
Keep going.
Interesting.
No, thanks. I'll pass.
Neat treasure. I got other stuff. So again, we mentioned kind of early on that the things I've read about this game where, finding the treasure, beating the Minotaur and finding the treasure is one way of ending the game, but you could actually, give for yourself the goal of, I want to find everything there is to find in this game. And that would be a much more challenging game. And so this game really lends itself to wide exploration and a lot of potential gameplay and replayability in that sense. If you like this style of hunt around and find things and discover, if you like that kind of gameplay, there's a lot here.
Yeah, and I've got to mention that we're going to have this in the show notes too. A link there. We found a site Zebeth, ZEBETH.com, and a guy who goes by the name Kabootroid. He's got, I would almost call it a strategy guide, walkthrough, whatever, that really details all this stuff and things you should be looking for. He details all the monsters and the various books and the weapons and armor and everything. Very useful to go have a read even after you've read the manual.
Yeah, he has a strategy section, a tips section. I really wish I'd found this the day after our last episode so that I could have had this in my head.
Yeah, very helpful. Even if you played the game before, there's stuff I found in there that I'd never even heard of or thought of before when I read this.
Yeah, I learned from there about the enemy that doesn't actually exist but is listed in the manual.
Oh, right. Yeah, that would be the ghoul with shield.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so a lot of these, or I should say some of these monsters that you can face can be just a monster in the hallway, or he can be the monster holding a shield, which of course makes him harder to kill. And apparently one of those combinations doesn't actually exist. So,
yeah, and the 3 versions of it are counted towards the 52 types of monsters. So it doesn't make 52, it makes 49. But I guess you could count the different versions of the evil doors. So yeah, that pretty much bumps it up to 52 types of monsters again.
Yeah, I think you have to count the evil doors.
So, Paul, you mentioned earlier about the reincarnation, and that surprised me the first time it happened. I did not know it had happened. I thought, did I win? What? Because the monster wasn't in front of me anymore. But then I realized, wait, I'm not where I was, and wait, where's my stuff? So,
yeah.
So reincarnation, basically, like if you're worthy and whatever that means, then you get respawned in the same level. But I don't know. What do you think of that feature? It seems neat in theory, but I feel like once that happens, I'm kind of screwed. Like, I don't know. Have you played through a game and gotten killed, gotten reincarnated, and then been able to move that game into a winnable state again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually did that this past weekend. Okay. That happened to me, and I was playing on I believe it was the second level, the second easiest. And that happened to me, and I spent some time building back up again, and then I stumbled upon the Minotaur, and I just took him out, and I won. I could have actually kept going. I'd already been playing for probably like 2.5 hours or something, and I was like, okay,
yeah.
Need to end this.
I think that to me is the negative I want to give to that is because this game is so big and so rich and so detailed, and to play it you really have to take your time. It's going to turn into kind of a played very little game for me, because at this stage of my life I would have loved it as a 10-year-old, and put a lot of time into it. But at this stage of my life, I don't have 3 hours a night, 5 hours a night to play on video games. I have to come in, play something I enjoy for maybe an hour if I'm lucky, and then my kids got to go to bed. I've got bills to pay. I've got to get to bed. I got work in the morning and that kind of stuff. And it's just not. I'm not in the same phase of life that I was when to enjoy this kind of title, I think, to its fullest.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I put in that days and days of play on this as a kid, and it's a very sparse game when it comes to sound. And normally, I know a lot of people, modern and retro, whatever, will tend to listen to music while they play a game. I never like to do that. I always like to hear the game. But in the case of this one, I have a particular memory that I listened to Robert Plant's first 2 solo albums. Many times while playing Treasure of Tarmin. Pictures at 11 and Principle of Moments. I don't know if anybody's a Robert Plant fan, former Zeppelin guy, but actually he's Zeppelin again. But I would listen to music because really you don't hear much. You hear the standard disc click input sound, and you'll hear the roar of the monsters when you come upon them, and maybe the sounds of the spells and the teleporting and stuff. But that's about it. It's pretty sparse. I don't think there was much room left because it was an 8K game, as Tom Loughry told me, and he just really didn't have room for music or anything else like that. So, by the way, speaking of that, let's play the interview now, and then we'll finish up and come back.
Intellivision game programmer interview.
Today we're talking once again to Tom Loughry, and we had him on in episode 6 when we talked about his game, The Dreadnought Factor. Of course, Tom also did Worm Womper and had a hand in Sub Hunt and boxing and AD&D Cloudy Mountain, and of course today's game, Treasure of Tarmin. Welcome again to the show, Tom.
Thank you, Paul.
So, Treasure of Tarmin, I know when we spoke last time, you mentioned you sort of had the idea for it looking at a mainframe game. I guess this would have been, what, 1981-ish or something? Or this is a game?
No, it was 82. It was just earlier in the year.
Okay. And I know you said it, but I don't recall. What was the name of that game, and what system was that on, that mainframe?
It was called Crozier, and I really have no idea what system it was on. It was on a university computer somewhere. I was visiting a friend and spent one evening enjoying the game.
Yeah, my co-host Rick was trying to look this up just to see if there was any mention of it online, and it's Crozier with a C or a K or
with a K, I believe.
Okay, Krosair or something like that.
I have no idea. Spelling is not my forte.
Yeah, no big deal. I was just curious to see if maybe someone put an archive up somewhere. You could play it through a browser, or who knows. But so yeah, you saw that, and then you thought, hey, this would be kind of cool to try on a console.
Well, actually, there were some things that I didn't like about it, so I decided I wanted to write my own game. I thought I could do a better presentation, visual presentation, the sense of presence with line drawings that just suddenly you blip one way or the other, you get lost very easily, and a sense of immersion just wasn't good enough for me. So I decided I wanted to see if I could write my own game so I could play it. So that's kind of where Minotaur started. I found it actually was fairly complicated on the Intellivision to do. I came back from my trip and spent a few days at work creating the initial animations for movement. But the Intellivision isn't really set up for first-person presentations.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bitmap. It's a tile-based system or card-based system where you've got 8x8 cards. And you can only have 2 colors on each one, so you have to really pay attention to card boundaries. And it wasn't easy to do that, especially for walls in different ranges that you were moving, and you had to make everything move seemingly, reasonably, tolerably well and smoothly. It was a lot more complicated than one might think. I liked the effect of it. It worked pretty well.
Kind of the only way you could have done it, I suppose.
Well, it's the only thing you can do on the Intellivision. It's just not have a bitmap. And there's not enough graphics around anyway to do unique tiles for more than a small piece of the screen. And it's slow to get to. So it really is not a first-person game machine.
Yeah, you were doing something that never was intended or probably should have been done on the system.
Pretty much. That's not the right thing. It was not intended, and I really shouldn't have been able to do it. It never was really ideal. The movement's still a little bit jerky. And the objects, those also were difficult because it's not like I could have scaling. I only had these big blocky pixels to build them out of, and trying to make them move smoothly, I didn't have enough space to have multiple images, and they wouldn't have looked right anyway. So I just had to play with the X and Y size bits on the objects and make them grow at what seemed like a good distance and try to keep them roughly centered in the right place. It was really quite complicated to do.
Do you remember when you started with the idea, telling anybody else at APH what you were trying to do, and people kind of like being surprised you wanted to do something like that?
I don't think they were terribly surprised, because I was always trying to come up with new ideas and new thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I had it up before anybody really knew what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
At least a thing in a hallway where you could walk and you got the sense of motion.
Yeah, and it's when you're talking about how it's still not extremely fast, it was a good idea to put that glance left and right in there just to kind of get a quick view as opposed to turning and then turning back again.
True, but in looking at it, I actually dug out an old machine, but managed to hook it up and it actually worked. Not bad for 30-year-old hardware.
No.
I should have made the glance left and right quicker, but I think I was limited by the speed of the CPU in terms of doing the light to the left and back.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good idea, and it's better than turning, but it really should have been a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, well, what was the amount of memory that you were given for that cartridge?
Well, most of the games that were done were 4K.
Mm-hmm.
And the first game that we did that was beyond that was Cloudy Mountain, which I'm assuming they call it Cloudy Mountain because the cloud did on a top-level map.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's why they call it Cloudy Mountain. But when I got a hold of the game and was redesigning it and working it and trying to finish it, I realized that there's no way that this is going to fit in 4K. So I asked for and was granted 6K to work with it. So that was the first 6K game that we did.
Yeah.
With Minotaur, it's really an ambitious game, to put it mildly. The sheer scope of the number of objects, their interactions, the number of monsters, their interactions, as well as having the maze. It was very graphics intensive and very memory intensive. So I requested 8K, and was granted 8K. They were really pretty much finished the same year. I finished Cloudy Mountain in the spring and Minotaur in the summer.
Wow, so just a few months, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty typical back then. We usually only spent 3 or 4 months on a game, and if it went longer than that, it was considered a stalled project. So yeah, it really didn't take all that long, and I had many other duties that I was doing at the same time.
Okay, and speaking of the name, actually, Dave Rolfe mentioned that Minotaur, and you just changed it to, reverse it in a sense to Tarmin because of the fact.
Well, actually, I was not responsible for that. I called it Minotaur. Document I sent along with the game was to Mattel for Minotaur, but it turned out I think it was Parker Brothers had a game called Minotaur, which was kind of a tabletop game, and they didn't want to get sued, so they couldn't use that name. So they changed it, and that's fine. They have to do what they have to do.
Right. Someone in marketing came up with that then, huh?
Right, and usually what we did, the way that it worked, is we had the initial presentation in Mattel. I'd present the game, the concept, what we wanted to actually make. They'd say, fine. So we'd go do the game. Debugging was usually done by the programmer, or I would often go in and there were certain things that you had to watch for, and having been burned by them a few times, you learn what they are. And you test it, and then you make a final version, send it to Mattel along with a set of instructions on how to operate the game. And a lot of times I wrote those and sent them off with the product.
Did you have anything to do with the final manual, or were they based on things that you wrote?
It was based on things that I wrote, but once we gave it to them, they could do anything they wanted. They were responsible for box copy. They did whatever they wanted with the name, whether they kept the name or not. It's just we presented them with a finished project with instructions, and then they were free to do with it whatever they wished.
Yeah.
In the case of Minotaur, they actually used an awful lot of what I had done. I flippantly called it Secrets of the Universe because I figured, this is so complicated, they are never going to figure it out. There are too many things at too many levels, and the people need to know these things, but they're not going to figure it out themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty complex. And there's, and obviously you allude to certain things in the manual that you don't directly talk about, like the hidden doors.
I like games that are different all the time. I don't like games that are always the same. That's my one beef with, for example, Zelda Wind Waker or something. I really like the game. It's the kind of game I like to play, but it's always the same. I like games that are different, so I always keep a random seed, then you use a hashing function for how deep you are, and you populate the maze with all the stuff that you put in it, weapons, monsters, goodies. So it's different each game.
Yeah.
And I like that.
And speaking of that, can you talk a little bit about how each maze or each level is kind of generated? I know there's randomness to a degree, but are they based on particular sections kind of thing?
Yeah, they are definitely in sections, and I did that because it's so easy to get lost. It's a 10 by 10 maze within an outer corridor. I could have made it infinite, but then you really would have been lost.
Yeah.
So I'd learned that from Cloudy Mountain, that you had to limit the size and make it so that if you did get lost, you could get unlost fairly easily. Otherwise, it gets frustrating. So I made it out of it's a 10 by 10 made of 4 5 by 5 pieces, and the center of those 5 by 5s are always doorways, whether hidden or not. There's always a way to get through. And that establishes the connectivity, or the hallway. That establishes the connectivity so that I'm guaranteed that whatever I put together, however I rotate them or flip them or do anything with them, it'll always connect properly. So there's only a few different 5 by 5 pieces, and as you're playing the game, very quickly you learn to recognize, oh, this is this kind of a thing. Once you've explored it thoroughly once, you know where the hidden doors are. You know where things are likely to be, so you don't get so lost that way.
Yeah.
Now, I could have made it so that it was totally random inside, But then, once again, you get frustrated with a game like that. It's too random. It's easy enough as it is to get lost, and I did all kinds of things to try to help you not get lost. The screen light that gives you an indication of the direction. Compass so that you can always tell at least what way you're facing. But even then, it's easy to get lost.
Yeah.
And then I put the little eyeballs on the floor outside the inner part so that you know, oh, I'm in the hallway. But turn around, go back.
Yeah, that's a good reference point. It is easy to. I mean, you have to kind of think of yourself as being in there. And okay, I turned right and went in here. Now I'm going to turn around and go back out and go across the hall to the other door. I kind of, checking doors methodically through a hallway or something.
Right.
But yeah, it's pretty simple to come out and just get turned around.
Well, especially when a monster attacks you, or you see something you want, you go get it and forget how you got there and where you came from.
Right.
But it works. It's actually very, very playable. It has its limitations, and some of those limitations are inherent in the presentation, and those were actually frustrating. Some of those limitations were frustrating.
Yeah, what you want to talk a little bit about that? Like maybe things that you couldn't put in, or due to the time constraints or available memory.
Well, I had trouble packing in everything that I wanted within the memory that I had. It was real tight. I didn't even have enough room at the time for a signature.
No Easter egg in this one, huh?
I don't think so. I'd have to check the actual code, but that usually took about 20 bytes, and I didn't have 20 bytes to spare. It was packed full because of all the graphics.
Yeah.
And all of the interactions. It's a very complicated game, and there's a lot of neat little features. Special books that allow you to walk through walls or see all the monsters or whatever. There's a lot of things in the game. It's very complicated. For an Intellivision game of that era, it's extraordinarily complex. Much more complex than Dreadnought Factor, for example.
Yeah.
In terms of the gameplay interaction.
Right. I mean, it's amazingly so. I mean, and games can last hours. It's obviously back then there was no way to have a save game function, but this is a game that could use something like that for sure.
It would have been nice to be able to have it, but Navram hadn't been invented yet. It just wasn't a possibility. There was no way. You'd have had to, with the add-on, we were looking at being able to save stuff because it had a cassette deck and you could save it to the magnetic tape.
What they came out with, the entertainment computer system in '83 that you never got to play around with, that had that functionality.
Well, actually, I did the exercise cassette for that.
Oh, but you're talking about the original keyboard component, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then I'm talking about the cut-down version that Mattel released to avoid being sued by the FTC every month. You're fined $10,000. Yeah, the entertainment computer system adds an additional 2K of RAM, and it gives you 3 additional voices. But it did have audio output jacks, and the baseball game that they made on that, you could actually save your roster. You could save your game in progress and reload it.
Oh, nice.
But that was a year late for your game.
Yeah, it was far too late for my game. So you had to sit down and play the whole thing at once, which could be quite a bit of time. At any rate, there's one of the things about role-playing games in general is often they kind of degenerate into let's go beat up all this stuff and steal all their stuff, which is not terribly moral, and I really don't like that kind of game where it's an excuse for going and looting, and that's why I put it in. Using the Minotaur myth, you've got a guy who's basically nuts and takes people and sticks them down to be eaten by this monster. That gives you the justification, if you will, for going and killing all these things. So I like to have kind of a bigger game picture than what is typical. And on this one, I was a little frustrated with several things. First of all, you're always in the maze. Now, that's part of the design is that you're supposed to feel that you are stuck and you're trying to get out. You're trying to win. And so that's partly that, but it gets old to me. I like being able to get out and see the sunshine. I like to be in the dungeon for a while and then be able to get out and explore the world. And that's what I was going to do with the next game, by the way. So you could have islands and a lot of terrain that you could explore, a lot of things that you're looking for, as well as the dungeons or the buildings or the whatever that you go into. So that I didn't particularly care for. The other thing I didn't really like was the fact that you were stuck in the middle of your square, and so were the varmints. So it became this throwing stuff at each other, rather than really engaging them in combat. But that's an artifact of it being first person on a game that cannot really do first person.
Yeah.
I couldn't free them up to move around. Calculating their positions, I'd already discovered the sub-hunt that you can only do that for a few objects, and it's a real pain, and then it was a nightmare. So I couldn't do it. And I couldn't let you wander randomly through the maze. You were stuck in the middle of your square, because that's the only place where the perspective could be forced to work.
Right.
So I was going to go back to well, it depends on where you were. I was going to do a three-quarter person view and a top-down view, depending upon whether you were in the maze or not, for the next game that never got released.
Yeah, you created kind of a stir in the forums after our interview about your Dreadnought Factor when you talked about that game, and so many people now want to see that game.
So, well, yeah, I would have been, I think, well, it would have been kind of like Zelda.
Yeah.
Only a lot more to it than the early Zelda games.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the experience that I already had.
Yeah.
I like puzzles. I like being able to explore. The Minotaur game had a lot of character development, but it was pretty much all about character development. Character development wasn't a part of the game. It was like critically important if you're going to survive when you finally met the Minotaur.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted it to be less that and more you had a bigger picture thing with puzzles along the way. So it would have been a lot of fun. But there are other games out there that are similar to what I wanted to do and are in actual first person, and it works.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of the Ultima games on the computers of the day, and that had the dungeon element that was the first person, but then you'd come up and you'd be, the big overview of land, and then you could go into a town, and then you'd have that sort of overview of the town.
Right.
That would have been pretty tough to accomplish. I know you said you had it to the point where you were generating the islands or the whole map randomly, and you had elements put together, but you just didn't have time to finish it.
Right. I had the cave building network systems already in place and being able to move around among them. Had some really cool features. But it's one of those things where when you walk into a room, like on Cloudy Mountain, you walk into a room, the lights turn on, and you see this dragon running at you, roaring at you. That gets your heart going.
Mm-hmm.
And you immediately go into panic mode and fire your arrows in every direction. And, of course, you kill the monster, but the arrows bounce off the wall and you kill yourself in the process. That kind of a thing is fun. And I didn't have that element in Minotaur because of the presentation.
Yeah. Well, you did have the growl that can be startling if you have the volume turned up loud enough.
Oh, you can be startled by being attacked by a monster, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have the same sense of presence because it's more an arm's length throwing things at each other in turns. You take turns.
Yeah.
As opposed to being able to actually develop skill with a sword or other tools and use them and build up dexterity on dodging their attacks. That whole element was missing, and I wanted to get that back in.
Yeah.
I mentioned before that there were some frustrations I had with the game, and those are some of the frustrations that I had, but there really wasn't a good way of dealing with it. And especially, this was an 8K game.
Mm-hmm.
With a first-person perspective that was, frankly, extremely difficult to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing that what you were able to do, especially given the time frame and when that came out. And I don't think anybody was complaining. I certainly wasn't complaining about it back then. It was and still is an amazing thing to see on that system. And as you noticed, I sent you that thing from Atari Age where they were kind of doing a poll of all the various different games, and it went on for several weeks. And your Treasure of Tarmin Minotaur ended up being the best game of all time on the system.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there, Cloudy Mountain was second.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
And Dreadnought Factor was the best shooter.
Yeah. I really at the time did not know how they were regarded. I finished the project and immediately we left APH. I didn't know how it sold. I didn't know any of the reviews, so I had no clue as to how well it was received. I had done the best job that I could, but you know, as a game designer, you're never really allow yourself to be satisfied. You're always looking at the games you do with a critical eye, trying to figure out, okay, what worked, what didn't, what can I improve?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way to continue making games that are better and better. Because if you're doing games on a system and you do a good game, and you say, okay, that's good enough, I'll do another one just like it. Well, everybody else has outstripped you. They're already doing the next generation because you didn't.
Yeah, yeah. And speaking of that, there on the Intellivision Lives website, Keith Robinson's Intellivision Productions, they mentioned that there was an enhanced version planned for the original add-on keyboard component with voices. And I don't know if that's the one that was going to be called Quest or not, and it was never started. Do you know anything about that, or did you have any input on that?
I have no knowledge of it whatsoever. It sounds like something that was thought about at Mattel.
Yeah.
And they didn't communicate real well what they were thinking.
Yeah. They just said, give us the great ideas and the big sellers and leave us alone. Don't talk to us.
Well, we had the feeling, at least some of us did, that they were really trying to get rid of it. They were trying to obsolete it.
Yeah.
They came to APH because they had a need, and they wanted to get rid of that need. And you are aware that they never acknowledged to their shareholders that the games were not done up in-house.
Yeah. Well, Dave Rolfe cracked me up when he said they were in-house and you guys were the outhouse.
That would be Dave.
So, it sounds like that was the case.
Yeah, pretty much. One of our number went to a shareholders meeting. Caused a little bit of trouble. So we were told we weren't allowed to talk about it.
Nice. But then you guys were going over there. You said you personally sometimes to present the game ideas to people at Mattel, right?
Yeah, but that was usually to either Gabe or Bomber or Richard. And we would do our presentation for their approval for them to accept the crop of games for the year. But we didn't really spend a lot of time with the rest of their crew.
Yeah, well, I'm sure everybody knew of your existence and your work that was probably, coding there as well, but you guys were just kept apart, more or less.
Well, we heard from one of them that they took their copy of Your Friend the Exec and locked it up, which is just absolutely stupid. I don't know whether it's true or not.
Huh.
But that's what we were told, because that's the operating system manual, guys. You need to know that, but I don't know. I wasn't there.
And who could ever forget Channel 11's game show for kids, WPIX? Airing during commercial breaks, lucky viewers got called to play this game live.
Okay, you have 30 seconds to play. Just say PIX to score by hitting the moving target. Ready? Go.
Channel 11 would broadcast an Intellivision video game over the air that the viewer would play by saying the word PIX into the phone, activating the firepower. The more invaders you were able to strike, the more points you racked up, and the more prizes you could win.
That's right, it is Cougar. Congratulations. We'll be sending you a $50 U.S. savings bond. Well, that's fun to have a big winner.
Behind the scenes, the voice activation was really operators in the control room pushing the buttons.
Just getting into some of the aspects of the game, was the teleportation from level 256 back to level 1, was that always intended to be that way, or was kind of like you turned a bug into a feature sort of thing?
It's called You Have One Bite, which is your level. And when it wraps around, you end up back at level 0.
Yeah.
We're done. I don't remember whether I was even particularly cognizant of it. It may have been a bug that turned into a feature. I really don't remember. It's just one of those things. RAM is so precious on the Intellivision, and I had so many objects in the dungeon at a time.
Yeah.
That I really didn't have memory to spare. That game used the Intellivision to its absolute max.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you were able to have 256 levels, but I guess that doesn't take that much space when you're generating the levels from pieces that are sort of already there.
Nothing is saved.
Yeah.
Nothing is, you have your images, and there were only a few kinds of 5x5 matrices. And you stick those together in random orientations and flipping or whatever, and you create your maze based on your hashing function. Then you populate the maze based on your hashing function. And you hold the monsters and everything else that's in there only for as long as you're in that level. The moment you leave it, all that's gone.
Mm-hmm. So you can conceivably go see the exact same level again in another game.
You should be able to, yeah. Not necessarily on another game, in that it starts from a random seed.
Yeah.
But if you revisit the same level, it should be the same.
Now, speaking of that, someone, I don't remember if I've ever done this or not, but someone mentioned there's a lot of YouTube videos, people talk about how they played it when they were a kid and things like that. And somebody said, like, before they would go and attack a tough monster, they would drop all of their stuff except what's in their hands out in the hallway, fight that monster. Then if they were killed and reincarnated, they could go back and pick up their stuff.
That's smart. That is smart.
so that is actually factual. The stuff would remain where you dropped it then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you haven't really left yet. And that's one of the features that I wasn't sure if I really wanted to do it. But here you are, you're deep down in the maze, and you get killed. Well, that's kind of a waste, but then I have to penalize you somehow. So I cut your strength in half and stick you out in the hallway if you have enough. And I don't remember what the exact numbers are, but you had to have enough strength in both areas. But I'd strip you of all your stuff and knock your score in half and give you an old junky bow with 6 or whatever arrows and stick you in the hallway. Personally, I found that I'd rather just hit the reset button.
Yeah, I mean...
But I kind of left it up to the player. And that sounds like a good solution if you're going to fight a tough monster, stick all your stuff out there. But then you've got to build yourself back up to where you have enough hit points to survive the next one, because you're at half.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that can be an incredibly frustrating thing. And it's usually a bomb that takes you out. But yeah, you're like, oh, cool, I'm doing great, killing everybody, been playing for 2 hours. Oh, look, a chest, let's open it, boom. What just happened?
The element of surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to save games, but I couldn't do it, so
yeah.
You have to live with it.
Yeah, so the manual says you're reincarnated if you're worthy, but so you don't recall as you said, you don't recall what qualifies worthy.
No, I know that both of your capabilities have to be high enough, but I don't remember what the exact numbers are. And I'd have to dig out the box with the code, and it's buried, of course, at the very bottom of everything.
Yeah. And what about the number of times you can be reincarnated?
I don't think that's limited. The code doesn't know. The code just knows where you are and what you've got and what's in the maze. It doesn't pay any attention to how many times you've been reincarnated.
But I have played recently where I died, I was reincarnated, didn't have time to get back up to where I was, and then got killed, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's quite a challenge, I would think, to actually pull the game around, and if you get killed once, so that you don't die again. It's I suppose feasible, but it's one of those things that I just kind of left to the user. If you want to try this, if you want to have the challenge of being able to do that, say that you were able to do it, well, fine, go right ahead. I hit the reset button.
Right. Yeah, and there's a guy, we found a website it's got a really kind of detailed everything about the game, a walkthrough, and he suggests don't even think about opening containers until you're at about 70 for your strength.
Well, you have to open the containers in order to find really good stuff.
Yeah, that's the problem with that theory. But it seems to me that, and maybe this isn't the case, that if you're opening containers on the early levels, you're not likely to encounter a bomb or a really strong bomb, and that seems to happen later.
That's correct.
You have time to build yourself up.
That is correct. Everything is adjusted carefully to try to make it so that you'll do okay if you don't just rush down. If you rush down through the maze and get deep quickly, you're going to get killed.
Yeah.
You have to take the time to build yourself up.
Right. And it seems like you didn't really need 256 levels. I've never been down that far. I mean, I don't recall the furthest that I've been down. There are videos of people on YouTube at that level and then going back up to 1.
Well, this is one of the things that, as a game designer at the time, you've had to take into account. This is why on Dreadnought Factor, for example, you hadn't seen most of the features.
Right.
Because you never survived long enough to see all the features. And I had to design all the games so that the person who got really, really good at it could be satisfied for a very long time.
Yeah.
And so it is with Minotaur. You can play that game for hours and hours and enjoy it. But that means that new features are coming on, master monsters are coming on. I have to have everything adjusted for the expected length of the game.
And the difficulty level, does that continue to increase each level all the way down to 256, or is there like a cutoff point?
I think it goes all the way down, but I don't recall exactly what I did in terms of the code.
Yeah.
You get into probabilities of different things occurring, probabilities of different monsters existing, because everything has to be based on that. You have, when you're in the first few levels, you get fairly easy monsters, but there's some variety. You'll find some that are more difficult than others.
Yeah.
And all that has to be built into your hashing function so that it plays right. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because nothing's fixed, nothing's determined.
And then you can also have multiple Minotaurs if you decide to, well, for example, you kill the Minotaur, but you don't take the treasure, and you just keep exploring. You'll run into more of them later on.
That is correct.
And more difficult ones the deeper you go.
Yeah, they get nastier. Depending upon the difficulty level you selected and how deep you are.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've not gone that far at the starting off at the highest difficulty level.
I haven't either, except in the testing mode.
Yeah, and some of those, getting onto the secret doors and the books that you get that allow you to warp through walls and see through walls, turn everything platinum. I'm wondering, was that something you put in there as kind of a testing thing, and then you said, hey, this would make a cool feature to let the player do this?
I think it's more that I realized it would be an easy thing to do, and I thought it would be cool.
Yeah.
It isn't. It turned out that it could be used for the test mode. So I'm not sure, whether the test mode generated it or it generated the test mode. I don't remember. But a lot of the times, when you know your code, you know how it works. There are certain things that are very easy features to add. Seeing through walls is one of them. It's actually kind of a pain. I have to make the monsters invisible if there's a wall in the way. So I have to determine, as I'm doing the display, whether the monster is occluded or not. Mm-hmm. Because the background doesn't necessarily hide the monster. It can't. Otherwise, it'd hide the one in front of you, too. So I had to calculate or figure out all that.
Yeah, when you've been just kind of going through the dungeon for about an hour or more, and you finally get that book that lets you warp through the walls, it's like, woohoo! I can just shoot across and come back and go through line by line, and hey, I'm done with that level.
Except that you can't warp into a monster.
Yeah, right. There's that. And sometimes you have to get to the monster in an odd way if you can see him with that other book, and then sort of work your way around.
Well, that comes with knowing the different sub-mazes. Once you know the different sub-mazes, you can pretty much know what the connectivity is.
Yeah, we found a guy you're familiar with the Google SketchUps where you can sort of make, plans of rooms and things like that. Well, somebody did one of all the mazes in Treasure Tarmin. Download it and check it out. It's the various sections that build the levels, so.
I probably have my original sketches because I had to do all of this stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. When I played games like Ultima, and since the dungeons weren't the primary focus, they were part of the game, like Ultima 3, I actually remember mapping them out on graph paper as we went. But
yeah.
That I have not done on Tarmin.
Well, that's because it's random all the time, too.
Yeah.
When the game's the same, making a map makes great deal of sense.
Right.
I don't like games that are like that.
I just mean like on the particular level that you're on, because even on a single level you can get turned around, as we talked about a little earlier. But
well, that's true.
But that's a lot of work to do for each level.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is you don't have to thoroughly do the entire maze really to be ready to go down a level.
Yeah, and if let's say you're on a level and that level has a secret door, but you miss it, is it going to come up again on the next level, or is that random as well?
If the piece which has the magic door is used, then that hidden door will be used. it's there regardless of level. It doesn't. Let me back up. I create the maze. I take 4 pieces and I throw them in there. The pieces have encoded in them all the doors, passageways, and hidden doors. And they're there. So whether you use it or not makes no difference to the game. It doesn't care.
Yeah, it's going to reappear sometime later.
It's going to reappear the next time that section is used. Or not appear, as the case may be.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like it takes a while to see them. But other games I've played, and they pop up, right away.
Well, it depends on whether it's right in front of you when you're coming in and you accidentally hit the open button.
Yeah.
But if you can get a sense of the maze and where you've been, and that's when you start looking for the hidden doors. When you can't get somewhere, then you start looking for it.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about the way that you came up with the hit points, for lack of a better term, or strength, the war and the spiritual, and how they're all they're sort of intertwined, but they're dependent on the type of weapon you're using, and then the type of monster that's attacking you attacks a particular one or the other. Was that
right.
That probably took quite a bit of time to come up with the concepts behind the game like that?
Well, I wanted to have a little more complexity than just strength. Because if it's just strength, then there's not a lot of strategic thought that goes into it. Just go and beat up on everything with your bow or whatever you've got. So I wanted to have that strategic element of being able to have both. So that you had to make a strategic choice. Well, what am I going to focus on now? And you had to focus on both because the Minotaur is going to attack wherever you're weakest. So I don't remember the exact genesis of it, but I wanted to have both of those to have a little more complexity in your strategic resource management aspect of the game.
And when it comes to the weapons, the spiritual and the war weapons, does it make that much difference if you're attacking a monster who's primarily a war type with a war weapon? Are you going to have more success than attacking him with a spiritual weapon, or is it just more dependent on the strength of the weapon?
It's dependent on the strength of the weapon and the strength of the monster. And there's a certain amount of randomness in it, too. I don't like things where, okay, this monster has a strength of 8. If I hit him with something with a strength of 17, he's gone. No. It's somewhat random, so it's a range, and it depends on his defenses also. So it's all kind of modeled in the interaction software. And yeah, it's kind of complex. As I recall, I have a lot of tables. And they take a lot of space.
You would have to, just with all of these things. And
oh yeah, 6 different levels of 6 different monsters, 6 different levels of 6 different armaments, and they all affect everything. It's a little crazy.
Do you have any tips or tricks on ways to build strength more quickly? Before you answer.
The books are really the best.
Yeah, there's a guy that another thing that we found. Someone's talking about increasing your war hit points more quickly, where you basically take a bow that's out of arrows and you attack weaker monsters, let them hit you a few times, then rest, and then do it again. I don't know if you ever thought of that one.
No, I hadn't. Oh, that's funny. So you shoot nothing at them,
right?
And they hit you, and you shoot nothing at them, and they hit you.
Yeah, and then you can retreat.
You get a lot of experience that way, and you do no damage.
Right.
That's funny. No, I had not thought of that. And if I had, I probably would have considered it a bug and fixed it.
Yeah, I haven't personally tried that. I just found that the other day, and I figured that was something that wasn't intended. And just
when you do a complex game like this, and you don't think of everything, and then you find out what people do with your game, sometimes it can be very amusing. It's like, you do that.
Right.
Bizarre. Why would anybody do that? And yet, it can have some cool results.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as it doesn't crash and burn, you're okay.
Right. Yeah, and then you get into the book thing and the potions and ways to increase maximum strength and spiritual and more strength, and yeah, those are all other elements that you added on top of an already complex game. But all of those things make for a better game, I think.
a better game and one that lasts a long time. It's not like you play it for a little while and you're done. Because in the course of one game, you're not likely to find all those things. You have to work with what you find.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the whole strategic element. Okay, I've got this. What can I do with it?
Yeah. Here's something that I always thought was amusing. You run into a box, and let's say you have the blue key that you can open anything, and you open the box, and inside the box is an orange key. Great prize. Thanks, Tom.
Well, you're welcome, but the thing is, see, the stocking mechanism doesn't pay any attention to what you have.
Right.
It's just stocking things, depending on your level, your difficulty level, and it just stocks them, and so you found a useless key, you can throw it away. That's the way it goes. It's better than a bomb.
That's true. And speaking of the bombs, how come you didn't come up with some way to protect yourself from those bombs? All this fancy armor and turning everything platinum, and still the bomb's killing me.
Oh, well, surprises, you know? It's just one of those things I really never thought about trying to figure out a way of diffusing them. The game was complex enough as it is. But I didn't want every single thing you opened to always be wonderful. I wanted you to have a little bit of trepidation.
Yeah.
And the bombs did that. They made you think twice about opening those big chests.
That's true. And you could always throw them at the monsters.
Could you?
Yeah, don't you? That was in the manual too. If you're in a battle with the monster and you decide he's either too strong for you or for whatever reason, you can throw a container at him, and that's
right. You
stops
throw him
the
the
fight.
treasure and he leaves you alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. It's only been about 30 years until yesterday when I finally played the game. I haven't played it for 30 years.
And how'd you do when you played it?
Well, I got killed.
Yeah.
It's a normal thing. I won one. I got killed twice.
And what level were you playing at?
Oh, I was varying it because I was trying to check a few things out and see exactly how I'd done some things.
Yeah.
Because, for example, the screen wipe where you're rotating, the first attempt I actually did was I tried to bend the perspective lines on one side and scroll it around and scroll your view around and then unbend them, and it didn't really work with the more distant walls, so I kind of had to abandon the approach.
You still have any kind of copies of beta versions, early versions as a ROM file or something?
No.
That was all property of APH and then Mattel.
Well, we didn't keep that kind of a thing. First of all, you were talking about you're developing it on a PDP-11.
Yeah.
With all of a 1.1.5 or something megabyte hard drive. Whoa. You don't keep stuff, okay? We couldn't.
Yeah.
There's just no way to deal with that.
Yeah.
So you reused your WPROMs, because they were expensive little buggers. So you didn't keep anything other than the final version.
Yeah, there's been some talk in the homebrew scene about kind of reworking this game now that you have things like flash memory to save games and more capacity.
Mm-hmm.
I know you mentioned your injury and your inability to program and that sort of thing. Do you have like any kind of source code or anything? If someone wanted to do this, would there be a way to collaborate with you and they would do the work and just to kind of get ideas from you?
I do have source code printout listing with comments of all my games.
Wow.
So I kept those as I went along, at least in the early days. Once the games got to be about 100,000 lines of code, I kind of gave up on them.
Yeah.
But for all of these early games, which are relatively small, I have source listings.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I know that there's, I'm friends with Keith Robinson, and I know that technically he owns the rights to these games now. So anything would have to be go through him, kind of a thing. But yeah, people have talked about, especially after hearing what you had in mind for your follow-up game that never got made. Someone in the homebrew community may want to attempt something like that, and be great if they could get input from you, on some of the things you had planned.
Well, that might occur. You mentioned somebody who had arm problems and was using voice. If a voice system is properly integrated in with the development environment, I could actually do things. I can't travel, and I can't type. So I'm kind of limited as to what I can do.
Right. Yeah, that's Carl Mueller Jr. He actually has made several games. He made the remake of Donkey Kong, which managed to get all the screens and sound effects and everything. I mean, it's a night and day above the Coleco version. So he has that. He does all of his programming for the most part through voice as well. He has the same type of an injury.
Is it tendons or nerves?
I believe it's tendons.
Yeah, that's what nerves they can fix, tendons they can't.
So yeah, I don't know if anybody's really started any project like that. There's just been talk about it. So, but yeah, did you ever get a chance to check out that stuff I sent you with regard to the modern development and how they do things, just so you could see what was going on?
I read the emails, but I really haven't pursued it. At present, I have other fish to fry.
Sure. Yeah, I know that's not a big priority or anything, and it's just something that people were asking us about.
Well, I'm an intense sort of a person. If I start doing something, I finish it. And so I have to be careful where I start.
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, there's a lot of people out there that didn't really like your games, and that would be quite amazing one day if you felt like doing another one.
And it would be fun because that's one game that I didn't get a chance to finish. But I guess I have to wonder why. It's the ideal first-person adventure game can be done on better systems.
Right.
And there are some wonderful, marvelous games out there. I wish they were random. I mentioned Wind Waker. I would love it if that was a lot more random.
Yeah.
Because then you could play it again and again and again, and it'd be fun over and over again, instead of knowing, well, I have to go do this, and this is over there. Where you know everything already. That's part of the idea of an adventure is the unknown. You don't know where things are. You don't know exactly what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
But the engine's already there. And it turns out, because I've done first-person games, it's really so much harder to manage the project with a first-person game. It's hard technically just to make it happen. And it's really hard to do the gameplay for it. It's not easy. First of all, you don't have any peripheral vision. You're looking at a flat screen, and if you show more than you should see, it looks odd. So you're pretty much limited to a flat screen of a small area of what you're viewing. And for an adventure game, it's all about paying attention to everything around you. It's hard. It's very difficult.
I recall you talked about there was a guy that was at APH, and you were, when he was working on what was going to be the Intellivision 3 and the increased graphic resolutions.
Right.
That's something that you could have really taken advantage of for a game like this, a follow-up game.
Yeah, it would have been good for the follow-up game because I was abandoning the first-person perspective.
Mm-hmm.
It would still have been a tile. It still was going to be a tile-based system, and that was Will McCowan, by the way. Most of these people went to Cheshire. Hal Finney did not. He was pretty much the only member of the senior staff who didn't. The rest of us went from Cheshire. It was going to be a tile-based machine. Double resolution, X and Y, more memory, faster, more objects, and bigger objects. Would have been a really nice machine.
Yeah. And you said his name is Will McCowan?
Yeah, Will McCowan.
Is he still around? Is he, wondered, he'd be interested in talking to
I knew
us.
he's still at Cheshire, but I don't know. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get him on and talk about the, if he remembers anything about the hardware he was working on.
Oh, he probably does. You might try contacting Shal Farley at Cheshire Engineering.
Okay.
He, at least a long time ago, he was president. I know the company's still around. I don't know whether Will is still with it. At this point, we're all reaching kind of retirement age.
Sure. I don't know if Keith knows any of those people either, but I know that Hal Finney has major health issues, and I saw an article about him with regard to the whole Bitcoin thing, that he had a part in developing that. But yeah, I think he has ALS. I think he's confined to a wheelchair, can't really move.
ALS.
Lou Gehrig's disease. I think that's what it is. But Dave Rolfe sent me an article that was talking about Bitcoin, you know, that currency the permanent currency, and then there was an interview with Hal, and they just showed him, and it just, I guess he can type using mouth movements or something like that.
He was the fastest typer of the lot of us.
Oh wow.
He could type code so fast it'd make your head spin. I think he was doing 70 to 90 words a minute equivalent.
Wow.
He was a fast typer.
And he's the one who came up with a lot of the sound effects too, huh?
Well, he did the initial sound module, and since he came up with the module, he did a lot of the sound. And then when I got involved, I kind of started doing sounds for people using his sound module, and so I became the one who did a lot of the sounds, sounds too. So we both were doing a lot of the sounds. Then when I went to Cheshire, I had to write my own sound module for sound and music. Now you asked about music in Minotaur.
Yeah.
I think, and I didn't have any space.
I figured that.
I had to have you have feedback for your clips. I had to have you have feedback for your attack and their attack. Well, that uses all three sound channels. So I didn't have a sound channel to do music with.
Right. Yeah, and you use that sort of default hit the disc sound.
Yeah, it's all a key click, but yeah.
It's too bad you couldn't have made a footstep sound instead.
Oh, a footstep sound?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been nice. I didn't think about it.
Now, did you ever see Tower of Doom that came out? I don't recall right now who did that, and it wasn't released until later when the INTV Corporation was redoing the stuff. But that's it's an overhead perspective. It's kind of a mix almost of your two AD&D games, but as you walk through it reveals the screen like the Cloudy Mountain, but on the side it also is generating a map in real time as you move of the overall level.
Right.
Yeah, and then there's the little guys, and when you get into a fight, it cuts to a larger screen where you see each other in a larger form fighting each other, and you're moving around.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
That would have been nice. And by the way, a comment for your homebrew and just in general. 4K for the Intellivision is barely enough to do a decent game, a vaguely decent game, with pretty much one screen. If you're going to do anything fancy, you really need more. Dreadnought Factor was 8. Minotaur was 8. Cloudy Mountain was 6. Because there's a certain amount that you need to have in terms of space just to handle anything. And if you want a complex game, you have to have more.
Yeah, I think the limit now on these newer cartridges is something like 32.
Oh,
wow. Bank switching, obviously, for various things. But have you seen, I know your internet is not great there, have you seen any YouTube videos of some of the homebrew games, the modern stuff that's been made?
No, I have not, and you're right, my internet is horrible. It usually cycles down several times a minute.
Oh, nice.
It makes YouTube almost inaccessible. Sometimes it works, and most of the time it doesn't.
I can imagine. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk about with regard to the game, the monsters, or the various types, or anything like that?
I did have one thing I wanted to mention.
Sure.
Not particularly about this game, but for anybody in homebrew who's looking at doing games, my recommendation is to start off with what we had a lot of people start off with, which was the Fly Swatter game. Have you ever seen the Fly Swatter game in Donkey Kong 64?
Yeah.
You go into a barrel and you smash flies with Fly Swatter. Well, that kind of a thing is something that we often had people start with. We would have them spend a week and write a Fly Swatter game because it allows you to practice bringing up a backdrop, creating a moving object, moving it around, and doing just rudimentary sounds. And those are all the elements you need to do a game. So that was often what we had people do first, was the Fly Swatter game. I don't know whether they did that kind of in homage to what we used to do long ago. I don't know if there's any connection, but that's something we had people do. And the second thing is that often, whenever you're doing a game for the first time on any system, you really would like to have the luxury of doing a game and throwing it away. And that sounds harsh, but the tendency is to think, well, this is the greatest game in the world. Well, no, the next one will be much better.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
It does. And speaking of that, what do you remember what the first thing you did on the Intellivision was?
That was boxing.
You just jumped in right away on that, huh?
Well, that's all these things were done as summer projects, and that was a summer project that really never happened.
Yeah.
All that was up was the backdrop. Well, that's not a game. I'm sorry. But summer was over, and the fellow went back to school, and so somebody has to finish it. So yeah, you jump in and finish it. And a lot of the people, their first games really actually were quite good. I'm just thinking, if you have the luxury, it's nice to practice and then work on something that you're really going to care about.
Yeah.
We didn't have the luxury. You just shipped the game, and it was okay.
It was an early industry then. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Did you happen to remember Ken Smith? We had him on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did you work with him at APH then for a while?
A little bit, and actually, Ken was a programmer type, which was nice. I'd been programming since I was in junior high school, but that was all I made things with punch cards. And he pointed out something that kind of stuck in my mind, and I've kind of kept in mind. And that is that you can tell what your code is going to look like by looking at your data structure. Or you can tell what somebody else's code is going to look like by looking at his data structure. Because programming is all about moving data from one data structure to another. So you got to be careful how you design your data structure. And that was really valuable advice. I'm going to have to listen to your interview for Ken.
Yeah.
He did a job with T-Battle.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, he did, his first project was basketball.
Oh, he's the one who did basketball. I couldn't remember who did it.
Yeah, and I asked him in the interview, were you a fan of basketball? He said, not at all.
Well, actually, this is kind of the way it works at this time. You want a sports title, so you hire somebody to do a sports title who's really no good at sports.
Mm-hmm.
And I did the Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Well, I spent a few hours playing Crozier and decided what I wanted to do. And in terms of the normal Dungeons and Dragons stuff, while I was doing this, Eric Bickle played Dungeon Master and set up a dungeon for me, kind of walked me through how it's done. And I really didn't care for it very much because I like being able to see what I'm doing. So I'm not even a big fan of that. And here I'm doing these games. And you look at it and you scratch your head and say, you're qualified. How?
Right.
But that was the way it was. All we were trying to do was make fun games.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never have guessed that, seeing the two games that you did.
Surprise!
Well, then the same thing happened to Ken when he came back and they asked him to do hockey. And I said, are you a hockey fan? He's like, I was even less of a hockey fan than I was a basketball fan.
Well, and I did boxing. I've never boxed in my life.
Right.
I'm too small and frail. I'd get killed in there. So no way. And yet I'm doing the boxing. That's the way it was. Take the venue. It's an excuse for making a fun game. Your goal is to make a fun game.
Right.
And at that time, nobody really insisted that it be realistic or follow any particular sports rules. You did what you wanted, which was kind of nice.
Yeah, and hockey ended up being one of my favorite of the sports games, and I think Ken did a good job on that one.
That was also his third game.
Yeah. Well, because he helped out on football when Mattel couldn't get it together.
Yeah, I think Kevin Miller had a hand in that too.
Yeah, that's right, he did. And then Sea Battle was not his final game because he did Sea Battle, and then he came back a year or so later after he'd already left to do one of the M Network football for the Atari 2600.
Oh, did he do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the M Network was the way that Glenn finally managed to get Mattel to cough up royalties. It was kind of done in a subterfuge manner. And because we didn't get royalties, all we got were just engineering services.
Yeah.
And we didn't know what we had. But it was the incoming of the money that destroyed the company. Oh well.
Yeah, the two guys didn't see eye to eye on that, huh? And
money does funny things to people.
Yeah.
It just does.
It's true.
As I say, it's the root of all kinds of evil. It really is.
Yep. No arguing there. All right. that's about all I have for you today. But thanks for coming on again and talking about that.
Okay, Paul.
And when we get around to Cloudy Mountain and or boxing, well, maybe we'll give you a call again.
Well, I don't think boxing is worth doing.
Real quick about boxing, I remember we talked about the like the screenshots in the catalogs, and I remember there's one of boxing, and the rink looks the same except the boxers are very small. Do you remember that ever being a reality, or were they always the large size like that?
When I got a hold of them, they were always big.
Okay.
They really didn't have anything but the ring, and yet they have to create. Understand the way the industry worked. You had to create all your publications, all your manuals, even long before the game was done.
Yeah.
And so, well, we don't have anything. Well, the game's on the list, so we'll create a screenshot, or somebody will do something, and there you go. So that goes in the catalog. Well, is that what it really ends up looking like? Well, probably not.
Right.
But they couldn't wait on us to start printing catalogs.
Sure, of course not. It wouldn't have worked that way.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Funny.
All right.
Okay, thanks very much,
have a good
Tom.
day.
Yeah, you too. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Willie.
This is SoCal Mike, and we're with the ColecoVisions podcast.
And you're listening to the Intellivisionaries
podcast.
The Intellivisionaries, talking about Intellivision.
So just a couple other things to talk about that, quirkiness maybe of the game. I'm not sure. Just things I ran across, and I thought I'd mark down in my notes. It looks like there are you can come across books and potions that will boost your strength cap. Same way that you would if you fought a monster and rested and your numbers go up. These things will boost your strength score and push them up. But it looks like the two strength, so you have either war or spiritual, and it looks like you only get one at a time. I actually was at a point where I picked up one of each, and I thought, oh, cool, I'll activate both of these. And I activated the strength one, and my strength score turned blue, which it does to indicate that. And then I hit the spiritual one, and my spiritual turned blue, and the strength score turned regular again. I thought, okay, I guess I better.
Yeah, you kind of have to build that up before you use the other one.
Yeah. So that's kind of an oddity that didn't seem obvious, I guess.
Yeah, that's not really clearly explained in the manual either.
Right. Another thing I noticed that you wouldn't notice from just playing the game is that the strength of a given monster is somewhat randomized. It's not predetermined at the start of the game, I guess I mean to say, because I was playing this for a while, like I mentioned earlier, with a VM where I was saving my game by snapshotting the VM and bringing it back, and I'd fight this heavy monster, and he would have a score of 20, and then he'd have a score of 8. He'd kill me. Then I'd restore. He'd have a score of 18, and he'd kill me. And then he'd come back and have a score of 21, and he'd kill me. And so that that score, his strength score, or whatever, seems to be somewhat randomized in the moment as opposed to predetermined at dungeon creation time or whatever, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I also noticed that the levels, I think, are just in time created as well in terms of the randomness, because I had saved my game just before going down a ladder, and so then I go down the ladder, moved around a little bit, got killed, restored, and went down the ladder, and I was in a different maze area than I was the previous round. So that, again, just to kind of giving you a clue as to when the game is actually computing that or choosing those 5x5 grid things to put together.
Yeah. I would think it just couldn't put it into the memory, to save space. It's just going to create it right then and there as soon as you choose it.
So one thing that tripped me up when I was first starting to play this game was I would fight a monster and would immediately rest to push my scores back up again. Every monster I fought, I would rest immediately to keep my scores at maximum. But then I found out that particularly on hard levels, that uses up your food way too quickly. So I think you need to, kind of watch your numbers, and then I'm guessing, like maybe I don't really know this. I'm going to guess that 1 unit of food will bump you up some number of points, and if I'm wasting that unit of food on just say my score dipped by 1, and I'm using my food to push it back up that 1, when maybe it could have pushed me up 5.
Yeah,
I'm just making those numbers up, but
yeah, that's true, and it's also based on your maximum potential score.
Right. So I started kind of conserving my food, particularly early in the game when most of the monsters you hit aren't going to damage you too much. Then maybe fight 2 or 3 monsters and then heal myself.
Right.
So that I don't chew up all my food.
Well, it's also useful to find the one of the potions. I believe it's the small blue potion, which will refresh your war and spiritual strength to maximum.
Right. That kind of works like all the food you can eat or something.
Yeah, and
in one shot.
Since you mentioned those potions too, just a few more notes about them. There's a pink small potion that'll help you find better things in containers.
I found that one. That's a cool one.
And then
all of a sudden I found like cool stuff.
Yeah, it's like, wow, this is great. I need to get one of these in real life.
Yeah.
And then there's the purple small potion, which makes you invisible to the monsters, but also makes them invisible to you, which I don't really see that being terribly useful. But I guess if you're just trying to avoid monsters and get stuff for a little while, that could work.
Yeah, the one time that I actually beat the Minotaur, I had the purple potion activated, and I had the pink special book activated, which allowed me to see through the walls.
Mm-hmm.
So I dropped down I think 2 or 3 levels until I finally found the Minotaur again and just went right after him.
Now, if you have the see-through walls, but you made everybody invisible, you can still see them through the wall, but not when you're right in front of them?
The enemies weren't showing up at all. The only enemy that would show up was the Minotaur.
Oh, just him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hide you and hide the enemies thing does not work on the Minotaur. Yeah, they mentioned that in the book.
Yeah, so the only enemy that would show up while I was doing that was going to be him. And, of course, I saw him through a wall and found where he was and attacked him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the large potions, the blue one will raise your war strength. The pink one will raise your spiritual power score by 10. And the purple will switch your war and spiritual strength traits, which helps in fights. But you lose 1 turn during fights when you do that. I don't recall getting that one.
I've never gotten that one before.
I did notice that this game, it's got, because it's turn-based, it's got kind of a slow feel to it. It certainly doesn't feel like, other games like, Beauty and the Beast or something. But I did notice that that slowness also contributed to what I consider maybe some control issues. Like, you have to hold the disc down half a second or so for it to register and move you, as opposed to, again, say a game like Beauty and the Beast, where I was used to just tap the disc, tap, whatever. You can't just tap the disc in this game, and I felt like sometimes that was a little jarring. I was like, why isn't this moving? And I'm like, okay, hold down, and then I move. So it has that kind of a slower pace, and it's not particularly out of place given the turn-based combat and the turn-based elements of the game, but it is something I noticed.
Yeah.
It also... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's really maxing out the Intellivision.
Yeah. It also, in terms of difficulty, it seems to ramp up pretty quickly in terms of these levels. So we mentioned there's 4 skill levels, and the easiest level is not bad. I mean, I think the first time I played it, once I knew what I was doing and started walking around, I think I walked up, killed the Minotaur on the first try. I had, of course, acquired good weapons and all that kind of stuff, but I had only found what I had found on the first 2 levels. On the easiest level, you're going to find the Minotaur as early as level 2. But then, so the next games that I played were what they call easy. They go easiest to easy, and on easy, I find the game quite challenging. I played easy all the time at work. And I never killed the Minotaur at work. I mean, I found him many times, and he kicked my butt over and over again.
Did you do any work at work?
This whole month, all I've been doing is playing Tarmin.
Yeah, right.
No, I should say that again. This kind of hits that strategy we talked about. Maybe we mentioned it off mic. I forget, but you probably don't want to attack them on these other levels. You probably don't want to attack the Minotaur on the first level he's available. I found that again and again and again on the easy level, which is level 2, that if I had I did I had maps, and I was scouring every level, picking up every weapon, every item, every magical thing, and trying to use all these things and attacking every single enemy so that I could boost my hit points up. And given all that experience, when I find the Minotaur, he's still too strong. And what I really need to do, even as early as the level 2, is to go deeper and keep fighting, keep building, and kind of grinding, and then kill him much later when I'm much stronger. That the first opportunity, I'm just not strong enough yet.
Yeah. I've seen that happen before as well.
That happened to me like every time.
That happened to me every time as well.
Yeah, he's just taunting you. Go ahead, try it.
Try it. You know you want to.
You'll meet my brothers lower down.
Yeah. One thing that wasn't obvious to me at all. It seems like when you're playing this, again, you're kind of in this kind of slow-paced, turn-based kind of gaming. You walk up to the monster, he growls, and he attacks you, and you attack back, and he attacks you, kind of thing. And that was how I thought the game was structured, that's what you have to do. But you can walk up to a monster and hit attack immediately and get the first strike in before he growls, and that turned out to change my game radically. I was playing on, again, I tried to play on the hardest level just to see what I could do, and I was saving the game. This is in the emulator. And again, I'd walk up to a monster, let him get the first strike in, and I'd die. I mean, one hit and I'm done, and I'm gone. And I thought, well, I don't even understand how this game is playable. If a monster's strong enough to kill me in one shot, how do I attack him? And then I started watching some videos on YouTube, and I was seeing people get a first shot in, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's what I need to do. And that does change the game a lot, because if you're fighting a monster that's going to die in 2 hits or 3 hits, getting that first hit in there before he hits you first is a big advantage. And that's kind of a key thing that wasn't, I don't know, something about the game made me think I had to let him attack me first.
You know, that when I started playing it again for the show, I'd kind of forgotten about that too. And then I talked to you about what you were doing, and then that did jog the memory of it being a kid and immediately trying to hit attack. But for some reason, that just, I hadn't played it in quite a long time, so I'd forgotten that.
Another strategy that seemed maybe a little counterintuitive to me. Again, one of the strategies that you alerted to earlier, Paul mentions this, that you probably want to save your arrows and go ahead and use the more powerful weapons early on. See, I kept thinking, well, all these monsters I'm fighting are easier right now. I should use my weakest weapons and save these powerful weapons for the bigger monsters that are coming later. But what ends up happening is later weapons get more and more scarce, and now you need arrows and you don't have any. And so a counterintuitive strategy, I guess, was to go ahead and be liberal with the use of even more powerful weapons, particularly early on, and save your arrows, because they're going to be really good weapons later when you find a crossbow and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think I got through the first couple levels with only using a couple arrows. So yeah, I just kept picking up the one-time use weapons and using those each time an enemy came along.
Yeah, it's funny. You can sometimes walk up to a monster and there's a weapon right in front of him. You can pick that up. Okay, I'm going to throw this at you now.
Yeah. But again, that seemed backwards to me. It seemed like I would want to save heavier weapons for heavier monsters, but I don't think that it turns out to be the right way to go.
One thing you got to keep in mind with all the weapons have the potential to break, just disappear. And if you have really powerful, like some of the book weapons later on, you want to kind of save those until you really need them. You come across an alligator or a dragon or something. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I found that, well, I guess it depends on the level, but I found when I was playing on the easiest, of course, you seem to just never run out of arrows. They're always around and pick them up. But yeah, the harder ones, I don't know. I guess there's just different ways to do it. You could also just try spiritual weapons to build that spiritual score more, on easier monsters early on, if you can find a scroll or something.
So a question I asked you, Paul, and I don't think you had a good answer, so or didn't know, so we'll throw it out to Will too, or maybe you found out. So the manual mentions that certain types of monsters are spiritual type monsters, meaning that they will attack your spiritual score, and other monsters are physical monsters and they attack your war score, and that there are other monsters that will attack either. So what I wondered was, does that indicate that enemy is vulnerable to one of the two types more than the other? Like either way. So like a dragon is a bad monster, so he attacks my spiritual score. Does that mean he's vulnerable to spiritual weapons, or that he's vulnerable to war weapons more than the other? Or is it just a combined thing and I just fight him with whatever I've got?
I don't think I really noticed. It seemed like whatever weapon I was using was pretty effective against anything that I came across.
Okay.
Well, if you'd taken the time to listen to the interview that I recorded today, which you haven't heard yet, but we're implying that you've heard for sake of this podcast,
right?
I asked Tom that question, and he said that it doesn't make that much difference. It's more about the strength of the weapon that you have. Okay. Because I've noticed that too. Now, I thought that it implied that in the manual. If, okay, it's a spiritual type monster, I should attack it with a spiritual weapon and I'll have more success. Based on what he recalls and what he told me is that's not, there may be slight truth to that, but for the most part, it's more based on the strength of the particular weapon you're using. Because I took out all types with both types of weapons equally well. Once you get the weapons that are, have a lot of potential damage.
Yeah, I find, and of course, the monster score is just a single number anyway when it shows it to you when you're fighting. It's not like it's dividing its scores into the two halves to allow you to say, "Oh, I beat down his spiritual. Now I have to beat down his war." It's not like that. So
right.
Okay, so yeah, we're shattering the illusion. I look forward to hearing that interview later.
The one you've heard already.
The one that's already come in the podcast.
That's right.
All right. So another thing that I wanted to mention that is true about a bunch of Intellivision games. This game has this goofy backwards skill selection thingy going on. So I noticed this is in Will. I noticed this in Shark as well. We were playing the other night. That the way that you pick, there's 4 skill levels, and I've seen this in many Intellivision games where there's 4 skill levels. The disc picks the fastest level, but button number 1 is not easy. It doesn't go 1, 2, 3. It goes 3, 2, 1. Press 3 for easiest, 2 for easy, 1 for medium, and disc for hard. So it's backwards from what I want it to be. And Paul, you were saying earlier that.
Yeah, that goes back to the exec, and the routine was 3 was always the slowest game on most games that use the exec. If you hit 3, you're going to get slow, but that was usually just slowing down the frame rate more or less.
Right.
Where you don't see that in this, but it makes it less difficult. But I think probably, and I didn't ask Tom this, but I think probably that was just staying with that format that people were used to.
Yeah, so that's kind of weird, I think, because I don't know, that seems backwards to me. So, but then the overlay prints 1, 2, 3 on keypad buttons 1, 2, 3, when it could have printed them in the reverse order. It could have put, instead of 1, 2, 3, it could have put easy, whatever, or maybe made it 3, 2, 1, so that you'd look at the thing and say, oh, 1 is the easiest. I should pick this button in the upper right, which happens to be 3, below it.
Yeah, I think they didn't do that because then if someone didn't have the overlay and they read the manual, they'd be confused. And then since Dave Rolfe had decided for whatever reason that 3 was going to be the slowest speed.
Yeah, that's a strange.
We'll have to ask Dave that one.
Yeah, it is.
Why didn't you pick 1 as the slowest?
There you go. Well, all right. I guess
we'll get a custom keypad for your controllers made, Rick.
Please, could we do something for me? Do you guys have any other things you wanted to mention about the gameplay itself before we move on to stuff about boxes and manuals and various things?
Well, maybe we should do a quick rundown of the monster types, and then we can do that. There's the giant ants, and all of these come in 3 colors. And by the way, the colors are not always the same for these things, which is more confusing. Like the giant ants can be blue, pink, or purple being the strongest. The dwarves can be yellow, tan, or orange. Giant scorpions can be blue, pink, or purple, like the giant ants. The dwarves with shields, that's the same coloring. Giant snakes, blue, pink, purple. And then we've got the alligators and the dragons. Those are also blue, pink, purple. Those are what they consider the bad monsters. And then, of course, you have the nasty monsters. And the bad monsters, by the way, they use spiritual weapons only. The nasty monsters use war weapons only, and they are the skeletons, the cloak skeletons, and the giants. And then, of course, you have the horrible monsters, which can use either type, and that's the ghouls, and the aforementioned ghouls with shields that don't exist, the wraiths, and the Minotaur himself. So there you go. Monster rundown.
There you go.
And the only monster that doesn't have a different color for it is the Minotaur. He's always purple.
True. And the evil doors have different colors, too, by the way.
He's always purple, and he's always got a shield.
Yes.
Yeah.
And ears. Perky, pointy ears.
Exactly. All right, so why don't we talk about other various things that we talk about. So the box is a 1983 style box, which is top opening. I've seen it referred to before as the 83 style box, meaning I think it just means top opening box. The box art is pretty good. It's very reminiscent of the original Dungeons and Dragons artwork, except different stuff. It has a treasure chest in the background. It's got some snakes. It's got what looks to be some kind of a orc type creature on the bottom holding an axe. I suppose he's supposed to be one of the things we just read about. But and then it's got a kind of a what you typically see portrayed as death. The skeleton in the hooded cloak, and I guess that's a ghoul maybe. And then it's got two pop out circles showing some action scenes. One of them showing a guy moving down ladders although he's up at the castle, which is kind of strange. But and then it shows another a warrior of some kind fighting a warrior. It's a guy in pants and shirt. He doesn't really look like he's dressed for what he's in, but he's fighting a giant scorpion with a spear. So yeah, it's just got
Does the scorpion have a shield?
The scorpion does not have a shield. It's pretty good artwork, I think. But it's again of that. It's got that kind of Mattel style to it with the pop out circles, which is either good or bad depending on your tastes, I suppose. But it's colorful. It looks cool.
I like it.
Yeah. We like to mention Sears variants. There was no Sears variant because this was 1983. I think they stopped doing that. This is a game that needs overlays and it needs a manual. I found myself going to the manual a ton playing this game just because okay, what's that? Particularly for treasures and various weapon types and stuff. And wait, what does that color mean again? And there's a lot of detail that you keep going back to the manual. So getting this one with manual is a big help.
And there are two different types of manuals for it as well.
Yeah, there's the color one and the kind of Xeroxy looking one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they stapled them in different areas.
Yeah, there's one was stapled across the top for some reason.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Yeah, I have both actually sitting in front of me here. It's almost more convenient with the stapled top one.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I've got the more bookish one with the staple down the edge.
I've never actually seen that one.
Mine is my original one from childhood, the colored one.
Mine too.
We mentioned before about the controls, and so you could tell by how complex that was that you pretty much want the overlay for this. Although I found that after putting in, and I would say this month I probably put in 15 to 20 hours of gameplay in Treasure of Tarmin. Yeah. And after that much, I don't think I need the overlay anymore. I was reaching from memory for swap pack and pick up things and whatever, but pull me away from this for a couple of months and I'll need the overlay. So
and speaking of the overlay, they actually, mine were still original. They held up pretty well. They're kind of a thicker one. There's all sorts of variety with these depending on when the print run was done or whatever. Mm-hmm. But I found that once you have that the thing that lets you warp through the walls, your thumb and the 5 button are going to get tired. Use. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So let's see. This one had the cartridges had a blue label, but they also had a white label, which is what you find a lot with the TV releases and stuff. Let's talk about rarity. Digital Press gives it a scarcity rating, which goes from 1 to 10 of 3, meaning 1 is very common, 10 is hard to, very rare. So this is not too hard to get a hold of. It is available on Intellivision Lives in the Intellivision Lives collection, and this is one of those games we were talking about earlier that under the name of Minotaur will be found on those collections because of the license.
And it will be on the Intellivision Flashback.
Awesome.
It's on Intellivision Lives DS. but there's a serious problem with that version of it.
Oh.
And it probably has to do with how the game was programmed. You know, kind of like with Dreadnought Factor having the issue with the flashing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If you look at the screen for the game, the bottom 3 items in your inventory cannot be seen. The level you're on and the enemy hit points can't be seen, nor you cannot see what's in your hands or the weapon strength.
And that's also the compass on the bottom too when it's not the enemy thing.
You can see the compass, but basically everything underneath, if you look at that part that dips down, anything underneath the lowest part of that dip you can't see in that version.
Huh.
That's unfortunate.
It is, and that's the version I was playing like half the time.
Wow.
That I was playing before this episode. But I had played it years ago, so I was familiar with what I was doing. It was just an issue of when your weapon breaks, you don't know right off the bat. You go to try to use it again, and it's not doing anything. Like, oh, okay. So I either ran out of arrows or my bow broke. Which is another thing. You can't hear your how much food you have or how many arrows you have.
Oh, how would they? Wow, that's amazing that was left out.
Unless I'm just completely not hearing it or I had to turn it up louder, but I didn't notice that at all.
Now, the Intellivision Lives is the DS cart. It is actually emulation with the original ROM, isn't it? And so the issues we're talking about here are just the emulator not doing the right thing. Is that correct?
I believe that's what it is, and I think it has to do with how the game was programmed.
Yeah, it's taking advantage of some feature of the chipset that's not emulated properly.
So it could be whoever play tested it just didn't notice it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask Keith about that one.
Yeah, I really don't think it's anything that he pretty much gave okay, just let it go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he likely did not know that was like that when it went into production.
So let's talk about some ratings from around the web here. INTV Funhouse, which rates games for graphics, sound, and replayability on a scale from 1 to 5, gives this a 3-2-3. And Paul, you mentioned before about the sound being almost non-existent, so I can see that. I can see him docking it for sound because there really is almost no sound in the game, and the graphics are they're reasonably blocky. Particularly the monsters are using kind of like the 2x stretching or 4x stretching modes of the sprites to make them big, and so they do look pretty blocky from that perspective. But
well, they do have the smaller scaled size when they're further away, but even they're less blocky. But that's kind of all that was available to do.
Right. So I could see him, kind of dinging it for that, and the 3 on the replayability score. I think I can understand that after putting some time in. For me, if I'm going to play this game, it requires me getting out a sheet of graph paper and charting things as I go and just taking my time. And like I say, there's only so much that you want to do. I don't know.
I find myself wanting to go back after I play it just to see if I can do better and get further and find things that I maybe didn't get the first time. But yeah, it does take a commitment to play this. You can't just play it for 5 minutes and be done.
Right.
Yeah. And in terms of the sound, there's no music, there's no footprints or anything. But when you get to the monsters, the sound of their roars is really good. So the sound they did put in there is pretty top notch. It's just there's not a lot of it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's pretty much the same as the dragon sounds in Cloudy Mountain, but it seems like maybe it's a little bit lower or something.
There's a few different ones. I noticed a few different enemies had different roars.
I don't know if I noticed that or not.
I'm pretty sure. I thought some of them had like a longer one, or just it was more forceful than some of the other ones.
Maybe it's different levels they're playing it at. It could be. Yeah, I'd have to go back and try that and see.
Oh no!
We can't end without mentioning Paul's favorite, the video game critic.
Yes, I kick like a girl, and I swim like a girl, and I walk like a girl, and I wake up in the morning like a girl because I am a girl.
Gives this a C+. He does mention, and like I say, we've mentioned him before that he writes up a paragraph or so, but he does mention that it's incredibly deep for 1982. He says 82, I think it's 83, right? Incredibly deep for this era, and he says if you have enough patience, you might still enjoy it. But I guess he's not one that has that kind of patience.
Yeah, or skill in determining ratings of games. But I can't argue with that assessment of this game. I'll give him that. I mean, I definitely rate it higher than that just because of all the things that it can do, definitely. But I kind of figured he wouldn't like it very much.
Yeah, he does say Treasure of Tarmin is incredibly deep for 1982 release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, I think it's 83.
It was programmed in 82, but I think it might have been released in 83. Yeah.
Sure. Makes sense. So I guess the other thing we didn't mention, Dave Rolfe mentioned in the interview that we had with him in episode 7 that the word Tarmin is Minotaur turned around, Tarmin, Minotaur, and I thought that was kind of interesting in terms of naming it, because when I heard this for the first time, I'm like, Tarmin, who, treasure, who, but yeah, he's just taking the word Minotaur and repurposing it for the title.
Yeah. And of course, you heard in the interview that it wasn't actually Tom that did that. It was some marketing person at Mattel.
Was there? Yeah, okay, there you go.
And on the back of the manual, it does say 82, but I don't remember it.
Okay.
I guess it's probably, it would have been 82 because I was playing it when I was listening to Robert Plant.
So mine says 83 on the back of my manual.
Maybe yours was the later re-release of the Intellivision. No, do you have the Intellivision Inc. version?
Mine says Intellivision Electronics.
Well, I'm pretty. I think it was a late 82 release.
Yeah, maybe so. In my box says 83 and my manual says 83. So
odd.
But my white label cartridge. I also have the blue label cartridge, but I picked up a white label as well from Singapore. Has 82 on it. So that's interesting. Thank you.
82 and a half.
There you go.
Was that it?
I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
My pillow?
Yeah, really.
My sign off?
Well, I guess that is Treasure of Tarmin. Man, there's a lot there. And it's definitely a game to check out. Like I said, there's some give and take in terms of the depth, requiring so much of your time and attention and stuff like that. But I'm really glad we played it this month. I'm glad that I've had the experience with it. It's a unique game. It really we didn't quite mention this so much earlier, but it really feels like a game that was more suited to home computers, and yet here you find it on a console. It's just got that much in it. So next month, we are going to, for episode 11, we are going to finally take on an arcade port, and we're going to take on Q*bert. And so we were talking a little bit about what we want to say about an arcade port that is maybe different than how we approach other games on this platform. So I'm looking forward to that and putting in some time on Q*bert this coming month.
Yeah, we might try a few different things in that episode just to because of the nature of the game and that it's been on a lot of different platforms in the arcade. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I haven't played it in a while.
And I have yet to play this particular version of it.
Well, we have to make sure you can. Otherwise,
I'm going to.
You won't be on the show. Will be sitting out on the next episode.
Well, Focus got me my copy, so
oh, that's true.
I'll be playing it.
Forgot about that.
Super.
Cool. Well, that sums it up for Tarmin. I mean, certainly we couldn't hit every point of that game. There's too much to it, really, to talk about in one show. But it's definitely an amazing accomplishment on that system, and everybody should at least give it a try, even if you may not think it's your cup of tea. That type of game, definitely have to check it out.
Yeah, and this game's definitely in my top 5.
Yeah, it's in my top 10.
Yeah,
I may actually end up having like 15 top 10s. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I'm on the other end. I may not find 10.
Rick's got one on the list so far, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this one makes my top 10. It's close though. It's such a unique experience.
Yeah, it's not for the same reasons that others may make the top 10, but
right.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's episode 10. Thanks for listening very much to the Intellivisionaries podcast, which of course you can find on iTunes, Stitcher, and Libsyn, Intellivisionaries podcast, and or our website, That would be Intellivisionaries.com or intypodcast.com. And of course, you can also find it on Intellivisionpodcast.com and intvpodcast.com. You can pretty much type the word Intellivision and podcast in any search engine and you will find us. We are also on Facebook, Inty Podcast, on Twitter at Inty Podcast. You can find us on the Throwback Network, where you can also find tons of other great retro theme shows. Definitely check out Throwback Network. And of course, you can donate to the show through PayPal, link on our website as we mentioned, and send us an email, hello@any of those domain names I mentioned before.com. And we're also adding this month, we're going to give it a try, a voicemail line. If you want to leave us a voicemail about any of the games we've done or will do, feel free to do so. Area code 424-235-8347. And of course, you can feel free to call Will or Rick anytime, 24/7 for Intellivision tips, hints, play manuals, anything you need, overlays, whatever. Rick's got the warehouse, and you'll find their numbers in the show notes.
I'm sure they're there. Keep looking.
Yeah, might be hidden like some of the things in Tarmin. But anyway, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next month.
You've been listening to the Intellivisionaries podcast. Intellivision is a trademark of Intellivision Productions. Have you had enough of Intellivision yet? This is Intellivision.
You have just seen a demonstration of Intel Electronics Intellivision. In the next several years, you will see its hardware components and software library grow in number and dimension to provide even higher levels of service to the consumer.
When you guys got that link, or both those links, we could stick it in the show notes now if we think about it. How about the TV Pal thing we were just talking about?
That's on our Facebook page.
Oh, see, Facebook, whatever.
You know, we have a Facebook page, Rick.
I've heard about some things. You talking about the main Intellivisionaries page?
I am indeed.
Where is that? So, like, I'm hearing Will as a good bit quieter now. Is that just me hearing him that way, or?
It sounds about the same to me.
You're the one recording, so it probably matters more on your side.
Yeah, you don't need to hear anything Will says.
I'll just talk over him all the time.
Oh, like you always do.
Exactly.
There you go.
No change there.
Exactly.
We still here?
Mm-hmm.
Think so.
Damn, I thought you guys leave and I could go to bed.
Yeah, I hear that.